Hello, everyone. Welcome to our day 2 of programming here at the Lively Grid Daily House. I am so excited to be here with you again today. Kicking off our day-to-day, we are having a conversation about the future of creative, and I have an incredible lineup of panelists. So I'm going to try to talk as little as possible and learn so much from these great panelists that are beside me. I am joined by Clayton Rubenstahl, who is the Chief Creative Officer for Comcast, as well as Shannon Reed, who is the Vice President of Accounts and Operations at the global influencer agency, The Fifth. And finally, I'm joined by Tara Malhotra-Feinberg, who is the Senior Vice President of Wayfair Studios and Executive Producer of Man Enough Podcast. And just to set some context for this conversation today, when I was thinking about themes for this discussion, I had just read the book Filter World by Kyle Shaka. And in that book, his thesis is that because consumers are receiving content and creative through algorithms, we have really resulted in sort of a flattening of our culture and a homogenization of taste. And so as creatives, I'm thinking deeply about how do we break through that homogenization to serve not only our brand partners, but also the consumers that are on the other side of that creative content. How do we really deliver value for them? So to start this conversation, I'd love to hear from our panelists just something creatively that is challenging them right now, that they're focused on or that is keeping them up at night. And I will start with you, Clayton.
Okay. I love that starting place. I haven't read the book, but that idea that technology is homogenizing what customers are experiencing. I remember this social post that came out probably 2 years ago within all my designer friends of all the luxury logos and how they had gone from these very special things to looking almost identical, all sans serif fonts. And it really stuck with me. And, you know, when I look at what I'm thinking about right now, it's just the huge premium on differentiation, because it's easy to look at part of my business, let's say like selling the internet. That'd be something where like internet service is something that everybody needs. But when you look at how it's sold, there's always a price point. It's always about how fast it is. And, I admire my competitors, but when you look at all of it, it all looks kind of the same. So how do you really differentiate in a category, I think, is more important than ever. And I think the exciting part, Tina, is it'll create new opportunities. Like the more that a technology makes everything the same, I think the more value there will be to somebody who is just simply brave enough to do something different.
Yeah, I want to come back to that idea of differentiation, especially as we introduce AI. Shannon, what's something that you're thinking about right now?
I think that really for me resonates around just specifically the algorithm flattening itself out and us seeing like trends, right? We work in social a lot and everything is trending and every brand wants to be a trend, right? But then it's just kind of tack on, add on. And so I think for me, the thing that creatively we are constantly talking to our partners about is bravery, right? It's about trying something new and knowing that like sometimes it's going to land and it's going to work and it's going to work really, really well. And sometimes it's not. And that's okay, right? Because it's the internet, we can delete it. It's social media, it can go away, right? And I think there's a little bit of that bravery that we want to make sure we constantly are pushing on, because that's when you get to real breakthrough work.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Tara?
Yeah, so we're working in film, we're working in TV, we're working in digital media, and I don't think it's platform specific. I think that we're seeing this happen everywhere. I mean, in film, it's a race to scale. You're seeing everything needs to be a franchise or a superhero movie. And in digital, you're constantly chasing the trends. It's how do I tap into the thing that everyone is talking about? Yet trends come from doing something different. And so I think it really comes down to how do I find a purpose that drives me so that I am consistent, because people respond to authenticity, people respond to unique points of view. And I also think that brands especially, but in general, anyone looking at this space, sometimes looks at scale a little bit too much. We put too much emphasis on scale because there's so much value in deep engagement. If you reach people that really care about that story or that piece of content or that topic that you're talking about, they're going to amplify it. They're going to engage with it more deeply, and ultimately that can drive conversion or whatever those follow-on metrics that you want are.
Sorry, Tina, can I build on that? Just because I think that's brings us to another point, which is, that overvaluing of scale. We can sit in a marketing meeting and talk about the billions of impressions that this piece of content we made had, and you think like, well, I don't remember hearing anybody talk about it. Like, how did 1 billion people see this? And we were talking about earlier, Tina and I, that stat that as American consumers or global consumers, we're seeing 5,000 marketing messages a day. And if we're being sincere at the end of our day, if we had a little piece of paper and a pen and said, all right, write them down. What'd you see? It'd be a great day for our industry if you had one thing on that list. 2 would be out of this world. So I think to your point, Tara, like the valuing of actually getting above the fold, as it were, actually breaking through, that's miles away from, maybe you were on the same page while I was on that page, but I didn't see you.
That's such a good point, and it brings me to something else we were talking about. As creatives, when we are delivering messages to consumers, how do we make sure that we are honoring what they are providing for us, which is their time and attention, which is really the biggest asset that we all have? And when there's so much content coming at consumers, how as creatives do you think about making sure that that time consumers are giving us is well spent? And this is for anyone on the panel.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we work with influencers a lot. And I think there's a level of authenticity there that you get if you give them the freedom to be themselves and do it their way. You're going to get a better message, you're going to get a better mix, and you're going to get a more authentic moment of connection with a consumer. But I do also think it is about really making sure that you're thinking a little bit differently, right? I think some of the breakthrough stuff this year or in the last year was like Barbie, and it was a pink house, right? And it was interesting because it was different, right? It wasn't like, oh, here's a trailer ad and here's a billboard of Barbie, on the Sunset Strip, right? So they broke through in the ways they went to market, and they did it in a different way. And I think creatively, the more we can give ourselves that flexibility to try different things, is the better we can kind of be placed in breaking through and honoring that consumer and having fun with what they care about.
Yeah, to build on that, so we've, on the Man Enough side, which is a content studio that sits at the intersection of social impact and pop culture, really focused on positive masculinity and gender equality. We've built an organic community of about 1 million followers and subscribers, which is great. That's a nice big number. What's really driving us there is that any time we're going to create some content, we have to put it through the filter of, does this serve them? Great that we think this is a great idea, or something that we want to produce, but does it serve our audience? And the reason that we have been able to drive growth on YouTube and podcast and TikTok and Instagram and traditional platforms is because we put everything through that filter. And I'm a lot more excited about the hundreds of comments and the essays that people write on YouTube next to our videos than I am about, millions of views, right? I mean, those views are great and they help, bring sponsors on, but those comments are validation. It's people saying, thank you, this is what I was looking for. I've never heard it like this before. This is exactly what we were asking for last week, and it becomes a two-way conversation.
One of the themes that I've heard now all three of you touch on is this idea of marketers in general, creatives in general, are now kind of chasing that algorithm, and it's become a game to try to figure out to understand how they're manufactured and to gamify our content. So how do we break out of that? Where are you finding your inspiration to actually drive culture forward versus respond to what's already happening yesterday? I'll start with you, Clayton.
Yeah, sure. I guess my perspective is, coming right off a job that was very heavily performance minded to a job that is more creatively focused. I do think it's not an either or, and I don't mean that to be a cop-out at all. I really do think that the mistake I see is when people are, praying at the altar of one of the other, of like, it's all about data and like, it just, you got to put it into customers' hands, or the other side, it's really about the art of marketing. And I don't think either is totally true. I think there's just a logic that crosses everything you're doing. And when I look at what's working best, just from, the facts of the matter after we've done something, it's always when we've had a large dollop of common sense of what we're doing. We're taking advantage of data, but to Shannon's point, we're having the bravery to do something interesting and different. What I would say I see let's start with the data side, is the early days are fantastic just in like making the wheel turn faster. Like we're making a lot more content, working with Adobe, with Firefly, we're making beautiful things quickly at scale, low cost. It's amazing. But what I'm most excited about is how many things was I just putting in the drawer as I can't dare to even think about that before, that now I can. The biggest example that came up this week, I was talking to a gentleman about our multicultural advertising efforts. And every job I've had, I've felt incredibly dissatisfied. It's like, well, we have enough money to do this audience, and we're out of money. It's like, well, what about this audience, this audience, this audience, And, it's great that we could do something really productive with Latinx or, maybe Asian Americans. But what about all the other things we know we can and should do? And I think AI is going to open that up. And, my hope would be to be sitting here in a year and say, we did it. We're doing Vietnamese American marketing. We're doing Polish American marketing. And those would be things that previously I just would have said, we shouldn't even waste 5 minutes having that discussion because we'll never be able to accomplish it. And now I think we'll be able to. And that's really exciting.
Shannon, how are you thinking about this?
I mean, I think for me, I talk to the young people on my team. Those are the people I'm most inspired by. They're brave and they want to try things out and they want to do different things. They're ahead of where we are because they live it and breathe it and they know it every day, and it's the first thing they see when they wake up and the last thing they see when they go to sleep. And so I think for me, really spending that time with those people and really being like, all right, what would you do if this was your brief, if this was your brand, if this was your thing, and then letting them try has been an absolute blast. And it's really fun, and sometimes it's really weird, but it's an absolute joy, and we have the best time laughing about it in the office, and it just makes me the happiest.
And go ahead.
Yeah, just really quickly, you can't ignore it. I mean, you can't ignore the algorithm. If you're creating or publishing on an algorithm-driven platform, like, you're just stupid if you ignore the algorithm. I mean, that's how it works, right? That's what drives visibility, and there's no point in doing it if no one's going to see it, right? To me, I think that is input that you take in that informs some guidelines around format, guidelines around the creativity. Oh, okay, let's use the in-platform creator tools. Let's do graphics like this and not like this. Let's make it this length, not that length, right? And you can still be creative, you can still tell your story, but don't ignore the algorithm. Like, you got to pay attention to what's working and push outside that a little bit, because then you'll change the algorithm if you do it right and it gets picked up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's another thing that I would say. There still needs to be something above that, right? Because the algorithm, you're right, like it's the tool of the job. Like you have to use the tool, but a hammer or a shovel, like it's just a tool. Like, what do you want to build? What are you trying to say? What's the bigger story? And I look at I find especially luxury brands to be very adept and skilled in the digital social space. And I think what they do better than most brands is they know what they want to say. They know who they are. And so when you apply that to the tools, I think that's where you really get to some magical places, versus just like, I think you can kind of get blinded by the tools and just be like, well, it's just the algorithm. It's like, no. You need something. What are you trying to do with it? What are you trying to say with it? Who are you?
Speaking of tools, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about how generative AI is going to change the shape of creative. And I'm curious about how you're all thinking about utilizing AI. You've already given some examples, Clayton, but with your respective brands, Tara.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. We're embracing it. I got the OpenAI, the Chat GPT Teams account for my whole team. So we're all on there, and I created a GPT. I trained it with the 100 transcripts of the episodes of our show, for example. I uploaded all those transcripts, and now my team can go on there and say, I want to make a 60-second Instagram video about fatherhood. Make me a paper cut, and it'll choose 5 quotes from different episodes, and like it does all that busy work, right? And they're able to kind of get there. It's not taking away their creativity. No, it's doing what like the intern who's not on that day would do, and a lot faster and better. It's helping us like, draft, like description copy or make things more search optimized, and like it allows us to mine our IP in a way that drives our creativity and allows our amazing minds to use it that way. Also, tools like Perplexity are just blowing my mind because finally there's a way to use natural language to search and get verified results. It's linking out to actual data sources and reports and studies that in natural language help to contextualize what you're looking for market research or cultural studies or things like that. So I'm really excited about what's happening here. Yes, it's scary and some people's jobs will change, but when the automobiles came out, like it's not like horses went extinct, like it's a painful transition, but we will get through it and it will be okay, and creative, smart people will figure out how they fit into that ecosystem.
What I hadn't thought of with your Perplexity example is both with them and Adobe, they're also solving some problems that were sitting there of authenticity of content or reliability of content, or in Adobe's case, like how they've approached generative AI with Firefly, where they're making sure that the legal rights are there. They're making sure that copyright infringement isn't happening. They're making sure that as they build this thing out from the ground up, it's not making the mistakes of the past. So, maybe it's another moment where we can get some things right in the future that maybe we didn't have right in the last chapter.
Yeah, it's moving so fast. They're taking out hallucination, in just giving you an answer that doesn't have verified results, and they're respecting IP. It's a great point.
I think for us, we use it in kind of 2 different ways. I would say one in like creativity as like proof of concept. It's a really quick way for a team to iterate and explain an idea that might be a little bit scary or new, right? Hey, here's an image that looks sort of like what we intend. So again, it's helping those marketers get more comfortable, more confident, be a little bit more brave, right? And then I think on the other side, which is the side I'm probably most excited about, is really the insights part, right? Social listening is a lot of work and be really manual, really doing that sort of real work. And, Gen Z uses TikTok for search. They don't use Google. Like, brands gotta have to think about that. What are those terms? How do we look at that? How do we ingest all that content, look at what content is actually the best and driving the best search results for people? And that's manual work, right? And that used to take a lot of time. So we're using that, and we're using AI to kind of look at content and figure out what's really working, what's resonating, and then using that as a model to kind of create creative strategies and everything else against it.
Shannon, I think that's a really good point. The discovery has changed so much in terms of creative content. And TikTok certainly is a place where a lot of consumers are discovering Instagram. And I'm thinking, too, about how generative AI is going to change discovery as people are searching for content in platforms like Google. If the result of that search just spits out a query result or one answer, and it's not driving traffic to a particular publisher or to a particular brand, that changes discovery as well. And I think that potentially pushes people into more social avenues for telling creative stories. So I wonder how you're all thinking about this issue of discovery and how it's going to change.
I think we see it already, a little bit. I just think the reality is it's moved away from the world of Google and it's moved into the world of TikTok and Instagram. Like in my house, we call Instagram the shopping app. I mostly use it to shop, right? Like, then see my friends' stuff occasionally, but really that's what it is. It's a really great algorithm at serving me things I want to purchase. And Meta's done a great job. So I think we're already seeing this happen. I think we just maybe aren't talking about it enough. I do think the reality of like a single source outcome and what ChatGPT or the equivalents might do, and what that means for the search business in general, I think is going to be really interesting. And I'm not sure what that means yet. I think I haven't seen like this is what's going to happen to search.
What are you seeing about discovery in terms of how you are getting audience for your projects?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to your point, I don't know that there's going to be one winner takes all in this current situation. I think it's all about being platform native. I think that, like, for example, when we first launched our podcast, like everyone would do, we were releasing clips on social saying, yeah, and hear the full conversation over there. They were promos, basically, and it was not doing very well. As soon as we started saying, what's the TikTok version of this show, it exploded, and now we have like hundreds of thousands of followers and deep engagement because it's made for that community. And even more to that point, I think if you think about what is the extension of these creative projects or other content pieces. So our founder, Justin Baldoni, his next film is It Ends With Us, based on the Colleen Hoover bestseller. And Book Talk on TikTok, TOK, is a huge community where people are very passionate about books. There's a massive community around that book specifically, which has been like at the top of the bestseller list year after year, multiple times. And so as we were announcing this film, we thought about how do we tap into that passionate community, and thought about content on TikTok specifically around the core IP that we had optioned to make this film. And it wasn't about the film. Like, we didn't have stills from production, It was about, hey, we're bringing this to life. What do you think? We even cast a character through that community from TikTok, a minor character, to get them involved, make them feel like they had some buy-in to this, So to me, it's really about being platform specific within those existing communities.
Shannon, that reminds me of the social out paradigm that the Fifth is pushing right now. Do you want to speak a little to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, I think as we see brands moving forward, right, social is the beginning, right? It's often the discovery moment, but it's often the end moment where I click to purchase, right? And so as a brand, we need to be thinking about how are we social out? So everything needs to start with social, start in insight, start in community, start in behavior, start in things they care about, whether that's memes or kind of these search terms, and then pushing that out into your wider marketing campaign so that you can circle it all back to social, where that conversation of those comments happens and that deeper engagement happens. And that's where you really drive conversion and brand love and that loyalty that you really want to have. And so all those things need to tie together to drive that forward.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you said, Tara, because I've had similar experience of trying an idea that we believed would work for many reasons in a place in the digital world, and it didn't, right? It just didn't. And then moving that same idea to another space and having it blow up. Now, that happened twice. And I think it reinforces that, the tools aren't homogenous. TikTok isn't Instagram, isn't Facebook, isn't whatever will come out next. And so it isn't just, like we put it on a PowerPoint slide as like, well, this is social or this is digital. I love what you said about Instagram becoming shopping, because I don't think most people would have seen that coming at the beginning. At the beginning, it was, here's the beautiful version of social media. But it very quickly became this very elegant shopping experience and very accurate one. And it was spooky because it's like, wait, have you bought something on? Yeah, I have too. And like, yeah, my shoes. And like, it just reinforces how deeply you have to understand that these are different tools for different jobs, and that they evolve. But it's really exciting.
Yeah, that makes me think a lot about the Super Bowl, what we saw with the Super Bowl creative this year, which was that there was a lot of content in those 30-second spaces that revolved around stories that were told on social media, or how to embed or continue a story that was already happening elsewhere with an audience. And so I'm thinking a lot, too, about how do we create story universes and utilize platforms in ways that play off of each other to keep people engaged where they're at in a particular moment. Are you thinking about how to keep stories going on different platforms, and what are some of the strategies that you're using for that, Clayton?
Yeah, it's funny because you and I have not talked about this, but this is a very unusual Super Bowl for me. This past one, because I just gotten to my new job, I had just started working with my team, and we were deciding should we do the Super Bowl or not. And at the end of the day, we said, well, we don't have any really big news that's worthy of investing in, so no. And then a couple weeks passed and we said, well, but we do want to take advantage of those eyeballs. So we ended up, to your point, really segmenting into two kind of miniature campaigns. One for our customers, really to drive engagement, loyalty, ultimately cross-sell, and one for prospects, which was more about bringing people into the franchise. And it was really fun because we spent about 25% of what we would have spent on the Super Bowl. And when we looked back at how those seemingly smaller things worked, it was almost identical to the net of what we would have projected to have gotten from the bigger Super Bowl effort of had we done, a traditional Super Bowl commercial, which we've done in the past and will, I'm sure, do in the future again. Had we done all the pre-social work, had we done all the post work, it ended up in a really similar place. And that was probably the thing that surprised us most. Not that they worked, but that by creating almost two micro campaigns, it did the same heavy lifting. It's interesting.
Yeah,
unexpected.
That is interesting. I mean, content formats and delivery are changing so much in terms of storytelling. Shannon, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where TikTok is about like being real and Instagram is about that beautiful world, right? And I think a lot of people just think that cross-posting it'll work, but it's like the stuff that ends up going viral for us is always this like gritty, kind of realer, more fun feels of the platform stuff. And I think in thinking about like a Super Bowl campaign, how are you doing that? Like where are those touch points and how are you pulling out those assets to give yourself that efficiency to scale it across all those platforms? Because I think they all are different, and Shorts is now coming up. We're seeing a lot of success there, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see like now what's Threads next? Like what's going to start really resonating on Threads, and what does that look like, and how do you start to like really look at a mix across all those platforms?
Tara, did you have a thought?
Yeah, for us, we really come at it from a social impact standpoint. What can we do that uplifts humanity around some of the stories we're telling? So the It Ends With Us project I mentioned, it has some serious themes of domestic violence and overcoming childhood trauma. And we made a year-long partnership with this incredible global nonprofit called No More. And the film doesn't come out until June. And so we have already started... we had the founders on our podcast. We just last week was No More Week. It's a week of activism. So they have a virtual 5K, and we got a bunch of influencers to create original content around these themes about digital stalking and different themes that could be harmful. And some of our past guests came on and created videos, and we will continue to do that throughout the spring. And then when the movie comes out and we're in the marketing window, we will be deeply involved in that community. It's not tokenizing. It's not like, okay, check that box, we stand for this. No, we actually stand for this. We really care about this. We've been supporting this community. We've been providing resources. We've been providing thought leadership around this. And so that leads into this film being more than just entertainment. It's actually something that drives positive social impact. So we're looking at that across our projects, how we can do that across platforms.
Clayton, did you have another thought on this one?
Yeah, and I think the hardest thing as a marketer when we think about back to what Shannon was saying about getting each of those pieces right, being native to TikTok or doing the right thing that might actually spread on Instagram or X. It's adding them up, as a person running a marketing group. I need the compound interest. Like, I can't just have okay, this thing worked really well. Yeah, of course I do. That's table stakes. But, I'm looking at how all of that adds up over days, weeks, months, years to really build brand equity so that every time I start, I'm not starting the conversation anew, but I'm adding up. And you look at the great brands out there, yeah, I think they do that really, really well. I look at how Target does that from a visual identity perspective, where everything adds up. And, they work with so many brand partners. They work across so many channels. They have so many agencies, but they really deliver on the core of who they are through everything. And I think when we talk about the complexity of, are you doing everything you can in each channel properly? Are you really understanding them? Are you working with influencers? I think the thing that's getting lost in that is it all adding up? Because that's what the business needs.
I really love the idea of compound interest across different efforts creatively, and I think that that's a really good use case for generative AI, because being able to provide
Yes.
all of this data into a data set that is, and a large language model that's able to make sense of it for us, that's a really exciting prospect. I'm conscious of time, and maybe our audience has a couple of questions. So if anyone has a question from the audience, please feel free. Okay, then I will turn it back to our panelists to leave
Very
our
elegant, Tina. I like that. I was going to start calling on the audience, so your way is probably better. Eric, you were first, so.
Awesome. So you mentioned Perplexity, Firefly. What other tools out there really excite you?
for people that are listening, what other tools are really exciting right now creatively? And this is for anyone on the panel.
I wouldn't say I have an answer. I would say I'm meeting with a lot of different companies right now who are inspiring in what they're trying to do and what they're starting. So I'd say what it looks like in my world, Eric, is a lot of small experiments with different very talented companies from around the world who are doing different things in the AI space. So next week with a company that thinks they've reinvented the wheel on how we can gather customer insights globally, nationally, whatever you want, but in days, not months, the way we used to, at just a higher quality rate. Like, that's really interesting to me. We're talking to other smaller firms out of the UK about what they can do in the production user flow. So I'd say that's where we are right now. And then there's those other ones like Perplexity or Adobe who are at scale where we're really starting to actually use it in our day-to-day work.
Mike.
Sorry, you talked earlier about the whole NFL experience you had.
Yeah.
And it follows some of the talks we were having yesterday. Given there are so many unique ways now to deliver more direct engagement to audiences, we started talking about the funnel, and it almost felt like because budgets are getting more scrutinized, let's say,
Well
the
said.
funnel is almost starting to drop now. Because do you need all of that big awareness and big expense, like you said, doing a big ad in the NFL to get the eyeballs, when actually if you target your audience a lot more specifically, you just said you almost probably got the same ROI for less money. So do you think there's a shift in this kind of landscape of advertising and marketing?
I don't. And the reason I don't, and I think I think there's one big data point that I've seen across, this is now my fourth industry,
Right.
and one data point that gets missed all the time in that view of the funnel is how many customers have decided before they've gotten into the funnel. And it's always a big, big stat, whether it's the hotel business, financial services, or now in media and telecommunications. It's a huge number. In all three of those categories, I don't know one that's under 59%. So if you took that as like the low place, that, just say like agnostically across categories, over half the people have already decided. They're not shopping. They're not learning. They're not. For the ones who are, I agree with you.
Right.
It's lower down. Like we can, and then there's also like great, very big companies who do a really good job of that, of winning customers as they're in the process. The danger and the risk is how many aren't even playing the game because they grew up saying, I'm going to buy this car. I know I'm going to get that watch. Or the next time I'm in the market for, sneakers, I know I'm going to get those. Like, I'm not shopping. I've already shopped before the game's begun.
I mean, I totally agree with that because I think it's also about where is your company on the life cycle, right? Because I think there's a lot of I've been in the advertising industry for 15 years. I've seen a lot of those big brands that have 92% brand awareness, but like very low conversion, right? Because no one knows who they are or cares about who they are or wants to even engage with them. And the way to fix that is awareness. You need to tell me who you are and what you care about. And so awareness media is always going to exist. It's always going to be a thing. I think for me, it's about where are you as your brand in the life cycle? Where are you with your customers? Are they changing, right? Like, is Gen Z not aware of you because you're an old brand and you don't show up anywhere they see you, right? Like, I don't know. Like, there's a
Stop
lot
looking at me as you say old. No. I'll say one other kind of funny thing on that. We were out in Silicon Valley meeting with companies. We do it every year, like with our ventures group. And I would always get paired with their head of marketing. And we would chit chat about, our companies working together. But invariably, we would share, insights. And what was fascinating, because I have come from very traditional brands, is traditional East Coast brands are obsessed with the algorithm, are obsessed with performance marketing, are obsessed with digital. Like almost to the point where like it's sacrilege to bring anything up. The opposite was true in Silicon Valley. When I meet with Silicon Valley companies, they want to talk about outdoor billboards. They want to talk about TV ads. Because I think it's what Shannon was saying. They need to tell the story of who they are for the first time. So, but it's very interesting. How much like the corporate psychology plays into like the marketing and business decisions we're making.
Sorry, to Shannon's point very quickly, do you think that experiential will come into play because there is no story that they're not that the brands don't know or the people don't know the brand? Do you reckon that experiential should be focused upon a little bit more? Because whatever we've talked about so far, there has been nothing about experiential whatsoever, and totally appreciate that's not the point here anyway, but
I do. I think experiential gives you that deeper touch point moment, right? It really allows you to invest in a consumer, in a moment, in an experience, right? And I think even if you think about doing it we do a bunch of experiential with influencers where we push them through the space. You should see how jacked they get. They are so happy to be there. They are so excited. They have 20 million followers on TikTok. And it's like, this is just a little pop-up thing. But they're not filming alone at home. Talking to a phone, being like, I don't know, is it good? Like, and so they're so excited. Like, they'll come up and show me their videos while they're filming them. I'm like, you know what you do. Like, you have 20 million followers on TikTok. I'm great. If you're great, I'm fantastic. But I do think there's a level of experiential gives you that deeper play, that deeper engagement. I think the hard thing for brands is that it's kind of expensive and like it's a little bit hard to scale. Like which is why I feel like you always end up with like the bus tour, right? It's
right,
always
that's
like
the cheapest way to do it, the bus tour. But I'm embarrassed that we didn't bring it up, to be honest, because while that isn't the topic, we are at South by Southwest, and this is the Super Bowl World Cup and Olympics of experiential. The things that you can see and experience here are mind-blowing. It's one of the reasons I love coming. But even when I look at like the retail stores we have 600 stores in the US market, and it is the most effective thing we have. I love it because we could take a customer who comes in the door who knows nothing about, they're a customer of product A, they know nothing about product B. They can walk out of the store with product B. They can meet us, talk to us, see us, learn about us. That 3D environment does it all, whether it's a store or a music concert or a brand activation. It's an incredibly deep and memorable experience.
It's the easiest way to convert. That's the way I would say it.
Yeah.
We're at time, but I want to leave the audience with something inspirational. So I want to give our panelists an opportunity to just say, what's a piece of creative that has recently inspired you?
Yeah. Tara, let's hear from you first.
Maybe something that you read. Mine was Filter World. I was inspired to think a little bit differently from Kyle Shaka's book.
You're just gonna put it on me, huh?
I was at the CMO forum like a month ago, and this question was asked, and there was between senior directors connected to VPs, CMOs, there was 50 people in that room. Everybody struggled. 10 years ago, that was not true. You would just say. And I think that this is really, really fascinating. I know, like, obviously you feel put on the spot. I would feel put on the spot if they'd asked me that question yesterday. But isn't this really interesting?
I appreciate that. Yeah. No, that's actually helpful because my brain immediately went to like, what is that big Super Bowl spot that like inspired me? But that helps because I realize it's so many small things. I mean, it's, the video of, the football player crying because, he just like, got his 1,000th pass or whatever, right? Like it's those little things. Yeah, I mean, honestly, my team inspires me because every Friday they curate a carousel of positive masculinity moments from around the web, stuff we don't create. And every Friday, like, I cry, I laugh, I feel touched. So it's those little moments, really, honestly. It's like the underproduced, real, authentic moments that I see around.
Yeah, no, and I love that you said that because I think that is something that back to the very beginning of this panel of like, hey, the algorithm is the tool. The algorithm is the thing that we have to do. And it is great and it yields so much fruit. But like, what's the other side of that? What's getting lost in that? And that bigger, impactful, memorable thing about the brand is something that's getting lost. And actually why I was pausing was like, I don't want to talk about my own stuff. That seems creepy and weird. And so I have like kind of like half step that actually leans into what Tara was saying. The thing I saw most recently, I was with our team in London, Sky, and they did something about cyberbullying women in gaming, which is brutal. I mean, the nasty things that people say because they are under the cloak of anonymity they're gross, they're mean, they're hurtful. And they did this amazing activation. It's kind of experiential to this gentleman's question, where they brought in professional male gamers into a white seamless room to play a game. And then unbeknownst to them in real life, there were people shouting these same things that actually had been said, direct quotes, but at them through the walls. And it was alarming and like gave you a horrible pit in your stomach hearing these things. And it's like, that's the experience that women gamers are having. And it makes you want to cry. It's horrible. And like, I think, you hear these words thrown around all the time, like authenticity. And it's like it's not authentic. Just because you say it's authentic, it's not authentic. Something like that is authentic, or what Tara was talking about, that's authentic.
I think what inspires you is another way of saying what makes you feel something. Yeah.
Well said, Tina.
Yeah. I think for me, it's probably not marketing. It's probably like the first thing that popped into my mind is Miss Peaches. And I don't know, and like Risa Tisa. And I don't know if you know either of these. So Dave Portnoy, the head of Barstool Sports, adopted this pit bull from like a rescue in Georgia. And he just makes these videos of him following this dog around, talking to it in a baby voice. And it's just, but she's like gone viral and grown like the most followers of Barstool Sports, any of their social media platforms ever, by like 30x. So, and it's just like, and he's raising money for the rescue that she's from, right? I'm a dog person, so it like gets to my heart. But I think for me, it's like really funny to watch. And then there's all these negative comments about pit bulls, right? And then he goes out and he goes, this is not true, and here's some facts about it, right? And he's changing people's minds. And none of this is marketing. This is just like a guy who got a dog who really likes his dog, right? But like for me, it brings me joy every time one of those comes across my feed. And she destroyed his glasses yesterday morning, and he was like, it's fine. He was like, she's really cute. I don't care.
I don't know if this is apples to apples to what you're saying, Shannon, but I think the other thing that if I'm being really honest about what's inspiring me, I think it's physical things like architecture, beautiful product design. I was at the San Jose hotel. A friend told me I had to see it, and I went and walked through that, and it's like this incredibly chic but relaxed little hotel. Like, physical things are really inspiring me right now, and I think it's the counter to just living in a digital world.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to end it. Thank you so much to this wonderful panel, and thank you to our audience for the questions. And I will turn it over to our next panel.
Thank you, Tina.
And one of our clients, Degreed, and they're going to be doing a talk on the building of communities. Thank you very much. Mark, welcome.
Thank you very much. Right. Thanks, everyone, for being here today. And Deeps, thanks so much for coming in. We're very excited to have you up on stage. The world of marketing over the course of, well, forever, probably, but certainly in the last 10 and 15 years has gone through such incredible transformational change due to the technologies of how we engage with each other, whether that be social media, how TV has moved on, how traditional advertising has developed. It's creating an atmosphere whereby technology is in many ways bringing us closer together, but so easily brings us further apart on an ongoing basis. So when thinking about brand engagement and how to bring audiences together, it's so easy to be sat in places of siloed strategy, and bringing that all together under one place is how we need to work together to shape the future. Community feels like the center piece for that for us. And what I'd really like to do is very excited to have Deeps, the global CMO of Degreed, learning and development company that's mission in life is to jailbreak the degree and put skills at the center of that story of lifelong learning. So Deeps, thanks for joining me. I'd love to hear how, obviously you've had a really interesting career from Google to Twitter and all sorts of other places along the way. How has technology changed your strategies and outlook on engaging with brand audiences?
Well, actually, before I answer the question, I want to give it up for Grit Daily and Lively. This house, this space, the vibe, the Sunday brunch, all of that, I love it. And we'll get to the Bloody Marys very soon, depending on how this conversation goes, I'm guessing. So, I think what's interesting is if you look at the immersion of technology across all of our lives, right? Every single conversation we have is rooted in technology today. Like it is, regardless of industry, regardless of sphere. There are not many places on the planet that hasn't had some influence against technology. This topic and this theme in particular is super interesting to me because the way I approach the fundamentals of marketing and our team and the creative work all goes back to the human experience, right? Ultimately, the human experience. If you think about why this is such a great space and the environment you've created here, we were chatting earlier. You could easily do this on Vision Pro potentially, but you wouldn't have the same impact of being live in front of an audience and on camera here, having this sort of rich conversation. And it all comes back down to connection. And connection can be sort of thought of in three different ways, right? Can we create meaningful connections? Can we create relatable connections? And can we create this idea of authentic connections? And all of those three pillars should be designed in the use of deploying technology. So we should be thinking about technology against those three. I'd say, probably the best word to use there is variables, right? You've got those three variables, and depending on your audience, your business objectives, all of those things, you can start to look at those three and say, how can we deploy technology to be more meaningful, authentic, and relatable to our audiences? And that's where, a lot of our conversations, I think, have gone into, can we create unique experiences to be able to enhance each of those three areas?
That's exactly it. And we certainly on the business to business side as well, bringing in sporadic groups that actually need to come together and be able to have an environment whereby, yes, ultimately there is a track of sales, a track of conversion that needs to be reached at some point in time. But getting there and creating an authentic experience for that group all at the same time has to be built in an environment of authenticity. And so creating trust, a genuine space, let's call it, for people to be able to express, to be able to connect with each other, share ideas, ask the stupid question, which is never a stupid question, and really get into the experiences that others within that group are having is phenomenal. And technology, like, we can't meet all the time. It's hard for people to get together. It's people's schedules, among everything else, the busyness, the craziness of the day. I think in the last talk we heard that there was 5,000 marketing messages a day that people are receiving, and the chances of anyone remembering even one of them would be unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And so with all of that noise, with all of that the need for cut through in a place where it's so difficult to do that, what sort of strategies have you explored or seen change over the years, like coming from the Google days versus today, where we're living in a world fueled with AI and like a proliferation of content?
Yeah, it's a one word that Mark, you just used there was the word trust, right? And I'd say that all of us are seeking more trusting environments and relationships than we ever have before. Like, if you look back at the last 15 years, the biggest transformation, I think the trust-seeking behavior of humans has, and I emphasize the word seeking, because that's what people are looking for. Mm. So then, you put it in context of the macro environment, especially in an election year in the US, and, the trust in government is at the all-time low. I'd say the trust in brands is shaky at best, waning, but desperate. Like, people are desperately looking to identify with brands and ideologies around brands, particularly. And then third is trusting human connections. Like, if we think about even the relationships that we're trying to form, the challenge there is how can we overcome the influence of things like Gen AI and other technologies in order to create those authentic experiences and spaces. So I'll get to your question based on that. To me, at Google, the time I spent there, and at Twitter, as a marketing and creative leader, you've got to be very centered around your principles in how you bring marketing experiences, brand engagement to life. And so, one example that I can tell you a story about is at Google, we did a campaign where this is a B2B campaign, where we basically recreated the most iconic commercials from the 60s and 70s and brought that back to life in the digital space. But we also went one step further. We reached out to the original copywriters and the art directors, and we put them on camera, and we documented their experiences of recreating these campaigns for the new spaces, the new environments to reach new audiences. And the core of our campaign was, if it can be done by those who did this well in a different medium before, we can all do this again in the new medium and do it in a way that's much more authentic and effective and bring that to life. And so all of that becomes, who do I trust? I trust people who've been there before, who've delivered on some of the biggest, most iconic campaigns that we've ever seen, and being able to sort of make that a relatable moment back into that experience. And so, let's get to community. I think about community as the core of every marketing, campaign, CMO in this day and age. And community spans in so many different ways. And so the work that we've done together in the last, 8 months or so, to bring to life a community that is all about the members and their interactions with each other, but also the interactions with our brand, the Degreed brand, has been, really fascinating in how we've evolved that strategy and being able to bring that to life. And I'm excited that we launched last week, I should say. And I don't know if we have a hype reel or something here that we could pull up, but what's exciting about it is it's very different to how we've been thinking about B2B marketing, B2B branding before. And it does center around people, bringing people together in spaces. I sort of call it freedom within fences, right? You've got to create some fences and guardrails, but you've got to create that freedom for people to be able to experience things together.
That's exactly it. And just before I play the video, when thinking about starting a community, we had really engaging discussions around the best approach to ensure that that sense of fostered trust, if you like, is in place. What are some of the considerations around building that from the beginning, so that it isn't just another brand play? Like, what strategies have we done to put in place, if you like, to really start that journey, so that the members, when they come into that community, are, well, I suppose, have the right level of advocacy and really want to participate in that, as opposed to be an audience, a passive audience?
Yeah, I mean, if you break down what we did, I'd put it in sort of structure in sort of 4 steps. Step one, number one, core to any marketing strategy or brand strategy is you have to understand your audience, right? Their needs, interests, aspirations, motivations. So we've got to go back into the basics and understand that. That doesn't change. That essentially is getting a deeper understanding of who we're targeting and why. In the community that we created, one of the key things that we focused on was early adopters, innovators, right? These are leaders in their industries trying to break new ground. How can we support them to be more successful? Like, what does that look like in terms of formulating ideas? And typically in B2B, one of the challenges, is the natural sort of playbook is, let's go back to thought leadership and let's create more stuff and more content and send it out there and hope people read it. In my mind, brands and vendors should not be responsible for generating content in B2B. It's the community that creates the content as they see fit in order to evolve evolve the conversation, evolve the thinking, push forward in the areas in which they are most interested in, right? Number 2 is being very clear on the shared goal of the community, right? So how do we think about the shared goal to encourage the right people to participate and be involved and get involved? So once you've identified who and what they're interested in, you can identify the shared goal. And we place that front and center from month 1. I think we were very clear in our conversations about what's the shared goal. You nail those 2 pieces, and then you can develop the platform, you can develop the sort of models for engagement, nudging. What's the way in which we'll facilitate repeat interest to come back into the platform and the community? And we spend a lot of time talking through, do we sort of, is it 80% degreed in terms of creating the engagement, or is it 20%? Right? What's that balance? And then the last thing I'd say that's really critical here is staging it out, right? So, what does month one look like versus year one, right? Where do we want to be at the end of the year? How do we build that community? It is a challenge in trying to balance participation, interest, engagement with having the right membership involved and making sure that we have the right influencers from the get-go so that they're actively leaning into the community so we can do less work and they do more work.
Yeah.
It's a imprecise science.
It's exactly right.
It is.
Which is when we're talking about staying human in a digital world, the humanity element of that is always going to have an element of impreciseness. Well, I have a little video here of
Let's do it.
Some of the founding
Pumped.
members coming together and talking about some of the inspiration behind the shift, and we'll talk a bit more about what's exactly included within that in a moment.
I'm super excited about the shift. It's a place for people to come together to solve a big problem that no individual can solve by themselves.
There's a huge appetite going with
A couple of things make me excited about the shift. Nobody is actually ahead of the game. We will innovate in ways that we would not be able to innovate alone. So I think there's a huge opportunities to learn from each other. So there's the sense of being able to connect.
This is going to take you into the unknown.
And to shape together this space. This gives us an opportunity, thinking.
Just an enhanced opportunity to continue to network with peers that are also really passionate about moving skills forward in their respective companies.
And really be careful about the decisions we take and the choices we make.
Awesome. Cool.
Yay!
Indeed.
Nailed it. Now, let me tell you something else as well. This is exciting, right? So we launched it this week in Texas, down in Houston, and within 24 hours, we did a sort of like a special invite of. We had a conference earlier this week. We had about 350 there at our conference. I think we got more than 60-70% who signed up within 24 hours. But that was done in a very intentional way. We invited folks in the room intentionally because we knew that they would be the most active from day one and most engaged. But further, we wanted to make sure that they had something interesting to something special, make them feel special, make it feel exclusive, make it feel unique when they join from the start. So, whether it's B2B or B2C, we're all ultimately people trying to understand how to do better in our worlds, right? Whatever the worlds are. And so I think when this came on stage, I think the reception was pretty incredible. So credit to the team, the entire team. So
well, thank you. I mean, I think it's also a risk going in these directions in the sense that there are so many traditional ways, creating programming cycles, creating content experiences, creating moments that don't have proper deep-seated levels of interactivity within them. And those are easy to produce in some ways. So stepping away from that and creating an environment that really does rely on the community's sense of self and in many ways, or collective consciousness to come together and be able to facilitate that conversation and buy into this idea of turning an audience into very much a community. So I'd love to hear just very quickly, like, how would you break down the differences, I suppose, between an audience or a cohort or something like that and a community? And what are the key components or the trigger points that spark the sort of critical mass of a community play?
The barbecue smells good, by the way. So a good way to look at it is passive versus active, right? So when I think of audience, I think of a definition that happens on a whiteboard with my team, as part of a strategy session, right? When I think of a community, I think of people who are driving the process of evolving the idea, right? And that is a huge distinction in my mind between the two. But yet we get confused. So oftentimes we sort of treat them the same, right? A community and audience, they're quite different. The other way to look at it is community could be a subset of an audience. Yet the way we define a community matters. As I've been thinking about this with my team, we did a sort of an exercise in understanding what are the two factors that influences a community, and how we shape up the community, right? One is degree of your audience willing to lean in. So can you find pockets of your audience that are willing to lean in further and be involved and engaged, right? Like I'm ex-Twitter. And we spent a lot of time at Twitter trying to understand the difference between the 1 million people that would sign up every day and the 3% that would stay there 3 days later, right? And so it would take, within 72 hours, only 3% of the 1 million signups would remain on the platform. That to me says we are either willing to give up some 97% of the community or potential community here, or we haven't created the right spaces, environments for fostering the 97% to actually engage repeatedly on the platform. And I think the same thinking applies across all types of marketing efforts, is passive versus active, and within active, can we create, what is the level of leaning in, the degree of leaning in, versus the degree of exclusivity, right? The more exclusive you make something, the more people lean in. I think of a club. A club is probably the extreme end of that. And then I think a community is probably it's a spectrum, right? Essentially, and we talked about it the other day briefly. You've got sort of community on one end. You've got maybe what we call a collective here in the middle. And then you've got a club on the other end. And so I think you can start to evolve this space and the thinking and the process of thinking about it even further. And it's been, this is not a plug, but it actually has been fascinating, our conversations in being able to think about, Degreed, the brand, how we can really establish the right community environment for the brand goals that we have.
No, absolutely. I'm excited as well for the next talk, because there's so many different parts of the marketing space that the same problem applies to. I mean, in a moment we'll hear surrounding how loyalty can go into that and some other components of that. A question I think that's worth touching on as well is when looking at the ways in which of reaching out and communicating and creating experiences for communities, and how you can go after that. There's this, the wider the spread of opportunity to connect, whether it be physical events, in real life experiences, digital programming, online meetups, chat forums, polls, quizzes, like platform and sort of unplatform both go hand in hand when trying to deliver a something that's rounded enough for people to engage with. I mean, in many ways, WhatsApp is a great example of that. There are amazing communities that sit on WhatsApp where a focus group of people are in contact with each other all of the time to solve a very, very specific problem. In our project, we went for a slightly more dynamic, rich media platform that enabled us to have a lot more video functionality and connective functionality in that way, and matchmaking and things like that. When looking at where we're going in a world of AI and seeing the rate of our ability to interact with things, get personalization, get recommendations, connecting with relevant people, suggesting content or white papers or whatever it might be to go and look at. How do you see communities move forward on an ongoing basis? And because people become ingrained or entrenched in the platforms that we create for them, or that they get, or there's an expectation that people will come to Instagram to find this, or to TikTok to find that, or whatever. But when moving forward and addressing new technologies as they come and embracing them, what's your thoughts surrounding how we should approach strategically to embrace the change on an ongoing basis and how to get the community from the place that they might be in right now into new environments over time?
I mean, it's a brilliant question, because if you think about AI, right, and we think about AI can only work with what has been, not what will come, right? What will happen in the future. Humans talk about the future. We think about the future. We create the future, right? And that is a very important line for marketing organizations and businesses to really think about. So, how do you capture the ideas and the imagination and all of the potential in the future happens through humans and creating the environments, whether it's offline, online, whatever those spaces are, right? I don't believe that AI could have had this conversation. Like, I don't believe it. We all have read all the great things that Gen AI does, and we love it. We all love it. I'm sure we do. But you also know it comes from a machine. Just knowing that changes the way you think about the role of AI versus the role of human interaction and connection, right? I'll give you an example. LinkedIn has made it, being in B2B, we spend a lot of time on LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn has made it extremely easy for you to comment on someone else's post through Gen AI. It's awful. Like, it's absolutely awful. It's the worst thing that happy to say it, it's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, like, in terms of use of technology. Why? Like, if you're going to comment. Don't ask a machine to help you comment to someone else's post. You cannot get more inauthentic and meaningless and like unrelatable than that, right? So I think there's a role for everything. I think your question leans into how do you capture the imagination of humans in the future, and you capture that through spaces and places and communities and environments. Can we emphasize that as the core of our marketing strategies in the future? Yes, I think we should. Can we do more of that? And so, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. A lot of marketing organizations need to look at their strategies from 5 years ago in this world now and recreate that for what the next 5 years will look like. And we've tried to do that within our business. The way I think about, I sort of have a 15% rule with my team, which is I need 15% of experimentation all the time. Like, I need that. And I hold the line with my board and my CEO. I hold the line there. They don't now they know about it possibly, but they don't really know about it, right? Until I just realized they know. Kind of gave something away. Okay, I'll stop talking.
Well, Deeps, it's fascinating, and I do think that experimentation is the best way to, I guess, just get started if you're on the journey of a community, and to go towards that. And well, look, I think it's almost time for the next panel. So thank you so much, Deeps. Really appreciate the time today, and I will pass back over to Michael White.
Really interesting. Welcome to our next panel where we're going to redefine connections. I'm going to ask my guests to join me, and I'm going to perch on the end, and we'll get started. So welcome. Come on. I can sit on the end. Cool, and it is the Sunday Bloody Mary brunch, so I bet you won't get many panels where you actually get to have a Bloody Mary if you want one. So this could get interesting, especially if I spill it over my white trousers. Great. Well, look, the whole point of this whole 3-day conference is staying human in a digital world. In the panel that Tina was running, there was a really interesting question where one of the gentlemen said, why aren't we talking about experiential? Quite an interesting point, especially given my background is experiential. But the whole reason we've kind of put these 3 days together is, what does brand experience mean nowadays? It used to mean an in real life experience. I was just talking to you this morning about brand experience from a brand point of view is every single touch point there is throughout the whole chain of things. But also for me, the whole concept of marketing and actually now the demands of really needing to engage with your audiences means like it covers a broad spectrum. So I'm really excited about this panel. I really appreciate you all coming, especially 2 people that have flown in, especially for it. Makes me feel very special. But let's kick off with some introductions. If you'd just like to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll get started.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. Thanks for having me. I'm Chris Duffy from Adobe, head of what we call Gen Studio. So it's our end-to-end platform. It's an intelligence platform that allows for really unleashing, empowering creativity through generative AI.
Hi everyone, and same. Thank you very much for having me, Mike. I'm Nico Sarti. I'm the Global VP for Creative Strategy at Condé Nast, and we work across all of the different titles that are part of the Condé Nast family to come up with concept and creative ideas, campaigns, and advertising models for our clients.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mia Sutton. I work for Under Armour. I am the global loyalty marketer for Under Armour. Been there about 2 years. We just launched our loyalty program, so if you are not a part of it, please go to underarmourrewards.com and join. Shameless plug. And then before that, previously, I spent 7 years helping to grow Hilton Honors, the brand, and working with their credit card program as well.
I'm Deeps. I'm the CMO of Degreed. We are a B2B learning and development platform that is looking to help companies upskill and reskill their employees for this age where talent is hard to find and hard to get. And so we focused very much on that. Thank you for having us. I'm based in San Francisco in the Bay Area.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure having you. So it's brilliant because we've got 4 fantastic businesses, but 4 very different kind of skill bases. Let's kind of kick things off with, what are the challenges you guys are actually facing as marketeers and creatives right now? We're in a very different world. It seems to be transforming every day now, not every month or every year. It's incredibly hard for everybody to keep up. So what's it like from a personal experience in your particular position? We'll start with you.
Thank you. So essentially, I think there's 3 macro factors happening right now, and they're all converging at the same time. The first one is obviously customer expectations have greatly risen over the last number of years because of their expectation around digital experiences. The second is we continue to have business transformation needs, to your point, with all of the new technologies coming into place. And that third one is related with the technical disruption, greatly centered around generative AI. And I think when you put those 3 macro convergences together, you can start to see a clear pattern that the C-suite continues to have some headwinds coming at them in terms of how do I sustain profitable growth. And I think the universal agreement to address that is greater personalized experiences at scale. And so this is where generative AI comes into play, because now we have the capability to extract insights in near real time from CDP data that then can trigger in near real time content creation in near real time, that then triggers multi-mix modeling in near real time, and then optimization. And we can do that on a one-to-one, at scale, at speed, infinitely for greater experiences. And so at Adobe, we're working on an end-to-end platform that we call Gen Studio to allow enterprises, SMBs, individuals to really unleash the power of personalized experiences.
So nothing small then. Okay, and yourself?
I mean, one of the biggest challenges for us is whatever readers or consumers are doing, instead of coming to our platforms. I mean, whatever they are doing on a daily basis that is not searching or reading or consuming our content is the main challenge. And actually the second, I would say, is the fact that sometimes we think the competitors are maybe some of the other content creators, but they're not. Actually, to us, one of the biggest competition, I would say, is sometimes some of the social platforms and some of the places where clients are putting their dollars in instead of our channels. To us, that is one of the biggest challenge, mostly because it's tough to teach sometimes the clients the fact that the economy of attention is not just based on where you put your ads or where you put your money, but it's also in terms of how you evolve the story with let's say a Vanity Fair or a GQ team, instead of just thinking that the exercise of distributing content would be enough. So to us, that is definitely one of the biggest challenge, the education piece with some of the agencies and clients probably, and the fact that attention moves away from us, because naturally, and we talked about it before, like the marketing funnel has been completely shattered and it doesn't exist anymore. So it's a challenge because the companies still feel you need to validate the dollars that you spend in content, and it's really difficult.
100%. And also you've got to take into consideration that whole fact that there's, well, we talked about it in the early panel, being bombarded with content and ads thousands a day, so getting that cut through's an immediate challenge as well. Mia?
Yeah, I would say, just trading these very short-term metrics and KPIs for the long term, you're sacrificing the long-term health of the brand. And I've seen it time and time again where we all have our quarterly metrics and revenue and marketing needs to prove that they're attributing and contributing so much to the bottom line that we're losing the sight of the humanity within the marketing. And if you get that right, and if you get the connections right, and you build the community and the experiences the right way, and you are receptive to listening to your consumer, then the dollars will come. So, I think a lot of times we're really focused on, what we can say on paper, the quantity, and not necessarily the quality of what we're delivering to the consumer. So that's a challenge. And then I would say, the second challenge is making sure that we're providing value to consumers. The average American is a part of 17 different loyalty programs. It's getting harder and harder to cut through the noise, and it's harder for brands to really maintain and grow their membership base. So that's definitely an issue, and I think a solution to that is experiential marketing and connecting with consumers in real life and building experiences and communities.
And I think that's quite an interesting point, going back to what you said about AI, and because that's a lot of pressure for all of you in the fact that you've got to keep every individual excited, you've got to deliver them personal experiences and content, and you've got to react to their ever-changing needs. So this is where there is going to be a positive thing about AI, because that's going to let us process that data a lot quicker, isn't it? PGA Tour, I saw a great talk by the president of PGA Tour, and he summed his challenges up of, he's got 18 events, as in 18 holes around a course, all simultaneously playing. He's trying to shoot all that content, and then he's got an audience in every field wanting to know what's happening on the other event. And so he's using AI now to predict what those people are going to want so he can preload and get the content ready. And that just shows how we can use technology to be able to get to our customers quicker and stuff. So cool.
Yeah. I mean, Mia, great. Your first point was bang on when it comes to the focus on KPI. And I would actually say our biggest challenge as marketers right now is fighting the risk-averse businesses that most of us work inside of today, compared to even 10, 15 years ago. I look at the challenges that we face. It's very much of helping our own teams break the mold, think uniquely and differently, and not cookie cutter in a lot of the things that we know probably doesn't work as well, but we want to repeat because we know it potentially delivers the same thing that you delivered maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But the difference is, and Nico's great point around, when we think about the pressure and tension on the external side in terms of the market and audience, we also need to think about how that plays out from our team perspective, right? And how can we as leaders support our teams to be able to still break the mold, still do things differently, and reach these new audiences and spaces that we need to reach without having the continuous pressure from the business to stay the same. So I'd say sort of in-house is as much pressure as what we're facing in the market as well.
And what's really nice, and you said it in the last meeting, but I think this is what's quite interesting, where rather than kind of risk-taking, this is where the word innovation suddenly become forefront. Is so many brands and businesses are setting up innovation teams next to their creative. And you asked me earlier on what's my differentiation between creativity and innovation, and we've put the two together. That's why we call ourselves a creative innovation agency now, because I'm not sure you can have a creative process without innovation. But you've got to be really careful, and you can probably expand on this, that you've got to be careful at what point you enter into technology. Do you just want to expand on that for a sec?
Yeah, maybe a slightly different angle into your question. I think unlike previous technologies, Gen AI is not being allocated solely to the CTO, the CIO. It's so foundational to business reinvention that it is a contract across the C-suite. And so we're seeing that technology is playing a different role than it has in the past. And subsequently, to your point about innovation and creativity, that's changing the dynamic of how that's being viewed. So I think it's almost inversed in many ways, that we're leading with the technology in this case, because it is fundamentally going to reinvent businesses going forward. Not just from a task perspective, not just from an employee upskilling perspective, but from a true business offering perspective. I think the conversation has evolved over the last 12 months or so from AI is great at efficiency, bottom line growth, and we're now converting it to it is great at top line growth, new business reinvention opportunities. So I think we're inverting the entire approach that we've thought of business and innovation and creativity going forward.
Okay, brilliant. Mia, I want to focus on you for a second, because loyalty is such an interesting subject matter that I think it's been part of the business anatomy for decades, but it hasn't. It needs an evolution, doesn't it? So what's changed with regards to customer needs and loyalty?
Yeah, loyalty is it's an interesting beast. If you know the history of loyalty programs, and back in the day, you would go to an ice cream shop and get something punched and stamped. It was almost an afterthought. I'm going to go get a coffee, and oh yeah, I have this card in my wallet, and you physically touched it. And now I think loyalty is really kind of leading the actions that people are taking. I am almost to a reward, so I am going to get in my car, go to a Starbucks, get this coffee so that I can get my free muffin or whatever the case may be. So I do think that there's been a shift in the landscape of loyalty. And then even from 10 years ago or 7 years ago, my time at Hilton, people were a part of loyalty programs. They started out, or it started migrating to very much so, like hospitality and airlines. They're the big players in the loyalty space. Hilton Honor started in 1987, so that's like 36 years ago,
Wow.
right? And so, you know, it used to be a stamp, a badge of honor. It used to be, I am I have a financial acumen that's above the rest. It's exclusivity. It's, I know a little bit more than maybe my neighbor does, and I'm getting some added value there. And so it very much so went to an I'm savvy type of thing, to now with the shift in the economy and people, you know, groceries are sky high, there's inflation, it's very much so value driven and value based. And like I said, the average consumer is a part of 17 different loyalty programs. They're looking at it like, what is it going to do for me? What are you doing for me? What is the bottom dollar, you know, value that you're providing me? So there's been a shift of this like exclusivity club to more so, you know, what value are you providing, and transactional value particularly. So, you know, that's something that we're not gonna, I don't think that we're gonna get away from anytime soon. But I think that companies can thrive and differentiate themselves by providing an above transactional benefit, you know, some sort of exclusivity, early access, the ability to, you know, go play Top Golf with Curry and talk about family for 2 hours. Where are you going to get that, you know? So I think that they can position themselves really well by driving brand love and brand heat through experiences, building community. But it has shifted from this, you know, exclusivity paradigm to more so, you know, a value-driven, value-based paradigm. And there's so many people that are part of loyalty programs, you know, Mileage Plus, 1K members. Sometimes the line is longer than just the regular line. So brands are really struggling to continue to provide value to consumers to, like I said, maintain the engagement, drive ROI, and yeah, so it's definitely changed. And then how you combat that is segmentation, you know, really talking to audiences that show you love, you know, people that are in the top 10% of transactors, or they're repeat purchasers, or they were loyal before you even had a loyalty program. And so how do you give them the best offers out there instead of kind of blanketing it across the sea of consumers?
And Delta have done that quite well. They're here now, but they made that such an obvious move. I think it was only 6 months, a year ago, with the free Wi-Fi. It's like, what an obvious thing, rather than, sorry, I can swear it's Arvet, pissing everybody off and charging $10 for Wi-Fi on a flight that's only going to last 45 minutes. They've given it for free, but then they're now at events like this in Art Basel, and if you're on Sky Miles, you get access to all of that. So they're changing it quite well, which is good. So Nico, leaving you in the corner there, but I want to pay some attention to you now.
I mean, I would love to talk about loyalty programs, but for Condé Nast, loyalty programs is probably something that it refers back to the quality of the content that we deliver, and the quality that we can help clients associate with. But we don't have that last end of the funnel kind of experience in the same way that probably in your sector you have to consider.
Right.
And for us, I mean, brick and mortar and real life experiences, it's at the core of what we do. But I think is how you translate. It's tough for us to translate it into an action that would be similar to a loyalty program.
Right. And, you know, even if you don't have a loyalty program, you do have your most loyal customers. You do have the people that have subscribed for years and years and years to, you know, whatever magazine or publication that may be. There is the loyalty program without having a loyalty program. You know, Under Armour Rewards, they don't have different levels of like status, but I mean, there are our creme de la creme customers, and then there are people that don't really interact with us as much, but they're members. So I think that there's pockets and ways to find how to interact with consumers on their own wavelength, even without that. Yeah.
That is super interesting because, for example, we always talk about the fact that in our at least in our meetings with clients, that we don't think about the audience specifically, but each of the title targets a mindset. Mm-hmm. And depending on the platform that we are using as part of the marketing or advertising campaign, then we can drill down into a specific audience. But when you think about Vogue, it has a very wide range of audiences when you look at the actual demographic.
Yeah.
But then that is because if you look at the TikTok experience versus the Snapchat experience or Instagram or online, they are slightly different demographic within the same Vogue mindset, which is what we're trying to target. So for us, that is really important because it means that we can give a bit more of a high-level experience, and then we can start drilling into individual platform when it comes to, obviously, the media strategy.
And I think for my question to you, and I think you touched upon this earlier, but what have you seen to be the most disruptive things in marketing and advertising recently that you've kind of had to adapt to? I think you mentioned kind of social media, obviously, but do you want to expand on that?
Sure. I think in general, like the democratization of content experiences, in the sense of how everyone now can create their own content, and somehow you start having, for example, influencers that create content that it's perceived by some of the consumers as high quality as what we do. And I think that to us has been a challenge. I would say not 10 years, but probably 5 years. And our response to it was actually to bring them into the fold. And we started actually co-creating with them on for some of the specific titles, for some of the specific brands. I think that has definitely been a way to react to some of these challenges. The other one is probably not very high level, but it's this idea of like potentially a cookieless experience. It could potentially be a challenge for some of the brands that advertise with us. But again, in terms of response, we looked a lot into our data, and content is the best advertising for us at the moment. Like real, deep, interesting, and valuable content.
Yeah, I mean, what's fascinating about the cookieless world that we're going into is we're going to have to use some of the things we used to use, right? Which is, go back to, focus groups, talking to users, real research, right? Like I think some of the basics will come back into the world of marketing, is my view. And in fact, I think you'll get the nuances out of it, right? Mia's point around segmentation, it goes to this sort of collective versus individual challenge that I think all of our brands face, right? Like, loyalty comes in the collective, but everyone wants to be individual or treated as individuals. How do you map the two together? And I think this combination of, quantitative data, which we might have less of, versus qualitative sort of understanding of the people that interact with our brands, especially those who are interacting more, that is where we need to almost even retool our teams to start thinking that way. Some companies and brands have gone way into the data-driven space, and I almost feel like now there's an opportunity to kind of pull back into the things that we're all different generations, but like the previous marketing leadership and the ways in which we used to think about marketing originally, right? So it's just a really interesting time that we're dealing with right now.
And that's good, because I was going to ask you, Deeps, about how you feel like, the progression of marketing and what's really changed. And you were talking to Mark earlier about, we're innovating right now in the community space. But what you've just said there is really interesting, because, and it ties beautifully in what we're saying, staying human in the digital world, with this impact of cookies, and the actual human feedback now and pushback on some of the social media channels, because the advertising has been a bit aggressive and over the top. So it's almost like the humans are pushing back a bit. The marketeers are going to have to look past the data and find much more interesting ways to get directly to their audiences. And I think this is why we've been looking at the community side, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you just look at even the last decade, from monologue to dialogue, right? That's kind of where I think, I go to my teams, that I use that as a mantra. Like, I want to make sure that they think about every single thing that we do, whether it's a campaign, whatever the activity is, experiences, events. It's monologue, dialogue, and that's the shift. And so it's a two-way conversation between, it's almost a three-way conversation, right? People want to have a conversation between themselves and with brands, versus the brand having the conversation with the audience. That has to be embedded in everything we do. Like, we just have to approach it that way, and moving forward, 100%. And then I think about the incredible technologies like Adobe, I don't want to plug Adobe here, but I will say I've got some friends at IBM who've been excited about the things you guys are doing at Adobe. And what makes that interesting is, how do you balance the leveraging of these incredibly powerful tools with some of the fundamentals of marketing and the things that we've been thinking we know to be true in so many different ways, and so that's the tension that we are all dealing with right now, that we have to just make sure we don't forget. We might over-index in one way otherwise.
It's really good, and just to put kind of a personal experience, even just putting this event together is, I've been a marketeer now for 20 plus years, and kind of almost fell into that comfortable zone of build it and they will come, put the message out and they will come. And what's been really interesting, even just with this, because this is kind of the embodiment of what we believe as an agency. This is an event, but we're making content out of it and stuff like that. But maybe there's a change coming, and we've talked about this as well, between marketing and sales, because the relationship I've had with the other partner on this event, he's very much a sales guy, I'm a marketeer, and it reminded me how much we speak a different language. But I think we've learned off each other, and we've said this about the kind of community side, is it's like, if we're going to build these personal relationships, if we don't then figure out how to change the sales dynamic, it could ruin everything. Because the last thing you want, I went to CES, I was on a database, there is this one company now bombarding me with what they think is a personal email, and it's clear they haven't got a clue what I do. And the negativity that's grown around, that's had a worse impact. And maybe AI will help us do that. Maybe AI will help us define and filter out all of that. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you bring up a number of interesting points. The first one that came to mind was AI is really compressing the gap between different disciplines. Yeah. And so when I first got into the business, we didn't even have the analytics department. So now you can really embed the insight into the generation of the content earlier. You get the optimization from in-marketplace performance data back to the content to really enhance the value of the experience. I think the second one that you surfaced is there's an opportunity for strategy by experimentation. Yes. And I think this is what you were touching on, that now with Gen AI, you can compress the time to market, so you can scale more content faster, and you can do a lot of testing, not just on one-off content, but the entire customer journey, all of the touch points, and you can start to optimize that. We were chatting earlier, a new opportunity for, I think, marketers is quite often we'd always talk about, is it the medium or the message? And I think there's now a new overlay called emotioneering, the ability to infuse emotion at different touch points based off of different personas that you are at a different moment in time. And I think that's where technology in a way is making us more human, because it's giving us more tools to tap into more human traits. So I think that as a creative, that's quite exciting.
I mean, that last point's sorry, I'm excited by the last point. It's a great thought, right? That conversation. I mean, you can, same person who buys makeup on TikTok, an evening like last night, it could be a commercial, is a commercial director in a big company somewhere, and how do you, but has got a different mindset in that moment. It's almost a dream scenario for marketeers to be able to, work through these seamless experiences and interfaces and provide the right message at the right moment. So I think and lean into the emotional side of it. So it's a real.
I like it as well, because if you think about it, everybody, the buzz of kind of the clever marketing or the creativity was kind of introducing fame, and that's kind of where all the influence and stuff. But if we're going to get personal, it has to deliver emotion, and that's kind of the Super Bowl really achieved that this year. Last year, I was kind of like, fine, but this year there was a lot of good, proper, entertaining programming. So the ad space was, and that's their intention, isn't it, to make the ads as good as the game. And they seem to kind of really nail it. And then the halftime show and stuff like that, it created emotion. Yeah, I'm not even I shouldn't admit it now because I live in LA, but I'm not an NFL fan. But I loved it. So because it created an emotion out of it. Sorry.
One additional point, just you reminded me that wanted to touch on. I think your airline example with the Wi-Fi is indicative of where I hope the marketing business world is going in terms of we're changing the incentive. For so many years, it's been about time of engagement, and I think we're now starting to see the opportunity of value and value of the engagement versus just the quantity over and over. So just wanted to
for us, in terms of going back to the emotion thing, for us is at Condé Nast, both what we provide to advertisers, but also what we do as a company is to focus a lot on these cultural moments. They are absolutely pivotal for our commercial line, but also for our editorial team. And if you think about cultural moments, it means that you're not only tapping into the emotion that you can generate across our existing readers, but it's also, if you think about, it's Vanity Fair's Oscar party tonight, and it's something that you will experience even if you're not particularly connected with Vanity Fairs. There is also a tail of, or like a ripple effect that actually can spiral an emotion into some of the other readers and some of the other consumers that our readers connect with. And I think to us that is really important because it becomes essentially like this moment that we drop in time and that we allow advertisers to connect with, to create content with. And I mean, in the most simple form is like the getting ready with in the lead up to some of these big events. And it could be like, Lexus and GQ, for example, last year at the Men of the Year Award, and you have Lexus in a way connecting in a very authentic way for them and a very authentic way for us in real life. And it goes back a little bit to me also what you were saying about, I want to go back on this loyalty thing because I keep on thinking maybe we could have a moment in there.
I think you guys need to do a strategy session or something together.
This is the whole point of these. We're collaborating on ideas.
Exactly.
This is great.
But I think that would be really valuable in sense of like the real life experience we were talking about before. Those moments, you can experience it, you need to hear about it, you are told about it, and you bump into it. And for us, those are the kind of 4 moments that we want to generate for our advertisers and clients.
So just expanding on that, my next question for all of you, but I want to go to you first, is you're all fantastic at your jobs, and so when it goes out, it just looks easy. It's like, wow, that was really clever, but some of these things take years and stuff like that. So what are the actual challenges you guys are faced with you've just, it's 2 years you've been at Condé Nast? And you're saying how big it is, and how many different. You must have come across a lot of challenges. So, what are your recommend? How do you get over those things? How do you implement change?
3 different things, but I think and the challenges. I'm not going to talk about my work challenges here specifically on camera, but I would say I think that the challenges that we have in our roles, I would say, is trying to inspire the workforce enough for them to care about the bottom line. And me and Deep were talking about it before, and at the end of the day, you need to consider what is the part of their job that keeps the lights on, and what's the part of their jobs that actually is driven by their personal emotions, or their personal interest in something. I was talking to Deep about the fact that I try to apply the 70-30 rule, where I'm trying to find in all of the people I work with, what is that 30% or even 20% of hook or curiosity they have on something about their job. And I'm trying to put that at the front. That's what I told them, at least. And then the 70% to the 80%, it's the chore that it comes with the role. And then obviously talking to leadership and trying to reverse that. And to the leadership, I'm saying that we're obviously looking into the 80 and 70% of our job as the most important part. And the other part is just to keep the people a bit engaged. But you need to have that constant fight into the politics of the company, because we need to look at the bottom line, but at the same time, workforce wants to be inspired by the work they do. And in particular, the new generation, I think they really want to change something when they work on this project.
That's a really good. We just did a transformation project for Ericsson, and they're going through a massive business shift. They want to bring, they want to change the demographics of their, infrastructure and all of this. And the simple thing we did was we spotted the fact that it was very much decisions were made on a because it's a massive global company, and they were pushing it out and like not wondering why people weren't just embracing it and getting on. So we worked with them for 3 months just to flip the model and like empower those individual staff and make them like share, if you're doing something great regionally, share it with the rest of the world. And if it's good, and just flipping that, and again, making it personal to the staff made all the difference. And they were even surprised with how quickly it was picked up and carried on. It's like, well, you're empowering them. You're not telling, nobody likes to be told what to do. We all want to collaborate now. Mia, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, so many times we find what works as marketers and we want to keep picking up that same thing over and over and over again. I know that this is tried and true. I know that this is going to drive revenue. I know this is going to fill some sort of gap that we have. And we become reliant on it. And I was actually having a conversation with you earlier about, how do we get out of this historical rut, even, with AI and everything. They're picking up on our algorithms and they're serving up more of what we've done before in the past. And so really protecting that level of innovation. There's something about surprise and delight, where you can create these digital communities where you relate to people on a very niche experience or issue, and it's great, but before you know it, you can look around at all of the communities that you've created and you're surrounded by like-minded people, right? Yeah. And then you go out in the real world and there's a lot of diversity there. So really protecting innovation, protecting the diversity of thought is a huge challenge to marketers, and really protecting the ability to test and learn things and fail, and saying that, hey, this didn't work out but this does, or this worked for 5 years but I think we need to pivot. So that's the huge challenge, I think, for me, that I've seen throughout my career is trying to ride the wave instead of create a wave.
Yeah, and just adding to that, you're incredibly spot on. I really think the way you are trying to push your teams, to think different, operate differently, relies on, I think, a whole new skill set. Like, we're in the skills business, and talent and skills go hand in hand with thinking differently and willingness to think differently, right? Because these are mindset things that you can only repeat as many times as you like. There's only so many times you can repeat as a leader. Hey, let's experiment more. Let's use data more. Let's try and innovate more. Let's use more tools. But the truth is, it requires different skills and different talent inside your organization. And we also need to foster a lot of that. Like, we need to help our teams get there. So it may not be today, but it may be in 6 months. When we created the shift, I intentionally kept it very quiet inside the company, inside of, basically it was sort of like, kind of NDA stuff, right? Like, sign your life away here sort of stuff, right? Because I knew that if we launch this in 8 months from now, the noise that will start to generate and stop us from getting this out the door will in fact affect more of my team than myself, because they are not used to being sort of not towing the line, right? Like, you have to really sort of protect the team so they can be successful, to innovate, to experiment, to get things out the door. And that requires a different mindset, which then requires different skills to handle different parts of it. We were talking earlier as well. One point here on challenge to me is, I want to help educate my team to learn the skills of getting buy-in inside the company. Like, I think this is like a fundamental challenge inside the marketing organizations. A lot of marketing organizations and the people inside do not know how to talk to the rest of the business in this climate that we're dealing with right now. And unless we help the teams be better at that, it's going to be hard for us to be able to push the boundaries, try new things, etc. as well. So, a lot of this is about, great leadership and good management of teams and people as well.
That's a good point, because the thing the word pivot means quite a lot to me, because when we set our agency up, we kind of wrote into our business plan that we wanted to have like a pivoting review every 2 to 3 years. And it was really interesting yesterday because we had a day about gaming and the metaverse and Roblox, and some of the data that was coming out that, these gaming platforms are user-generated platforms, and they are communities, and the numbers are just off the charts. And what you can see now is there's a Kodak moment coming for social media and for gaming as well. So the president of EA Games has stood up and said, we are now going to pivot to user-generated gaming. And if you think about it, Fortnite is Call of Duty. So I think that's really kind of important. And then the other point to your point is I've got a talk tomorrow with a really cool tech guy, and he says the biggest problem he has is, as marketeers and decision makers, a lot of us are in that older generation, and we haven't been brought up in this world. So, my son just naturally has adapted because he's grown up in it. So there is a fear at senior level. I got a really good relationship with a brand. I need to remember we're being recorded. And her problem, she's like, I'm talking to a brand manager all the time. She's loving what we're talking about. She says, but I just can't get it upstairs. I just can't get it up because they don't get it.
Yeah, and because patience doesn't exist outside of our organizations. I would say, honestly, inside most companies today, the word patience does not exist. I think that's the biggest thing. You're fighting against, we know that we play the long game. That's all we do. That's our jobs. Everyone else inside most companies play the short game. And so there's always this tension that we're dealing with.
I've got a couple more questions, but is there anybody in the audience that wants to ask something before I start to wrap up the next few questions? I've obviously done a great job and asked all the right questions. Great, cool. So you've all got unique sectors. We've had some great conversations. I'm certainly there's the good thing about this session, there's going to be lots of quotes like emotional marketing and personalization and stuff like that. But, for individually, what do you think are the unique opportunities coming up that are going to help brands really get over this next hurdle of moving from awareness to engagement?
Yeah, it's a great question. Great. What I've always valued and enjoyed about South by is it enables the ability to keep the finger on the pulse, but also to have conversations like this to introduce new perspectives on things. And I think what's different at this moment in time is it's not the speed of change, it's not the pervasiveness of the technology. It has surfaced a new contemplation that we haven't encountered before. What is innately human versus technology? And I think what we're starting to see is human critical thinking, human creativity is core to our being. And so I would offer with that in mind, I love the quote, what I cannot build, I cannot understand. So I just encourage everyone, including myself, just get out and build and create and explore, innovate. And so I think that is how we're going to kind of solve and create this new path forward.
Brilliant. Nico?
I mean, for us, I would say it's probably keep on doing cool shit with cool people. And what I mean is translated in having interesting content that is co-created with interesting platforms with cool ambassadors and talent. And this is what we do best, more than anyone else. I will keep doing that.
Mia?
Yeah, I would say, there's this, with the rise in technology and all of these platforms, just getting back to the basics, keeping it simple, knowing what's intrinsically human. We all experience happiness, joy, sadness. We all want to be healthy, so it's really just getting back to the basics of humanity within the marketing. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I mentioned it on the earlier panel, but I'll say it here. I think the three factors, and it'll be interesting. We'll talk after as well. To me, is just go back to extending on what you just said, Mia. I believe it's make sure you do something that's meaningful, make sure you're very relatable, and make sure it's authentic. To your point earlier, Nico, as well. Just those three. Just basically use that filter across everything you do inside your organizations, and it will create connections. It will create that human dialogue and conversation that we want to have.
Well, look, thank you very much. I've just got to say, when we were putting these 3 days together, the Saturday was going really well, the Monday was going really well, and the one kind of cherry on the cake was I wanted to be able to have a brand conversation. So just really appreciate the four of you kind of sticking your hand up and volunteering. This is a new thing for us. We're trying different things, and I think it's gone really well. So thank you very much.
Welcome back to our programming on day 2 of the Lively Grit Daily House. I'm happy to be here with, actually, I'm gonna clue you into a little bit of background. Brandon Harper and I went to middle school together, and we have not seen each other for 20 years. This is literally the first time that we have seen each other in 20 years, and that's part of the magic of South by and the magic of experiential. And we learned in the last few weeks that although we haven't seen each other or really talked, we're working in similar spaces and thinking about some similar things and really trying to make some positive change in safety and education. And for anybody that has followed my content over the last couple of days at Grit Daily House, in addition to the communications things that I do, I also think really deeply about data and emerging technologies and how that they can impact society. So I'm also an advisor to a company called Chrome Roads, which is using hardware and biometrics to try to change the face of education within organizations and also safety, particularly on college campuses. And we can go into more of the technology, but I want to let Brandon introduce yourself and what you're doing as well.
Sure. Hi, I'm Brandon. So my background is in mixed reality and trying to get more immersive experiences going for folks. Used to work at Disney and Microsoft, and now I'm at a place called Axon, where I've been working on all kinds of fun stuff from DoD to entertainment, docuseries, and to now police training.
And do you want to talk a little bit about what you're doing with XR in police training?
Sure. So I will actually start with a bit of a sad story, but I think it's important when we're talking about experiential marketing. It started, I'll say, so there's a moment in my life for the Vegas massacre, and I had been there with my friends, and that changed my entire life. It was a very hard moment, and but going through that experience, the silver lining was that a lot of the technology I'd been working on and the confusion that happened during that moment could have saved, I think, a lot of lives and really helped with trying to navigate the craziness that happens in those moments. So that really pushed me to start working towards safety and using technology and integrating that into schools, using that for our military, now police, and trying to help educate people and help them understand and put people in those shoes and through immersion to understand the importance and the hardship that goes through that, and then hopefully make change through that. So that was a big driving factor of my life for why I do what I do now. So yeah, that's it.
To that point, I think when we are focused around these issues of emerging technologies for safety, most of us have those sort of reasons for being and reasons for doing what we're doing. And one of the things that that we're trying to do at Chrome Roads is to eliminate assault on college, on university campuses, and make it safer for people to walk and run and be, regardless of gender, in those spaces. And certainly that's something that I've dealt with as a woman as well. So it's always interesting to hear kind of a backstory of what brings you to try to solve these problems in society. So how are you working on solving that problem?
So currently, at Axon, we do police training, and we then through VR. And what we do is, if you're not familiar with Axon, Axon produces tasers, which you may be familiar with, and their whole mission is to reduce the use of guns by 50% by 2030. So how do we do that? VR is a great method in giving people a perspective of how to make better decisions as a police officer, but then also as someone that's going through that experience. So we put them in their shoes and help them see their perspective when you're being approached by a police officer and those decisions that are made. So we do that in a lot of different ways, but the basics is to help create empathy and better decision making so that we have better public safety and better understanding of what happens in the world for all of us, because it is something hard to truly empathize until you go through those experiences ourselves. Yeah.
Can you walk through what that actually looks like in the VR experience? Like, how do you produce empathy for somebody that might be going through a situation like that?
So one example we have is how we do community engagement. So say someone that may have schizophrenia, and we put them in the shoes of someone that has schizophrenia, and we played both roles. So first you'd approach it as a police officer, and you're in a 360 video with 6 off, and you can interact, walk around, and have a full experience around that. And then based off of your decisions, the person will interact differently. Then we put you in the shoes of the person that's in schizophrenia, and also have them to show the confusion and things that are happening for them based off of the decisions you're making as the police officer, to help them really understand those situations. And that is, we have a lot of variety of different ways of how we do that, but that's been the premise of how we've been approaching it. Yeah.
And just for our part at Chrome Roads, we have sort of the elevator pitch of the company is that we are trying to replace ID badges. And so security ID badges, access ID badges, by making them biometrically secure and producing a technology layer on top of what we would normally use as an access badge. And there's also a panic button that is embedded in these ID badges. And so for our part, when people are on a university campus or if they're inside of an organization, we want to reduce time to response if somebody has a problem. And the interesting thing about having a hardware solution rather than having it attached to a phone is, if anybody has communicated much with me, I think very deeply about data and who gathers data and how it's gathered and accessed and who it's sold to and who controls it. And so having a hardware solution in an age where AI is producing deep fakes that's attached to somebody's individual identity, and making sure that that individual person has the ownership over the data that's aggregated on the card is a really important thing for me. But moreover, in terms of education, the way that it can geolocate people inside of organizations on campuses, it has a real educational value to organizations so that they can teach organizations how their employees are moving across their campuses, how they're engaging with each other. And to our talk earlier, Deep, it's also about how do you become more collectively intelligent and more efficient as an organization. So how do we create data touch points inside of organizations or inside of communities that are going to give us some really interesting data that then plays into large language models. And so I want to ask that question of you as well. When you're thinking about these XR experiences, how are you thinking about gathering data for the kind of learning and the kind of change that you want to see?
Yeah, I think, well, honestly, it's kind of a lot of different data sets that we're especially looking at is like the whole picture when you talk about like, say, urban fabrics and spatial mapping and understanding, maybe it's, crime, safety, these types of things, understanding where those things are starting to happen, and then starting to get to the next scale of, how do you interact in that smaller space, and then drilling down to the emotions and understanding how each of those points happen. And, we look at also a lot of, using the data from, say, police that we partner with, and understanding like when they have heights of certain moments, and then we would then create modules to help emphasize and create that empathy. So we use that data to then hopefully help them understand how, again, going back to understand those perspectives that they go through. And the other thing I will mention is a lot of police, they train like police actually, they don't get that much training. So a lot of the training happens when they're out in the field. And so if we can get those data points of things that are happening more commonly, and especially understanding where it happens more in Austin or Seattle or whatever, and making sure that we can identify those and then help to create those perspectives more often for them to train for, so they don't have to go through a really shitty experience in real life. They can do it, in virtual, and then be able to be how to, respond in a better way. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're designing the XR experience, what are some of the things that you're thinking about to make it really immersive and connecting and to evoke feeling in those kinds of situations? And also, are you thinking about mental health impacts and debriefing and things of that nature with respect to the education?
Big time. So I'll start with the mental health. So especially for police specifically, they don't live very long. So it's really trying to help them basically lower their heart rate. And so kind of, and then going to your first question, like, so we want to increase heart rate, and we want to get them as pumped up, as like, or intense as they can going into these modules, because that's how you normally would if you're going to a house, you don't know what to expect, there's some situation going on. And so also trying to keep them healthy. So again, the more we can simulate that and get them used to it, the exposure therapy of doing so then helps them perform better in the field. You get that heart rate lower, so they're not always high, because they'll go from literally, the funny drunk guy that they had to pull over and just, kind of put in jail, no big deal, to the, they had a dead baby, and that the emotional play that it has on you is obviously a lot. And so the more that we can help reduce that through understanding that data, and then making better experiences for them so that they can train prior to that and not just be thrown into it. Yeah.
And I'm just really curious about what actually goes into the XR design. I mean, how are you adapting your experience at Disney to this new environment?
Sorry, how do I adapt my experience at Disney? Or
well, what goes into the XR design, or however you want to take that question.
Okay, fair. Okay, so it's a hard question, but okay, the other stuff I work on is, or prior to this, is taking large data sets and then creating 3D visualizations that make it a lot easier to understand. So it's all these, and I'll tie to these, just stay with me. So there's a docuseries called Ocean Explorers, comes on in August. So definitely check it on Disney Plus. That'll be really exciting and help protect our oceans. And for them, they had a lot of different data sets that they've taken from the ocean. They're trying to help protect the oceans, and that is then used in an immersive experience where they can then plan and do their missions. Same exact concept for now that we're doing with the police, where we take all these different large data sets and bring that into an experience that they can then visualize it in a way that's really easy to understand your city. Say, okay, there's more crime happening here. We have just in general that visualization versus seeing like your Excel sheets and like pinpoints. Okay, we have 30% increase on the corner of blah 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 and blah blah blah, versus seeing this entire thing happening. And I'm seeing these patterns happening. There's more crime over here, and to see that visually is huge. And so that we start to bring all of that together in a full 3D visualization as well. Yeah.
It reminds me, I've been thinking a lot about where investment should be in terms of emerging technologies. And obviously our investment community is focused so much on AI right now. But there's also the rest of the AI infrastructure, which is like, where do we get the data and how clean is that data? And the data that's going to feed the model is another area where I think a lot of investment should be going, is how do you partner with companies that have clean data and the ability to capture that data? And I just want to leave with that thought, but also open it up to the audience to ask any questions that you might have of Brandon or myself.
Yeah. So I kind of have a question as far as like the Axon side of things go. So you talk about training the cops, and then do you have like, so that's to simulate the heart rate. So do you kind of go on the psychological side of things? It's like you see like the body cam footages every now and then. It's like the people are just lying to them, and then it's like, no, I don't have a gun on me, and then they pull a gun out. So do you guys like try to emulate that too?
I think. Well, that specific situation, or
like kind of pulling in the psychological aspect of it too, because like you said, cops don't get trained a lot, and so kind of get them ready to be like, to maybe even see like any sign of a like.
Absolutely. So there's two approaches to that. So we have kind of two methods. One is where we'll do I'm sorry. Two methods. So one is where we'll do production around 360 video. And so that, because it's really important to understand facial, hands, always watching hands, and seeing if, to your example, do I have a gun or not? And then we also have CGI, where it's more so understanding, hey, how do I approach, it's more the technical aspect of how do I, say, tase somebody, and helping them understand the actual physics and skills that you need to do so, versus the 360 where I really need to see those understandings. So yes, we produce a lot of those, and those are based off of talking to a lot of different agencies and understanding their needs and what specifics they would like to see. So we partner with them, and then also trying to consider how do we do UGC, or user-generated content, with them, so they can even produce their own, because the U.S. is massive, and there's all kinds of different things that happen in different areas. So the more we can supply the situations, the better off there.
What's the benefit to VR as opposed to just watching like a really good TV show or your favorite movie or something?
Immersion. It's like the experiential marketing, like everything today. I mean, it's like the to put someone in your shoes is significant. It's like, and I mean, there's a lot of data behind that showing the improvement that you have and the ability to switch.
So it's more about like the sensory overload than it is the situational.
Well, it's also situational. It's two things. So now that if you're in a headset, you also have to use your peripheral vision. You're constantly analyzing the room and understanding it. Versus a screen, I can tell a story through a screen, but I can't put you in the story. So that's the big difference. And then when you actually have to then interact and use your different methods of de-escalation, then it is important. So I can choose how to.
So you're able to interact in the VR.
Yeah, it's full interaction. So depending, I'll just give you an example. Like, I'm like, oh, that guy has a knife right now. So then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tase you. So that is, or I'm like, you're just yelling at me, and I'm just like, hey man, calm down, and then you'd be, oh, okay, cool. And so depending on the decisions that I make and using, also with our integration of right now for AI and how that comes about versus right now, I would say depending on the action you choose, you may have a variety of 7 different options where, if I say, hey, calm down, then you calm down. If I tase you, then you fall down and you get tased. So it's that experience. And they do open it up to the public too, if you're interested, as far as actually going through the experiences. We have a lot of them. Yeah.
So the simulation responds to your actions.
Yes. Yeah. And putting them both. I literally, on day 1, I got tased myself just so I could make sure I experience what what the public goes through. It sucks. So it's 5 seconds. Yeah. And the consumer is 30 seconds. I would not want to experience that because it's enough for someone to get away. Especially it's for targeting you're going home late at night and you get attacked. You can tase someone and get off and run away. So.
Any other questions? Brandon, where can people follow you?
On LinkedIn, Brandon Harper.
Same to me if you want to follow me. I'm Tina Mulqueen on LinkedIn, and you can learn more about Chrome Roads. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
And Grit Daily House on the sidelines of South by Southwest. And today what we're talking about is how nuclear energy is powering the AI revolution. I am joined by one of the key players in this new generation of nuclear energy and the race that's going on. I'm going to let them introduce themselves and then we'll get right in.
Can you guys hear me? Is this live? Yeah, good. Okay. Awesome. So I'm Jacob DeWitt. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Oklo, which we'll talk a little bit more about, but building next generation small nuclear power plants.
I'm Caroline Cochran. The co-founder.
I think you kind of angle it like this.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's not on.
It wasn't on.
I'm Caroline Cochran, the co-founder and COO of Oklo. Happy to be here. Thanks for having us.
So when we think about scaling AI, so much of it kind of goes to the startups in the space. Nuclear energy is a big part of this narrative. And my question to you is, Sam Altman has said that there are 2 things that really need to happen. You need better chips than what's out there today. You need more of them, and you need more energy. And so he invested in 2 startups in this space. Yours, which focuses on fission and that type of nuclear energy. Then you've also got Helion Energy, which is doing fusion. So I guess my question is, why fission, not fusion? Why did he choose you? Just kind of set the scene for us here.
Yeah, I think it's really about both, actually. At the end of the day, I think one thing that sticks out when you look at the opportunities around large just the huge need for energy at massive scale for so many reasons, independent of AI, and AI just builds on that. You need a lot of energy. You're going to need as much as you can possibly get. And so having a couple shots on goal that have the potential to be massively scalable in a globally meaningful way, it kind of leads you to look at, fission and fusion. So I think Sam saw the opportunity in both. Obviously, he views them, as he said many times, in a complementary sense. Fission works today. We know that. That's awesome. So we can scale. There's different challenges and hurdles there. And then, Fusion has some work to do to see if we can really get it to work. And then there's the different hurdles associated with that. But either way, the opportunity space is mind-bogglingly large. So huge amounts of energy are going to be needed. And I think that's how Sam looks at it, is we just need as much as we can get as quickly as we can get.
And Caroline, how's it been working with Sam? Everybody, thinks of OpenAI and that side of the work that he does, but how invested is he in the daily operations of what you're doing at Oklo?
Yeah, I think it's been a really incredible experience to have known him for these 10 years, and I think like Jake alluded to, he's just a very visionary person. He's helped us think that way too. To add on to what Jake was saying, I think looking forward to AI, seeing energy as the fundamental limiter or enabler of it, as you were kind of introing, and just realizing that even the cost of AI may roughly approximate the cost of energy in the future. I think he's been thinking about that for so long, and he's helped us think about how to start and run this company as well.
Yeah, and I think that in terms of nuclear, like Jake, you've been working in this space since you were 16 years old. Why is this the answer? You've got names like Bezos and Gates and Sam and so many Silicon Valley funds that are specifically investing in nuclear power. Is that the answer for AI? Or why is it nuclear, not something else?
I do think it is the answer. I mean, I think it's the answer for so much of what we're trying to do on an energy front, period. At the end of the day, there's a couple things that stand out to me. First of all, when you split an atom of uranium, you produce about...
Are you about to pull uranium out of your jacket pocket?
Some uranium out of the pocket. I told you I'd bring it. So when you split an atom of uranium, right, you produce about 50 million times more energy than when you combust the molecule of a hydrocarbon.
Wait, is that safe?
Totally safe. That's why I have it on my person. I carry it around everywhere I go, pretty much. 10 grams of uranium metal. It's an incredible technology, right? It's out of science fiction. It's why I fell in love with it when I was a kid. On top of that, though, it's massively scalable. It uses the fewest materials per megawatt hour of any energy source we have, right? And that means literally the fewest kilograms of steel, of copper, of concrete, of fuel, so on and so forth, per megawatt hour of energy it generates. It should therefore be the most scalable, cheapest source of energy you have. So it is a fundamental unlock. And the other thing is, when you think about AI, when you think about sort of a continued drive towards electrification, and I'll use the term digitalization, you need power that's 24/7, that's reliable, and you really want it to be clean and sustainable, and you need it to be able to be massively scalable. And that's something that fission really does well. It wants to run 24/7. It's clean. It's scalable. It can be very, very affordable. And when you have the lowest material footprint, that also means you have the lowest impact on the environment. So it actually works really, really well when we think about what an electrified future really means.
Now, Caroline, you run operations at the company, and you guys have been around since, 2013? 11 years? And it's just, when you think about AI, it's this unregulated space. You can move pretty quickly. You can scale very quickly, and that's what we've been seeing. When you think about nuclear, my goodness, the hurdles you must have been and continue to face. I know you've got that first site in eastern Idaho, not live yet. It's been in production. You spent 11 years at this, working with regulators, working to do all of the operational things that kind of come before you launch a reactor. Walk me through how difficult that has been, because it seems like there are just so many barriers to entry into this market.
Yeah. In one sense, yeah, it's been so long, but in another sense, we're now at this cusp of so many things happening. So it's kind of interesting. It's really, really slow until it's insanely fast. And I think that has to do with, the regulatory path is hard and it just takes time. And so we, especially because the regulator really is set up or has history in regulating what's called water-cooled reactors. So these large water-cooled reactors you see across the country, and we're this small, using inherently safe characteristics, reactor that's called a fast reactor that uses metal fuel. And so it's just different from top to bottom from anything they've seen before. So we really felt like we had to start right away. And we did, really, the first year after our seed round, we started engaging the regulator on a formal basis and just doing a pilot. We started engaging with them in 2016. We did a pilot application in 2018. We did another application in 2020, which was doubly hard because of the pandemic. And now we're working on yet another. But I think this is where we see so much that paved the way for all of that. And now we're working with many customers on many sites that were just still potential customers. And so it's a really exciting time for us.
Yeah, and I guess that's one thing that I should have had us explain a little bit earlier. So you have a smaller footprint. The site that we're talking about in Idaho is a 15 megawatt facility. It's a different type of reactor than what you would think of in like the heyday of nuclear and back in the 1970s in the U.S. So explain why the smaller reactor makes more sense and what you're doing technologically speaking that is just like different and more innovative than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I think one of the things that kind of was a root for how we built the company and started it came from me having kind of, I guess, the odd but cool opportunity of starting very young in the space and getting a chance to touch a bunch of different facets in the industry. I was drawn to thinking about what was next. It's a mix of that, but what I really realized in that path was it was more about doing things in a new way to deliver what was next with respect to next generation kind of nuclear technologies. So what we're working on is building on a wonderful legacy of liquid metal cooled fast reactors. That's kind of techno jargon to basically say a system that runs using liquid metal as a coolant. It's a wonderfully capable coolant. It runs at high temperatures without being pressurized, compatible with common materials used in many other industries, so taps into already operating supply chains at scale. That's very important. It also has the features Caroline talked about, allowing you to have a simplified kind of safety case. You put the physics of the system on your side, so it's a physics-safe design. That allows you to simplify the plant, further kind of reduce costs, and make it just a more elegant overall, basically, technology solution. And then package that with a business model that matches what people actually want. This is one thing I saw in nuclear was the typical business model of how the industry would work, which basically entailed designing the power plant to like something between 50 and 80% completion, and then trying to find customers give you like a couple $100 million to do the rest of your work. Just a very high friction, doesn't really match with what people want. So we found, though, there were a lot of people who really want to buy the wonderful energy that a nuclear system can make. That's clean, that's reliable, that's affordable, that's scalable, that's kind of always there. You just got to make it easy for them to buy. So we took a different approach on the business model where we design, own, operate, sell power through long-term power purchase agreements. That solves a lot of that. So couple that with the technology, and then the others are the size, like you said. We're at 15 megawatts to start. A great starting point for a lot of markets. Works really well with a lot of data center opportunities as we start here. But it's not where we end, right? It's a starting point because we wanted to be as small as we could to keep capital low, to go from start to full power, like first sort of operating power, as opposed to what typically happens in nuclear, which makes that a multi-billion-dollar proposition and very difficult to get off the ground. This allowed us to tackle this in a totally different way, kind of re-engineer the way a nuclear organization typically operates, which has allowed us to achieve somewhat unprecedented kind of capital efficiency, hit milestones in all sorts of ways. Taps really well into, I would say, I guess I'd call it kind of, the startup Silicon Valley ecosystem that is part of what I think attracted Sam to us to him, and all that. So.
And a part of your design is also that you're using leftover nuclear waste from the government. Walk me through that side of how it's different.
It's so wild to think about this. This is one of my favorite things, right? So literally today's nuclear power plants, they use about 5% of the fuel that goes into them when they're in the reactor. What that means, what comes out is, we think of as nuclear waste. It's really just barely slightly used nuclear fuel. More than 90% of that fuel remains unused, and it's extractable. So you can put it through recycling technologies that pull out the unused fuel and then use that to power our reactor. What that means then is now you're able to extract the incredible amount of energy reserve that is now otherwise considered sort of in waste. There's literally enough energy content in the used fuel in this country alone, which for numbers, it's about 90,000 metric tons. By volume, that would fit in something like a super Walmart. There's enough energy content in that to power the entire United States electric energy needs for 150 years. And then when you scale that forward, every year our operating plants produce enough fuel through waste to power the country for 4 more years. And at scale, this is what gets me particularly excited. This is truly, and by the way, all that technology has been demonstrated. This plant in Idaho that we derive our legacy from, yes, it's new technology, this liquid sodium cooled fast reactor, but it's kind of not. It was starting to get developed out of the Manhattan Project. We as a society have built more than 25 of these plants, accrued more than 400 combined reactor years of operational experience. We've shown how it works. We've shown also how we learned what doesn't work, but we really successfully learned kind of what works through demonstrations in Washington State and Idaho. Idaho is where we're building our first plant that builds directly off the legacy of that plant there, and it demonstrated the ability to recycle waste. And the thing that gets me excited about that is, yes, that's cool about the waste side, but it also drops the cost of energy because the fuel becomes a lot cheaper when you recycle it. And then at a scalable level, think about this. We have a technology that's demonstrated on the reactor side and the recycling side. Truly, we know how it works. There's no science risk. We know how this stuff works. That you can use to tap into the heavy metal reserves on this planet that we know are accessible and power the entire planet's energy needs for a 10 billion person planet for several billion years. You effectively have a terminal energy and climate solution. that's pretty motivating, right? Which is pretty cool.
And you called this like the silver bullet that's right in front of us. Why haven't people capitalized on it before?
Yeah, it's a funny thing. Like, it is truly a silver bullet. Like, it works. People are like, oh, there's no silver bullet to climate. Yeah, there actually is. I think there's a couple major reasons, but largely distill and collapse into kind of the one underlying one, which was it was a technology that when it was ready to come out to market, starting in the sort of mid 90s, the kind of the legacy industry was taking it forward under the same business model that they had done other things in the past, which meant they were coming up with things that didn't really work. And so, sorry, from a business model perspective. So they took something that was proven at 20 megawatts, they scaled it to 300 megawatts. They introduced new technology so they could kind of stay eligible for research and development kind of government funding. They weren't really focused on productizing it. And they wrapped all that in that old business model that nobody wanted. So even if you have a silver bullet, but nobody wants it because you make it in a way that nobody can buy or will buy, it doesn't do anything. So our view is to try to tackle those fundamental limiters and just go.
And Caroline, I feel like you had to break through a lot of existing market paradigm as you entered this space. Jake was just talking about like the legacy nuclear players. How has that been navigating it? Because, I mean, historically, I feel like there have been these like huge recurring costs, which is a good thing for existing players. Guaranteed power supply contracts. So were people hostile to you entering this market?
I think early on, there's just kind of an attitude of how to put it. I think like we were a shiny object or kind of cute, and I think it was not really a threat, and I think it was interesting to people. So I think starting off, that was kind of the attitude. But I'd say, yeah, I think there's a kind of a natural edginess between this kind of new model and kind of the old one. But I think like maybe one of the best analogies is between us and kind of other hard tech companies like SpaceX, where like I think there was a lot of government collaboration there, but there's I think shows that you can enter an industry where people thought you simply can't do anything without billions in government funding, and they showed how you can be scrappy and do that. And I think that's kind of analogous to what we're doing here.
So we've mentioned this site in eastern Idaho where you you first set up shop. You're obviously having conversations with people across the country. You're also looking to go public pretty soon via SPAC. Walk me through next steps for you and how you're thinking strategically about locations where you want to launch.
Yeah, so we've got four areas that we've really announced. We've got 4 plants that we've announced. We've talked about Idaho, 2 in Ohio, 1 in Alaska. There's more coming, which we're excited about. It's kind of at this inflection point now where we're moving into sort of scale up and delivery and building out some of our infrastructure to deliver on these plants and the many more that are accruing in our pipeline. And so it kind of made sense if the right opportunity presented itself to find a path to public, because our business model has the opportunity to really build off of project finance models where I can take my long-term power purchase agreement and go take that into the project finance markets, just like renewables have shown work really, really well, and tap into that. But doing that as a public company is far more scalable than as a private company. So we saw that opportunity, if we could find the right opportunity, would be a great one. And I guess very fortunately and excitingly, we did see that, which somewhat maybe almost ironically was Sam Altman's SPAC, because we had never talked to him about that. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, wow, that actually literally checks all the boxes we want to see. So also kind of changes some of the overhang that SPACs have had. It's a simple structure. It has all those kind of benefits, kind of long lockups. It's about capitalizing for the company to grow and scale, not about, cashing out or anything like that, because we're moving into this exciting kind of inflection stage for growth. And then I think what it's turning into is an opportunity to just kind of scale as quickly as reasonably possible, built around sort of what we're seeing in the order book side. What's happening in the AI space and the data center space is mind-boggling, right? I think one of the things we've seen is there's a lot of excitement. We have prospective customers that are coming to the table there. The energy needs are, first of all, they're very energy constrained in a lot of markets that they want to grow in. There's just not energy on the grid for them to find. Places like Texas or Virginia, Arizona, a lot of places, pretty much everywhere almost. So they want to find ways to build these things, and they need the power for it. And the other thing that's come forward, obviously, is what AI has brought to the table in the last year and a half, which has fundamentally, I think, broken almost all of their models for what their energy needs are going to be going forward. Because I think the numbers are so incredibly large that it breaks their models. And so they're going to need so much energy in so many areas, and it needs to be effectively 24/7 reliable power. and they want it to be clean and scalable. And we're sized in a manner intentionally, by the way, to match very well with what they're doing. We have a 15 megawatt offering. We also have a 50 megawatt offering. We might go a little bit bigger over time, but those work pretty well to kind of match how data centers get built out block by block. And a cool thing too is because of our sizing, we can offer the N+1 reliability that they want, that they need to see. So it really is like the boom that's happening here is going to be pulling us along in a lot of cool ways. That's a really silly way of saying we're excited to ride the AI sort of energy wave.
And this is this is before you've got LLMs integrated into search engines. Like, I just can't even imagine how quickly the need for power is going to scale. And you guys, like you said, Caroline, earlier, like, you're actually moving quite quickly in this space, 11 years in. And it's just one of those things where, like, I imagine like those regulatory hoops are really tough. Another question that I have for you, security. Like, so many of these data centers work with 3-letter government agencies, and you guys are not taking funding from the government, and you're kind of doing things on your own. How are you bracing for like physical EMP attacks or like other cybersecurity threats? It seems like a lot to navigate. Or either one of you.
Yeah. So yes, data centers need not. Some of them have especially stringent needs for security. You might also call it resilience, or kind of the EMP resilience as well. So what we're seeing is we can offer them that kind of resilience because of different measures that you can take. But one of the key features that allows us to be able to do that inherently is because the technology that we're working with actually allows for, when it's inherently safe, like it can't melt down, then there's also limits to what bad actors can do. But obviously the other piece to that is just making sure the power stays on regardless of any radiological things. So we've been working with them on how to ensure that and offer that product.
And real quick, last question. I know we've been focusing on AI as your chief buyer. Where else are you seeing customer interest?
Yeah, I think you have a massive trend that's been going on for broad electrification in the last several years that I think really got picked up with the Infrastructure Act and sort of the Inflation Reduction Act that really drove forward a significant investments and incentives to basically decarbonize everything we can, ranging from, and that's just going to put a lot more demand for electric power on the grid. I saw, and I can't remember the exact numbers, but just the amount of energy needed to sort of electrify San Francisco as a back of the envelope case study is several gigawatts just to electrify heating and cooking and domestic use of that, as well as transit. So, and that's one municipality, and that's in some ways a smaller footprint municipality than a lot of others that are going to take a lot more to do that with. But you see that also going into industrial processes. So a lot of exciting opportunities on sort of the industrial side, opportunities obviously to provide power, including into like master plan community development, where we can think about energy resilience and price stability, something nuclear affords in a very favorable way. As a California resident who's seen my power bills go up by over 50% in the last few years, I'm not saddened by that idea for future opportunities. But also I think the military has some opportunities around making sure there's resilience on their bases for power generation and power consumption. So I think it kind of touches on everything. I mean, energy is one of the most fundamental inputs into our life, right? So like, as we move to a world where we're retiring assets, where we're scaling energy use, we're electrifying, we want clean energy, we want it reliable, we want it affordable. I mean, it's a huge opportunity.
Thank you, Jake, Caroline from the Oklo team, and thank you to the Lively and Grit Daily House for having us, and everyone in the audience here.
Thank you.
Oh, we're ready to go. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Ariel, for joining us today, joining our panel discussion. Today, we're talking about the role of fintech in sustainable wealth growth. So let's start from the basics. So my first question to you is, what do we actually mean when we say fintech? What are the modern trends of the industry? So is it wealth management, investment, person-to-person payment, I don't know, bill splitting? So tell us more about that, please.
Absolutely. So fintech has been blowing up, and it's really just the blend of financial technology. So it's where we're having opportunities for technology to leverage our financial operations. It's with investments. It's being able to, at the table, be able to split a bill with somebody electronically when you don't have your card or anything. And
Very
I think
convenient.
very convenient. But I think that where there are some really great developments with fintech, I mean, technology is really powerful. It makes things very easy. Where I think we start to run into some trouble is where that ease is being a little bit taken advantage of by some of these large corporations in how financial behavior acts and works within the average Joe kind of person. So people want things, right? I mean, it's
for sure.
You get marketed to, especially now, we're getting marketed to 24/7. You can't go out of your house without getting blasted by an ad. You're in your home. It's on your phone. It's pretty constantly hitting you at all times. And now you don't even need cash. You don't need even to take out your card. You can just tap it. You can click a button. Oh, and the best part too is you don't even have to pay for it when you click a button. You can easily finance it for a couple small payments over time. So
yeah, for sure.
Well, those advancements in fintech have the sense of ease. It makes this convenience that we're constantly chasing. How can it be easier? How can it be faster? How can it be more seamless? Also is leading to a lot of financial instability. And we're actually seeing this big shift where the number one reason people are in therapy right now is actually financial reasons. Financial stress, 70% of Americans are stressed about finances, and almost 60% are living paycheck to paycheck.
Oh, wow.
We're on a very negative path when you look into the financial future of individual Americans with non-housing debt out of control into the tens of trillions of dollars and climbing each and every year. And that's credit cards, that's student loans, that's the HELOCs, which a lot of times people are like, oh, it's our credit card debt just reached over $1 trillion. No, it didn't, because especially when interest rates are low, people are just taking out personal loans and they're leveraging their HELOCs to pay off credit card debt. It's one of the number one reasons for a cash out refinance, if you can ask almost any mortgage broker.
So wait, is it technology to blame? I just don't understand. With so many innovations and tools and platforms and apps, why is the situation getting worse?
It's making it just so easy to spend money. And that's what they're after. They want you to buy, and then they want you to pay interest. And so the advancements of so much of the fintech out there has been just really angled towards those two things, because you're making these big financial companies a lot of money. And even when you think about these different cash paying systems, it's not free. There's nothing in life that's for free. And if you think about the infrastructure that it costs to build, protect the security levels that need to be done, they're profiting off of this. So it's just like Warren Buffett's thing is, right, the debit card is the worst thing to happen to the middle-class American people, right? And to use a credit card, because you're then, as long as you can be responsible, you're getting the points off it. So while it's definitely made our lives convenient, and that's been fantastic when you're in a pinch or this or that, transferring money, when you're thinking about long-term financial health and the stability of our nation, the numbers are not looking good.
Yeah, I know it by myself. For example, when I have money or cash in my wallet, I see that they disappear, So when I just tap, I don't even realize how much I spend. And this is the trick here. It's terrible. But let's talk about innovations a little bit more. So if we talk about innovations, about technology development, so which tools or which innovations have contributed to the development and growth of fintech right now?
I mean, there's been so many. I think that the one, though, that we're working on currently, which is Helo, that is designed not only to be the cash management tool. It's not just a budgeting app, because there's a lot of budgeting apps are out there, and budgets are just diagnostic tools. They're just telling you where the leak in the boat is. I love how you call them. It is. It's where's the leak in the boat? It's telling you, is your blood pressure high? Is your blood pressure low? You're either over or under budget, and where are you spending your money? what we're doing is we're integrating the information of a behavioral psychologist with a virtual financial planner who's telling you when to do things and in what order and in what way. But what we're doing is our whole premise is building the discipline, automating financial discipline so that you can just make sure that you're on target to pay your bills on time, to save for the appropriate goals that you're looking to, and you don't have to think about it. It doesn't have to be hard because you're just gonna get one discretionary card for all of your immediate spending, and it doesn't matter what you spend it on, gas, groceries, and whatever the heck you get up to on the weekend. We don't care. And you don't have to sit down and put in one column, well, I spent $6 on personal care more than last month and $12 less in groceries. Like, no one's doing that. You're not coming home from work, making dinner, giving your kids a bath,
for
and
sure,
then
no.
sitting and going through every statement you've made. It's just not happening. So how can we take the necessity of financial management, financial discipline, and how can we put that into something that's automated, that's quick, that's easy, that's simple, and you pretty much can't screw it up. It's like bowling with the bumpers. You're going to hit some pins on the way down.
Yeah, that's for sure what we need right now for fintech solutions. But also talking about innovation, so what emerging technologies do you think can actually help us, and what technologies are booming right now in 2024? And especially, I wanted to ask you about AI because, for example, I strongly believe that AI has great potential in terms of healthcare, right? And there's going to be some great ideas and breakthroughs here. So what about fintech? Is AI a game changer here for fintech?
Absolutely. And we're actually very excited to be using AI in our platform. So ours is called Mike, which stands for Making Investment Knowledge Easier. And it's a really cool AI tool that you'll be able to access on our platform where you can ask it questions. Finance is it's emotional. I always say if it was just numbers if it's just numbers on a page, everyone would do great at it. But it is emotional. We have money messages we've heard. We have a perception of our own value in relation to how we are. It's about our sense of security, which goes right back to your little lizard brain. And are you protected or not? Can you survive? And then status and comparing yourselves to other people. So I think it's really important that when we were making this tool, we had to create a safe place for people to go to ask these quote unquote dumb questions that they feel stupid asking to a friend or coworker or anyone else. And they're not getting consistent, concise, or just good information off the internet in a way that's easy for them to understand. So creating it not only digestible so they can have a place to learn is important, but beyond that, we're kind of making it into your mom in the way that as you're going through the month spending your money, you're going to get notifications of saying, like, hi, Jane, it's the 17th of the month and you've spent 3/4 of your budget. You need to start bringing your lunch to work and stop buying burritos every day.
So we were thinking about financial independence when we were kids because, parents gave you only limited amount of money. So now we're going back to that. So actually adults need supervision as well here with their financials, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's so important, and it's so funny when you have people, and the one analogy I always bring up is think back to when you graduated college.
Okay.
You just got you got out of the whole dorm life, you're in your cool apartment, you got your first job where you're making real money, probably in the low, mid 100,000s, 50.
I'm still happy about that.
50, 60, and you're like, I've made it, like I'm doing awesome.
Yeah.
I've got everything paid for here, there, the other thing, and you balled out and you had a great life, you were happy with it. Then you get a promotion. And then you got a nicer apartment, and then you got a nicer car, and then you get caught up in this loop of pushing your lifestyle just continues to creep and creep and creep. This Insta-perfect messaging that we're getting, this everything's on demand. So being able to rein that back in and just say, how about instead every time you get a bonus, blowing it on X, Y, and Z, we make sure that we're on track to do these other things first. And then reducing the amount of anxiety you have because you don't have to think about your credit card because it's taken care of. We're helping people to save so much money on interest. I mean, these financial institutions that are out there, they are making hand over fist. They're making billions of dollars on interest and loans and everything else, even just by simply changing the method of how frequently you're paying things like your mortgage, everything else. You're able to knock off payment periods. We're able to put in, for call it 250,000 users, we're able to bring back almost $550 billion into consumers' wallets based on our technology and what we're doing, and in a way that they won't be able to feel it. Think about then that on a larger scale. If we're able to hit 1, 2, 3% of the population, that's going to be trillions of dollars that are going back into people's wallets, into equity in their home, into improving their credit score, creating more opportunities. And that actually turns into strengthening our banking industry, because our banking industry is not going to be continuously sustainable when the default rates are going up, when the average loans are going up, and then people aren't taking into account for when they get hurt. I broke my neck. I was out of work for 8 months.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to
Life
happen to
happens.
you. Yeah. And you can't just, people are always relying on, oh, it'll be fine. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. This is going to come through. And sometimes it doesn't. So wouldn't it be just nice to know you have your own safety net there? And I think it's really important that as this technology grows, as things get faster and easier and this and that, there's just some core principles you need to have in place for yourself. You need to have an emergency fund.
Yeah, but basically going back to AI, so it does help you to make just things faster, more convenient, and easier. So this is the role of AI here.
And also the discipline. It's notifying you like, hey, this is what you're doing. Hey, you should be doing this. Hey, you should look into doing that. It's creating the bridge between what the patterns in your behavior, and also telling you what you don't know. Because people, you know what you know, but you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, and this is the problem, I guess, here.
Yes. If, for instance, you buy a house, let's say you put in your thing, your goal is to buy a home, you say you want to buy it, and because of the way you put in the finances on the budgeting app, it knows that you can't afford your mortgage payment if something happened to your spouse. Their income is, you need that to pay it. It's going to tell you, guess what, you need insurance then. Because you don't have enough you haven't been able to self-fund through your own investments or emergency fund. You're dependent upon this other income, and you'll lose now what's probably one of the biggest assets on your balance sheet if something happens to your spouse.
Oh my God, so you ask difficult questions. It's like a little supervisor, that it goes, okay, look here, think about that, be careful, attention. Okay, but another question I wanted to ask you, so what are the main challenges and pain points of the industry itself, right? FinTech is complicated. So what do you think? What are your thoughts here?
I think security. Security is going to definitely be one of the biggest pain points, as we've just seen what happened when AT&T went down. There's these exposure points. We were, just previously talking about security and what's going to happen as we get more dependent on technology. What happens when something happens to that technology? Somebody else was just joking the other day. We get invaded by whomever, and something happens to our technology. I don't think you're gonna be able to buy your groceries with Bitcoin. So,
yeah. No, exactly. You never know here.
Yeah, and I think it's just really important to think about: are the tools you're using secure? The safest way to hold assets, if you have an investment account, the safest way to hold those assets is with an investment company it's held in trust for the benefit of the client. So that's for our clients, that's how we hold all of our, at Nightingale Wealth Solutions, that's how we hold all of our clients' assets, and unless they, decide otherwise, but it's with our investment firm, and then your IRA, your brokerage account, Roth, whatever we set up for you, it's held in trust for the benefit of, so that if anything happens to this firm, anything happens to here, you're getting your money. It's the safest way to hold assets in the United States. So I think it's asking those types of questions. What happens if, and somebody joked the other day, well, what happens if Merrill Lynch goes down? And somebody laughed, said, that won't happen. We're like, and you know how many other companies people have said that about?
Yeah, that's so true, so true. Okay, so this is number one problem, right? What about legislation? Is it like the main obstacle as well for the FinTech growth?
I think that's going to go, I don't think that there's going to be as much challenge with that, just because you kind of gotta, the times are changing, and I think this legislation is going to change, and I think that especially as people turn over in office, we're getting younger people in, they understand not just the value, but they also understand the exposure that sometimes these things can open us up to. So, and then you've got, with the stable coin, for instance, you've got some of these big giants like PayPal, MasterCard going to bat, making sure that these things get pushed through. So, I think that there's going to be some adjustment as those things happen, but I don't see that as being a huge block to the industry as a whole. Times change, legislation gets updated. Our government is not designed to move quickly. It is meant to move slowly so that we cannot, so to kind of help us not screw it up as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. But okay, so that's great news. We like people, like Average Draw or businesses, how can we leverage all these financial tools and apps that exist right now? Just maybe some practical tips from you.
I think number one is make sure your passwords are updated, make sure they are very secure.
And remembering them.
Yes, remember them. can't say how important that is. The other one is
passwords. Okay.
Yeah, passwords is huge. And aggregation. If you need to know what's going out of your household every month, you need to know what's coming into your household every month, and you need to know your net worth. And then being able to plan those goals. If you don't have a direction you're going in, you're not gonna have good financial management, and you're gonna lose out on opportunities. And that opportunity cost compounds exorbitantly, especially over the lifetime of somebody.
Yeah.
So by you not knowing about a Roth, even something as simple as a Roth IRA, or how to buy a home, or doing this and that, you're sacrificing so much of your future and starting early. But I think it's find something that you like. Be consistent. So whatever tool it is that resonates with you, whether it's Hilo or anything else, find something you like, find something you trust, find something that resonates with you. And I think the most important thing is find out who's running it. Is your data getting sold? Are you getting getting pushed credit cards, and are you getting pushed loan offers and this and that through these tools? Or is this something that's actually built on the integrity of the fact that it's trying to improve your financial situation?
Okay, yeah, great. Okay, so aggregation, finding the right tool, make sure you keep track of everything. Sounds great. Okay, so Ariel, thank you so much, and thank you so much for Lively and Grid Daily for this amazing conversation. That was great.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sky Canavis. I'm a senior analyst at eMarketer, where I cover the digital transformation of retail, marketing, and consumer behavior. And I'm really happy to be joined today by Devin Johnson, who's the founder and CEO of Brand Defenders. And that's a full-service brand management firm. And to kick us off, I want to hear a little more about what you do at Brand Defenders and what your background is.
Thanks, Sky. It's a pleasure to be here, and appreciate Lively and Grit Daily House having us out. So Brand Defenders is a concierge brand development management agency. It started on the premise that a lot of agencies were being very narrow and niche focused on what they would offer to organizations. And what would tend to take place is that when you'd work with an agency, a lot of times the expected value or the KPIs that really would be scoped and the things offloaded to those agencies would tend to be very narrow focused. It would conflict with some of the internal staff, some of the internal endeavors that were taking place. And you were introducing new silos, new areas in which you would try to market the business, but you'd actually fragment the messaging and create more work long term for a cohesive brand that was very authentic to the market. And so as we built several organizations over the years and really had kind of endeavored in our entrepreneurial journey, one of the things that we found was that we could bring a set of skills that allowed us to really fundamentally go under the hood of these businesses and really learn what their value proposition was. and to sit and work with the thought leaders, work with the staff, understand the market segmentation, and put together more of a strategy that was based on intelligence that then drove sound strategies, and then where needed would allow us to plug our team in to outsource some of that execution so that it was a more holistic package. And that's where the concierge style service came.
Great. Now, here at South by, brands have such a big presence and become more and more important in how they market themselves. And I wonder, what are some of the learnings that individuals can take from brands, and how is your work working with brands applicable to individuals who need to manage their presence online?
Yeah, it's a great question. So how many, by show of hands here, have started a business, grown a business, or are looking to grow one? Okay, so entrepreneurialism is alive and well here with us in Austin. Now, when we think about the subject of how the top 1% manage their brands online, a lot of times we start thinking, okay, the top 1%, it's a filter. You're segmenting by a financial status based on assets and some type of influence. When we look at what that market is, and you start thinking based on the U.S. standard, it would be about $540,000 in annual income. Does that mean that if you make $500,000, you're not in the top 1%? Well, statistically, yes. But does that mean that you still have influence? In most cases, yeah. Right? Those individuals may have their own brand that's just as impactful to the organization they represent as the top 1%. So let's set aside the topic of what the top 1% is doing. And let's think about those of us who are trying to build a business. We've already built a brand. That brand might be our corporate name. But when we have our personal name, that's also now representative of us, and it's connected to the organization. And so what are those things that those individuals or those brands are doing? Most of them are much more intentional with how they curate content online. I think most of us, it's pretty safe to assume that most of us have a social media profile. Most of us have posted pictures from a family trip with information about where we were or what we were doing and why it's exciting to us. But not all of us have intentionally thought through, what is the market that I actually apply myself towards? What is my skill set? What is, if I'm going to be authentic in my genuine self on what my skills might be or what I'm trying to kind of grow myself into, what market is that, and what would they like to hear, or what do they need to learn? And if we start thinking that way, like the top 1% do more often than not, we can align the curation or the generation of our content to be much more meaningful to getting more followers that are actively and interested in what it is that we're doing. And then the dominoes start to fall for some of the other things that I'm sure we'll get into.
So it's almost like a customer-centric approach, would you say, thinking about your
Very
market, who your audience is, and speaking to them more directly?
Yeah, Sky. I mean, one of the greatest things that we can do, both personally and within our businesses, is to align our message more authentically to the customers that we're trying to either gain or to keep. It's obviously a lot cheaper to keep customers than it is to attract new ones. And so part of that becomes developing operational feedback loops, having better customer engagement, and engaging in UGC or user-generated content to look at what your customers are saying about your brand online, and then listening to what they're saying, adopting some of those sentiments into daily practice, whether it be improving operational behaviors, customer service behaviors, or just simply looking at some of the questions, concerns, frustrations, or areas in which content needs to be developed, and then mapping that into our content strategy for ongoing content releases. So yes, very much being more intentional across the board.
And what do you see as the most important channels for doing this, for managing a presence online?
Yeah, so when you're looking at user-generated content, a lot of times you've got two arenas that people are playing in, right? You've got the review source sites or the forums, right, where people are going and creating very short snippets of perceptions about your brand, or a little bit more long-form material about the brand. And then you have social media, where you can curate content. You can watch what's happening within the psychographics of kind of the illustrations of the messaging that you're putting out and what the engagement is, and really start to A/B test a little bit more what is being well received. And a lot of times you'll see apply itself over in the UGC side of things, whether it be Quora or Reddit boards that start to light up. And really, ultimately, when you think about representing a brand from the rep management standpoint, a lot of times these organizations that really miss the mark are seeing that negativity appear on these Reddit boards, And as Google continues to advance its algorithm, it becomes that much more detrimental to their search results. And what I mean is, if you think of a brand that's going through maybe something like a crisis or something of that nature, it used to be simply that Reddit with the brand's name would appear in their search results. And if things, weren't going well for that brand, then it would simply be a search landing page to threads about it. And now, more and more, as the search engines and the algorithms become much more personalized, and as the AI systems become that much more aware of who we are as a viewer, the content becomes more customized to your experience. So if you're interested in a different hobby or a different business or a different region than I am, your search result about the same company may actually highlight a different piece of user-generated content more relating to your interests within the same brand than mine will. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and so from a targeting perspective, what needs to be done to make sure that your content is reaching the right audience that has those interests?
So important. Yeah, so what you need to be doing as a brand, both personally and if we were to kind of liken it into the corporate space, is to start fundamentally with knowing who you are. Who is your business? Why are you in business? What is the purpose and the value proposition? Really go out from there. And when you do that, you can quickly identify your target markets. And then you need to understand those markets, because not all markets are in the same arenas, right? There are some industries where you could be an industrial cable and you could be selling through a wholesale channel network to installers or to suppliers. And those organizations, those procurement officers, are not necessarily looking for your glitz and glam on a graphical ad on Instagram or TikTok, right? And so knowing who your brand is and where your vertical really stands with regards to how you go to market will help shape where to curate that content and where you should be publishing it.
And what are some areas that tend to get overlooked in this process from your experience?
Most of the time it tends to be around the things we just covered, and that tends to be understanding who your brand is. Most of us, when we start a business, we look at what the product is we want to develop or the service offering that we want to go to market with, and we think that in and of itself is going to warrant a customer yield, or that we're going to gain customers as we go to market and start promoting our business, whether that be through paid ads or whether we organically optimize our site such that we're going to get those customers. The problem is people have so many choices these days that most services, most products are almost commoditized. Hard to have true, distinctive, and disruptive IP anymore. And so when you start thinking about what it is that you're offering, you really need to understand why that is, right? When I think about why I got into branding, I had built dozens of companies up until the point that I got pulled into rep management. And it wasn't until I really got into reputation management that I really kind of found my why. And that's embarrassing to say, because a lot of those businesses before were very successful, millions and millions of customers. We have a wonderful track record of building organizations. However, I wasn't satisfied. I wasn't happy, Sky. And so when I start to think as an entrepreneur, as a business builder, as a father, what am I doing and how can I help generationally my kids maybe make a little bit different decision? My why becomes, how do I help people find their purpose? I love, Sky, watching my team members find their spark. Sometimes that spark has been when one of our great account managers came to me and said, I really have wanted to be a plumber. I've loved the trade. I've dabbled in it a little bit. I finally have this opportunity. We could not champion that individual any louder than we did. It was a celebratory event, and we're still very, very promoting of his choice today. That is what we need to be doing personally. It's what we need to be doing professionally. As leaders, as brand builders, as that top 1%, or those people trying to become the top 1%, we need to think about our why, because it intrinsically connects to the corporate business and the why or the purpose of that brand. And if you don't have a why, I know we say that a lot, right? The why, it's really the purpose, it's the lifeblood, it's the emotion behind your brand. I don't know why I'm getting feedback, so if you guys got that on your end, I apologize. But this is important to me, and I don't know if you just saw a shift in me, but I feel it, because this is what matters, guys. We're all here trying to make a buck. That's kind of why everybody wakes up and goes to work. It's not unique. We all do it for a purpose. But at the end of the day, once you've made that buck, why do you keep doing it? If you don't have that why, you're going to feel lost. And I've felt lost, but I don't anymore. And that's the beautiful part. And so when we work with an organization at Brand Defenders, more often than not, and I've come into organizations that were mom and pop, that were generationally handed off to children. I've worked with some multi-billionaires that sit here and just try to look for the next quick, great ramp-up business that they could just come in and make quick money on. But usually they're looking for personal advice on managing their brand, and then they pull us into the corporation. And what happens is they're a little caught off guard, Sky, when we start saying, okay, so you've told me about this fire online, or you've told me about this market you want to tackle, you've told me you want to go direct to consumer instead of through your distributors. What's your vision for 2024, 25, and so on? Why did you get into this business? Most get taken aback. They kind of sit and think, why is a rep management agency coming in and talking to me about my goals and my 4 disciplines of execution? Well, most don't really do the 40X model, and most don't think that way. But if we know ahead of time as an agency that an organization is or is not thinking in the correct ways, we can help shape that, which really becomes very apparent to their customers in our messaging that becomes more meaningful than just legacy content that was thrown up without real purpose. And so going back to the things that are missed the most, I want to make sure that I touch on your original question. The things that are missed the most is usually connecting passion and purpose with discipline and execution.
And then in terms of execution, it's a great point. One of the themes I keep hearing in the discussions, and one that we see in our research from a brand perspective, is a shift in investment interest from performance marketing to brand marketing, and really building up the brand. This is especially true in very competitive industries like fashion. We see that McKinsey had a poll where 70% of fashion executives said they plan to increase investment in that upper funnel brand marketing. But you can't do that in a vacuum, right? It needs to have a purpose that can drive the content that a brand produces. So how do you see the role of content evolving when it comes to personal brands? And what channels are best for communicating?
So if you're building a personal brand, you need to understand, or at least define personally, write it down on paper, create some goals that are actionable. What do you hope to get from the content you're generating? Right? A lot of times we think that we're just going to do a shotgun approach, and eventually enough shotgun pellets are going to make enough of a dent in the wall that the wall's going to fall down, or that we're going to reach the accomplished outcome. But we have to kind of think with the goal of the goal in mind. So why am I doing what I'm doing? It's to get to this goal. What's beyond that goal? Right? One of my mentors, Richie Norton, wonderful individual. If you guys don't know Richie, you guys should look him up and follow him. Richie Norton put it best when he said, okay, how do we live beyond the goal of the goal? And what does that mean? If your goal is to build a massive following, and you reach that goal, now all of a sudden you feel empty, don't you? Well, then you have to start over, and there's a new goal that you have to create. So what's the goal of that goal? Well, the goal of that goal is to drive my brand to where I can make $1 million a year in speaking gigs. Okay, that's the goal of the goal. What would $1 million a year in speaking gigs actually get you? What are you chasing? What are you really after? If you can think that way from the get-go, it's easier to back into the recipe of what's exactly needed than to continue chasing shiny things like a fish, hoping that eventually you'll actually reach the net result of the goal of the goal. So when you look at where you're going to create content, the answer, Sky, to where you want to create content is going to depend on really where you want to be in final cause, which is that living outside the goal of the goal. And when you live in that state, you can start to think, okay, the best way for me to accomplish final cause, or to get to the other side of all these goals, is to do all of these different things backing into that path that you've just created. And in some cases, Sky, you can get there by simply posting content on YouTube over and over. Right? We talked a little bit beforehand with Spencer from the show, and we were talking about how my eldest son, he's 18 years old, he's a wonderful, wonderful young man, but he loves to live in video games online. which most do. I personally didn't growing up. It was a different generation. I'd rather have my hands in the dirt. But for him, that is his safe space. That's where he loves to be. And a lot of times we start thinking, well, why are you watching another kid play freaking video games? Just go play this dang video game. You have the console. And then what does he ask us, fathers? He's like, well, why are you watching the Super Bowl, Dad? Here's a football. Just go play the freaking game. Touche. Right? But my point is, if that's where you're comfortable, and if you're one of those people that doesn't like to feel comfortable getting on stage and talking to people about what excites you, put on a headset. Talk to other people like you. Post content online where you're going to get user-generated engagement that's authentic to you and who you are. And for him, that's him being a different individual than I am. I don't feel comfortable going and building video game-based YouTube videos, right? And so, but if that is your goal, and I start looking across the crowd here and I start thinking, okay, what's his goal? If his goal is to lead an organization and it's through speaking engagements, he needs to build thought leadership credibility. So it might be written blogs. It might be editorials or third-party publications where he's doing press releases about his upcoming events that he's going to be at to drive awareness. And so going back to that being authentic point, if you're authentic to who you are and you know what you want to become or what you want to do or who you want to change and what value you want to add, go in with that in mind. You have to be in a giving state, a giving mindset. It can't be all about taking. It shouldn't at all be about taking. Because if you're coming to actually contribute to an event like this, and I hope somebody takes something away from this, otherwise I'm just taking up your time. The goal should be to share something meaningful to someone. And doing that can be in a lot of different media forms. So try your hand at a lot of them.
And now I want to turn a little to some of the new technology that's the big talk of South by. You know, there's a new track on AI this year. And even in the tracks outside of AI, it seems it's such a recurring topic of conversation. What tools are there? How do you see the evolution of the new generative AI capabilities helping with that, both internally as well as in a public-facing way?
What a great question. How many of you guys here have used AI? GPT, some form, right? We've all kind of tested it. We've played with the images. All this, I mean, we've had funny images from our brand symbol is a cactus, right? And there's a lot of meaning behind a saguaro cactus and just cactuses in general, especially with defense. But we've had team members put a cactus on a rocket going over a moon drinking a beer, right? So, I mean, AI has had a lot of fun, kind of creative elements to it. But when you start thinking of how AI can change your ability to brand yourself and to build more awareness around your brand, your purpose, insulate or create your reputation, right now we're in a very early stage of AI development. The masses are now becoming aware of it, but AI is not new. How long have you guys been using Google? Long time. You know what Google uses for its algorithms? Machine-based learning, AI, right? So it's not new technology. Even OpenAI has been around for a very long time. It just didn't become commonplace until more recently. And so when you think about how AI can really benefit those of us that use it, you really go back to the fundamentals to say, if this is who I am, this is who my brand is, and this is where I want my brand to go, and here's kind of the steps to getting it there. How can I fast track through efficiencies or even economies of scale where human capital, human resources may not be available to us, the creation of copy or content in a way that allows you to fast track your marketing calendar and to really get a lot of posts generated quickly. The thing that we have to be mindful of, however, is that AI, where it has its place, it also doesn't have its abilities in all areas. And so I sit and think about the authentic self. You've obviously heard me in the last 15 minutes talk about the authentic self. AI does not have moral discernment. It loses that. It also doesn't have a really good ability yet to integrate optimization techniques. And so when you know your market, you can ask it more intelligent questions and get a better outcome, and you can regurgitate a different request after it gives you some feedback. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I look at AI as a wonderful tool that's allowed us to get maybe 80% of the way there on copy generation, or to get better insight and market aggregation across different data points than what it would take from a human standpoint to go through the old Rolodex or the old indexes of all these different data systems. And, think of it as the old encyclopedia. Most of you guys aren't old enough to have encyclopedias inside your home, but I had cabinets of them. And I remember doing research papers on the old Encyclopedia M book, and it was like a yellow page. You guys don't even know what yellow pages are. But, okay, a couple of you. Okay, so when I think of AI as being more of the online searchability that Google afforded us versus going to the old encyclopedias to look up very quickly data, and then to be able to ask for citations and kind of glean data. The thing that I would leave with you is that when you use these in your different market segments, when you understand your customer, look for point-based solutions that are AI-based. And these could be marketing tools, these could be analytical trackers, this could be just market segmentation or psychographic-based segmentation. Leverage those AI systems. Don't think GPT is going to be the be-all, end-all of AI. There's a lot of great tools out there that'll give you a lot of insights, a lot of audit data that helps you drive your focus on the content you're creating, the market you're going after. And in some cases, you might learn something that says, my business model is like 5 to 10 degrees off. And if I just adjust slightly based on this new AI data that I just gathered, I'm really setting myself up for a much quicker path to that final cause, being on the other side of my goals, right?
Well, thank you so much, Devin, for sharing your inspirational insights on this topic. And thank you to Lively and Grit Daily and all of you for joining us. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, James. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, it's a complicated question because it's all related to the economy, but it's also related to AI, and it's related to the psychology of VCs. So how many of you are entrepreneurs or have startups? So entrepreneurs. So you've been through the process, or you're going through the process of raising money, and it's confusing because here's what happened in a nutshell. Between 2020 and 2022, there was this virus that was going around, and
oh yeah,
and the U.S. government printed $4 trillion. So or $6 trillion. Sorry. So 40% of all the money that was created in the entire history of the world was created in those 2 years. And so where did that money go? It didn't all go to like people who were fired. The PPP program. It didn't all just sort of like, oh, we're going to build bridges and make the world better. It essentially went into venture capital firms and investment firms and banks. and banks then invested in venture firms. So you had more money raised in those years than ever before in history. It was about $430 billion was raised by VC firms just in those 2 years.
Yeah.
And about 200 billion of that money, so about half of that money, has been invested. But now another 200 billion is just sitting there. It's the most money ever held by VC firms just in the bank. Like it's in their savings accounts. And it's their job to spend it. So they need to spend it. And by the way, VCs work usually with a timeline. They have to spend it in only so many years. So then you have 6 deals that everybody loves in Silicon Valley and every VC firm in the world chasing them. So what happens when there's high demand but low supply? Price goes up. So this is the economy right now. Now, why might you then have a problem raising money in some cases? Is because only a few of these, it's not like every VC firm raised like an equal amount of money. Only a few VC firms raised all the $430 billion, and they all were basically based in Silicon Valley. So if you were living in Chicago, say, and wanted to start a VC firm, chances are you had a hard time raising money. LPs, to your point, only trusted Andreessen Horowitz, Benchmark, Sequoia. So these venture firms went from being kind of garage-style venture capital firms to major financial institutions. So they're a combination banks, hedge funds, VC firms, and everything now. So now, basically, you have all this money chased by a few firms, chasing only a few companies. So every month now, there's new company. I think Perplexity started 2 years ago. Is now at a $1 or $1.5 billion valuation. 2 months ago, they were at a $500 million valuation. So somehow all the investors just doubled their investment. Who are the investors? Jeff Bezos, NVIDIA, Amazon. All the same guys are investing.
We know these names, right?
So that's the problem. So if you're so for LPs, those VC firms don't care about what their LPs think, because their LPs are like, Dubai or, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, like, institutions that really don't care if they lose money. They're just trying to get their money out of the Middle East in some kind of logical way. So it's kind of a blank check to the Andreessen Horowitz of the world. And so they're just investing. Now, they're investing in the cool companies. They're not going to invest in some shit company, but that's what's pushing the valuations of the cool companies maybe too high. And I say maybe with a reason. And maybe I could keep going, but I want you to, maybe we'll get to some of these answers in your questions.
Yeah. No, this is great, and this is absolutely true. So basically, the valuations are overly optimistic right now. Yes, that's what we're saying.
Well, they're high. I don't know if they're overly optimistic because, last year, something like, $600 billion was spent on software, services, and hardware related to AI. $600 billion. So the GDP of the U.S. is 27 trillion. So if you have 600 billion, and that's rising every year, that it could be that AI single-handedly is what's keeping us right now from being in a recession, meaning, several quarters in a row of negative growth. $600 billion is 2% higher than is 2% of GDP. So if we had lost that 2%, we might be in a recession this moment. So it's not a lot of companies that are contributing to this $600 billion in spending.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of mom and pop shops of AI that are worth anything, that are raising money and then spending it. So you really, again, we're down to a few small AI companies, both software and hardware. So like NVIDIA, I'm counting among that. And they're spending all this money that's really just propping up the global economy at the moment. So the valuations might not be ridiculous. Like you look at Perplexity as an example.
Yeah.
They're arrogantly stating that they're going to defeat Google in search, which I don't know. I looked at Perplexity. It's not really that impressive. They're an aggregation of a bunch of AI models. They don't have their own AI, from what I could tell.
Yeah, they don't.
And they tell you, okay, this is coming from Wikipedia. Here's the answer to your question. So I could just go straight to Wikipedia instead. So in that case, maybe it's too high. But here are the moats that I see these VCs investing in. Anything without one of these moats is probably worth zero. So they either have a large number of users, so Perplexity has 10 million users a month, or they have data that no one else has. So if you're starting your own AI company, ask yourself, do you have one of these? Do you have one of these moats? Like, do you have either, again, if you're a software company, there's different moats for the hardware guys. If you're a software company, do you have, are you, creating something? Do you have a lot of users, or do you have data that no one else has access to? And so I give as an example, I know of one company, they have a database of 185 million mugshots. So basically, everybody who's committed a crime, and I installed on the camera, so I know about 50% of you have committed some crime in the past. So everyone who's committed a crime in the past 30 years is in their database. So if they license their AI to Walmart, and you walk into a Walmart, they'll keep an eye on you if you're in the database. So that's a unique moat that someone just can't rebuild overnight. Well, the opposite of that is I have a friend who created a company that helps you make your resume. So he has an API with ChatGPT. There's no moat there. Anybody can make a software like that in 24 hours. So that has no moat. So that's a case where the data is the moat, and a case where the software is where the users are the moat is like Perplexity. So software companies have one of those two moats, and again, it's very hard to get one of those two moats. It's very hard to have unique data, and it's very hard to get 10 million users. But if you have one of those, you'll get $1 billion valuation in this VC market. Is that too high? I don't know. OpenAI is already worth whatever, 100 billion or some outrageous number.
Yeah, but let's say that that valuations are not straightforward, right? So never, especially for early stage. So how can we ensure these, fair valuations? At least how can we try to have them?
I don't think you can. I think
no way.
Well, here's the thing: if you're going to go the route of, I want to go to Silicon Valley and raise a lot of money and be one of the cool kids at the Silicon Valley parties, and then go public for $20 billion. Okay, you have to go that route, and your valuations they want your valuation to be high. Like, these guys don't actually want to invest less than $1 billion valuation. Yeah. But if you think you have some chance at getting a moat and you want to raise money, you cannot go the venture capital route. You have to go to aggressive friends and family. You have to find angel investors who used to start VC firms, but now they can't really. So you go to aggressive angel investors and friends and family, and you raise something at a $10, $15 million valuation, and you say, look at Perplexity. I'm going to Silicon Valley next, and I'm going to be just like them. Or Moonshot AI. I can't even figure out what Moonshot AI does. It's got a multi-billion-dollar valuation, and it's in China. So I have no idea what anybody's doing with that. But
yeah, I get you.
But again, to answer your question,
yeah, sure.
Focus on, either how can you get users, how can you get a data that's nobody else can get, and then you can raise money. By the way, you should raise money at a lower valuation so you keep more control. So raise money, get your friends and family, get a nice terms for yourself, and then build, and then later maybe go to the Silicon Valley VCs. But I wouldn't start there.
Yeah, but a follow-up question here. So you said that maybe it's better to fundraise with a lower valuation. So actually, from this perspective, as a startup founder, what's actually better when your company is the valuation is too high, or when it's actually lower?
It depends, of course, how fast you're growing. But here's the problem with too high. So I was talking to the CEO of Gumroad. I don't know how many, any of you use Gumroad. Within 6 seconds, you can make your own e-commerce store. It's a pretty cool company. Anyway, they raised money initially at a $100 million valuation, and then when the CEO wanted to sell it, he couldn't. They had the venture capitalists had a liquidation preference, meaning he had to sell for $100 million plus $1 before he even saw any return at all. They had to get the first $100 million back, and so he couldn't do that. The Gumroad had lost valuation. So he was stuck. He had to fire all the employees. He was stuck with a one-person company for years and years, which still is around, and it's doing very well, until finally he bought it back from the VCs for $1, and now it's growing and flourishing. But because he had raised money at such a high valuation, it doesn't mean he was rich. It meant that it was much harder for him to get rich by selling the company. It's very hard to sell a company for more than $100 million, depending on where the market cycle is.
Yeah.
So he was screwed for a long time. So again, I would recommend raising money that you could build out your idea and your model, your business model, so that you could dictate who controls the company. You could dictate things like the liquidation preference, even if your valuation is much higher. So I always think that's the better route to go.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing this. And this skepticism that LPs have regarding the startups valuations. So, what does it lead to? Does it actually help fundraising, or does it actually make the fundraising process slower? If it does affect in any way.
Again, it depends what kind of, like if you're in Silicon Valley and they're all chasing you, fundraising is like easy. Oh, you want $1.5 billion valuation? Let's make it a $2 billion valuation. Well, you'll even be happier. And they love it. The VCs love it. The LPs love it because they're making, the same LP 6 months ago, they were in the VC fund that put in money at a 500 billion or a 500 million. Now the VC firm decided, oh, let's just make it $1 billion. It's just arbitrary. And now and then they write up, by the way, then they tell all the LPs, you're up 100%. By the way, it's the end of the year. We're taking our 20% fee of the profits. We count that as a double. So the VCs are taking more equity in these companies on paper valuations that they themselves set, not an outside party. So it's all kind of a big scam there. So again, I would stay out of that circle unless you're like a Perplexity where you have 10 million users, you're going to keep growing, you're already making $10 million a month or whatever it is. And so you could dictate terms to the VCs rather than the other way around. You always want to keep control of your baby as long as possible. So if that means raising money at a lower valuation, don't confuse your company's valuation with your net worth because it's far from it. You have to sell the company for your net worth to go up. So you're not selling shares to the VCs. They're owning more and more of you when they put money in, not the other way around. So again, there's two different models. There's the super VC model, and then there's kind of what I think is better right now is the angel investor, more friends and family or people you know or wealthy people you know. There's that model. So the valuations are totally different. The moats are similar though, and so that basically, there's two models basically for what you're talking about in terms of the valuation scenario out there.
Yeah, but also another question is that a lot of experts say right now that LPs will invest more into, like stay with the family offices rather than investing into some venture funds. So how do you see this trend in 2024?
Yeah, that trend is very important. So what she's saying is a lot of wealthy people form family offices. So they hire professional investors to run their family's money. Let's say their family is worth $1 billion, and they have a little office and they hire investors to manage it and so on. What those family offices do, they'll invest a little bit with the VC funds just to get exposure to that. But they'll also tell the VC funds, hey, if you do a deal that you're excited about, I'm only putting money in your VC fund because I want you to let me put in money on top of your money in the deal you're putting in. So Perplexity maybe had, Andreessen Horowitz. I'm just using them as an example.
Today we talk a lot about that. So did they pay you for promotion?
No, I'm just using it as an example because it was like last month they got their $1 billion valuation. But family funds might say, hey, we're going to put a little money in Andreessen Horowitz, but when you do a great deal, we want to piggyback that deal and put in money directly from the family office. So their incentives are often aligned with the big VCs. Again, you have to go to a lot of family offices before you find the right combination of risk taker and angel investor who will put money in at the lower valuation. They all perceive higher valuations are less risky, when in fact they're more risky in most cases.
Yeah, so definitely. And going back to this skepticism from LPs. So basically, if you're an LP, right? So there is always a gap between GP and LP. So how can you navigate, this process? How can you be more careful or more certain, about the evaluations and about the current state?
Yeah, the key is you've got to find your own deal flow. So
your own deal flow.
You can't just rely on, because again, Sequoia, Benchmark, all of these guys are essentially scamming their investors. Like I said before, in June, this company had a $500 million valuation. In December, the day before everybody takes their 20% of profits, the valuation just doubled. Nothing happened. Just, we're going to put in some money at $1 billion valuation now, and we take 20% of the profit we just made. The quote, it's not real profit, but it is profit on paper. They take 20% of that, usually in the form of shares, and now all the partners, all the GPs, but not the LPs, have a lot more of the company by themselves. The LPs did not benefit at all. So I'm not saying that happens with every firm, but that is a very common thing that happens for large hedge funds, large venture capital firms, and large private equity firms. They do this every year. You'll see valuations go up in December, and they take their they take their share, But now valuation's at $1 billion instead of 500 million, so they have to do things to support it. By the way, then if they can't support it, then there's down rounds, and
down rounds
they're
are
fine
huge.
doing that too, because then they get more of the company at a lower valuation.
Yeah, and so how do you evaluate the current, venture capital landscape? So is it really that hard to fundraise right now, in your point of view?
Again, there's more money than ever, but they're invested in fewer firms than ever. So you really have to be in with those fewer firms. Now, I think if you have a good company with one of these moats I described, and we've just been talking about software, but there's similar moats I could describe for hardware or services or whatever. So I don't think it's that difficult, but it just depends what model you're working with. Are you going down up and down Sand Hill Road trying to raise money from the big VC firms? Then you need to show different things than if you're just trying to get angel investors. You're not going to find a $3 million valuation for a company which existed maybe 10 years ago, even like 5-6 years ago, but you'll see valuations $10 to $20 million, companies raising $4 or $5 million, and you can get in if you feel it's a good company. But again, you really have to know what you're doing. You have to make sure there's some sort of moat, some sort of reason, and then you have to ask, why am I so lucky that I am getting this special opportunity and it's not going straight to Andreessen Horowitz? Doesn't everybody want a $1 billion valuation? So how am I so lucky that before they called Mark Andreessen, they called me? You always have to ask that question with these companies.
Yeah. And wrapping up our conversation. So what trends?
I had this happen to me so many times where finally it became like almost a meme among my investor friends, where a company would pitch to us and they would say, listen, we know in the next round Bill Clinton and George Soros are going into this. We just need to raise the final 50,000 for this to fill out this round. And I'm like, is Bill Clinton really waiting by the phone asking, did James Altucher invest yet? Like, what's the deal? I'm waiting for James.
Yeah.
He's not doing that. So you always have to be careful of those situations.
Yeah. Thank you so much. No, that's absolutely true. And so wrapping up our conversation. So what trends do you see upcoming in this year in 2024? Do you expect more unicorns or less, more IPOs or less? A lot of people say that we're going to have more IPOs this year, because investors want to see their returns. So what are your predictions? We just started, right? It's March, so.
I mean, look, we're about to see the Reddit IPO, I guess, and in 2022, even in 2023, there was kind of not a lot of IPOs, and so the shares outstanding reduced. Part of the reason the market has been going up so well is that, again, it's supply and demand. Demand has gone up because, we might have a soft landing in the economy and the Fed's going to cut rates. So demand is going up for stock, but the supply of shares that are outstanding has gone down because there haven't really been that many IPOs and there's been acquisitions. So there is going to be a lot of IPOs this year. Tech IPOs, other kinds of IPOs.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of companies on deck waiting to IPO. We're going to see a lot of IPOs. We're going to see a lot of M&A.
Okay, so we're going to see. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of M&A, and you're going to see a lot of financing out there. Again, maybe limited at the $1 billion level to a small amount of companies, but still they've got, again, starting from the beginning, the VCs have $200 billion in cash in their checking accounts. Like they only make money if they use this money.
Exactly.
So they have to invest. So I think it's all going to be good. It's not really a bubble, but yes, there is this difference between the super high valuation companies and the lower valuation companies. And honestly, if you're an entrepreneur, try to be in the lower valuation companies unless you really can dictate terms, like with lots of users or a lot of data or whatever.
Data and users, yeah. So that's great. Thank you so much, James, for sharing
Thank
your
you.
insight. That was a really pleasant conversation. Yeah, and thank you so much, Lively and Grid Daily, for making this happen.
Yes,
Woo!
Thank you guys. Thanks.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
His nose couldn't stop bleeding. It's been bleeding everywhere.
Good afternoon. How is everybody? Thank you for joining us, the few people who have straggling in and out. It's good to see everyone enjoying a day full of content here at Grit Daily and Lively. So thanks to them for allowing us to come out. My name is Ted Baker. I have the honor and the privilege to share the stage today with something squeaking in the background. We're super excited to share with you guys today and share the stage with a Mr. Clayton Thomas, who I refer to as the Clayton Thomas, and one of the more memorable entrepreneurs that you may ever meet. And to my right, I have Dr. Christina Rahm, who is most definitely one of the most memorable entrepreneur, scientist extraordinaires that you will ever meet. So let's first talk about what you two are, what you do, and how you are affiliated with one another. Who would like to start?
You go first.
Okay. So I'm a scientist, a business partner of both of you guys.
There it is.
And I'm a mother of four, an artist, but I've spent my life trying to really work with the environment and people and animals to make the world a better place. And I get to work with you guys at the Root Brands and DRC Ventures to biohack and to really, I don't even know if I want to use that word, but really help the world again heal and be a better place through natural. I try to do as many natural things as possible, but I used to be in pharmaceutical biotech, worked in 89 countries, and this has definitely been the best thing I've done in my career and the funnest thing I've done. And I want to say this to everyone out there, you know, the inside of your body is so important, and your cells have to have positive energy and be exposed to natural things that support the inside of your body. But outside, from a business and personal perspective, you have to have the right people around you. And I definitely, with these two and the rest of the Root environment, have positive people around me.
I think we should stop for a second and say that she just said two things that are huge. Is the funnest, which clearly you're involved, so that would be.
Well, you're both born the same birthday,
That would be that.
Which was yesterday.
Which was yesterday. Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Hey, all right.
But you said something else. You said it was one of the most impactful things that you've ever done. And I think considering your background with pharmaceuticals and governments around the world, your studies of human monoclonal antibodies and all of these things, and cloning. So to say that what we're doing right now is one of the most impactful things you've ever done. Sorry, one more sec, Clay, before we get to you. Talk a little bit about that, because I think that people don't recognize the actual impact of what you've been, this mission that you've been on lately. And that's a pretty big statement.
Yeah, so, you know, working with the top biotech and pharma companies in the world and working with some of the top leaders in our world, you guys know because you're working alongside with me, but I traveled throughout my adult life to work on pharmaceuticals, biotech, military, government projects, but I was not in the exact right projects for me, but I learned a lot. So I learned, you know, failure. I also learned how to navigate those situations. And now I get to do my favorite thing in life, and that's working with the environment, people, and animals to clean the world up, to speak the honest truth. I try to do that strategically, as you know. But I get to work with the right men and women. And throughout my career, I had a lot of men and women not support who I think God wanted me to be. You know, we each have this mission. And at the Root Brands of DRC Ventures, we have such a great group of people and networks, the ambassadors, the business people we work with throughout the world, who just energize me and allow me to create solutions that I feel like the world does not have. So I have to say this. You go through life and you go through some really tough things, and then you come out of it, if you're lucky and if you pray enough and meditate enough, you come out of it a better person. So I think all the failure led me to working with you guys and the rest of the community so that we can provide scientific solutions that no one has, actually. Being able to provide something naturally that does not have synthetics, that's able to heal your body, and to work with men and women who support that and empower that is probably one of the biggest gifts I've been given in my life, and that's where we all are right now. So it's been a major gift for me that we're able to do this and really impact our world to make it a better place.
She failed to work with us, and we had to succeed to work with her.
I outkicked my coverage.
What do you think? What do you think is one of the most impactful things that you guys are doing right now in I'll call it empowering people to take back their health that maybe isn't common knowledge that she's kind of created, and how you're taking your marketing brain and your I think you're a savant in your own nature, the way that you think about things.
I'm just special needs.
What we'll call it what you like, but it is special. I'll tell you that much. So, what is one of the most impactful things that is happening right now with some of the creations that she's put out there, and how is that going to impact not only, I'll say, global health, but also commerce?
Well, it's interesting because conceptually in the marketing space, the term biohacking has become really popular, and if you understand what the human body is, we're the most complex computer that's ever been made. We are the quantum computer. We are the spiritual entity that is modeled after what a lot of other species want to look like and want to become. And in understanding this concept, if you look at the concept of hacking in computers, you have hackers that do a little bit. They can do some cool stuff. They can get into some trouble, but it's the engineers, the true engineers that have built infrastructures like Google and others. And the same aspect applies into our health and performance, where we have concepts that people talk about being biohacking, but there's very, very few true bioscience engineers, and we're fortunate to be able to sit with one. And it's very difficult to try to explain to people conceptually what she's created, because what Christina is in a very good job at, because she wants to remain humble constantly, is you have a woman, which is an interesting part because you typically don't see the creator, of coming from this space, but you have a woman that has 3 PhDs, a PsyD and EDD, a postdoc from Harvard in nanotechnology and bioscience engineering, that had Lyme disease when she was 19 and lost her memory, that's had a brain tumor, that's had a spine tumor, that's had multiple kinds of skin cancer, that's lost kids to cancer, that spent 20 years in biotech from Pfizer, Alexion, Biogen, IDEC, Johnson & Johnson, UCB, Bristol Myers Squibb, and Janssen.
Pause for a second.
I'm good at this.
Pause for a second.
I'm good at this part.
I feel like we just had a whole flow from Eminem or Tom McDonald or something.
I wrote
he
that
literally
too.
just rapped that all out. So, congratulations for being. I think you have another career in mind later.
I can do this,
That's
right?
great.
Well, you can rap.
Yeah. I can do a little digital underground. I can break out some comedy. We're gonna go to the mothership later on. I might walk on stage and embarrass myself. You never know. But the important part of understanding in this space, we are in the midst of the ascension of the species, but it's all based on choice, right? And it's based on the experience of understanding what we're made from, that we are light. Quantum physics has proven that. We are a spiritual being. Every aspect of science has been able to show, your aura, whether it's heart rate variability, looking at your chakras, your doshas, your meridians, all these different measurement aspects of understanding that we are a big bundle of light scientifically.
Slow down for a second, because you just said something really interesting. If anybody was able to grab it, you're amidst the ascension of the species. So just pause for 2 seconds, take a deep breath, give me 20 seconds on that, or a minute, and then I'm curious to how you will respond to what he is about to say, because it could go anywhere, but it's almost like truth or dare up here.
Well, we're at South by Southwest, so we get to bring up concepts that make people think, and hopefully we're a little bit more advanced here than the rest of the population, because being normal in this environment is a scary thing to dumb yourself down to. I don't think anybody here is normal, which is really, really important and crucial. But if you look spiritually at where we are, people are becoming more aware of what we are and what we come from. And that, honestly, this big bundle of light has been shrouded for a long period of time because of how polluted we've become, with heavy metals and different environmental toxins. And I was fortunate to not have Christina's biotech and research background, but growing up in an integrative veterinary practice, so having about 45 years of experience in integrative health in humans and animals, and understanding that in animal health, we understand 2 things that are really important: environment and diet control everything. And what's interesting is when you look at people, it's environment and diet that control everything. And as Christina talked about in Cure the Causes in her first book, of really touching on the aspects of physical, mental, spiritual, psychological, and emotional, that they're all tied together. You can't look at addressing one without addressing the others, because we look at homeostasis in the body as a lot of people will look at it as a teeter-totter and creating balance, but it's not. It's like the most complex mobile that you've ever seen over a baby's bed. And if you pull on one part, every other aspect has to adjust. So you have to be aware of all these other pieces and these other concepts, because if you're not cognizant of how they're all connected, if you put too much pressure on one area, you're actually going to pull the whole thing off. And where we are now, that we're seeking to become more advanced. We're hearing the conversations about microdosing and the conversations about DMT and the use of cannabis and other aspects and the use of different plants and different herbs because of their spiritual properties. The problem exists in this fact that people are playing with something in an environment that is not what those tools were made to be played with initially. Because if we go back to our indigenous roots of where we came from hundreds or thousands of years ago, where a lot of these plants were used for their spiritual benefits, we weren't in the condition that we are now. We're loaded with heavy metals and environmental pollutants and chemicals and things that have been produced that our body has no ability to deal with. And it's put us in a position where if you do things out of order, you can disrupt the entire process. You don't get to go from A to Z. You need to go from A, B, C, D, and on your way through. And this is what she understands. You can't jump, because you'll screw yourself up.
So my question is then, are we, and this is going to go back to you, are we in the ascension of the species, or are we trying to save the species? Because of technology, all the mental health issues, I know how adamant you are and how passionate you are about mental health. Are we actually in the ascension of a species, or are we dumbing ourselves down in a way, both mentally and physically, that we're just trying to save the species? Just go ahead there.
I think we're at an ascension. So I believe that I had cancer. I had Lyme's disease. I lost a child. I had bad business partners. I was in an abusive relationship, and it was really hard. I went through a lot. Not that I've had a horrible life at all, but every time you go through a virus, bacteria, every time you go through an illness or a trial in life, and you come out of that journey, if you decide to make that a positive journey, then you're ascending. So I think we've got it all wrong. Everyone's like, it's the end of the world. Everything's stopping, and now it's over, and everything's going to end. And I absolutely disagree with that. You've got all this AI, all this Web3, all this social media, but here's what I'm going to say. We have to embrace it. It's part of life. Doesn't mean we have to like it. We have to understand it, and we have to ascend. And what I mean by that is we've got a choice here. We either stop and say we're failing, the world's over, everything's gone, we have horrible lives, or we take the economic crisis, the oil and energy crisis, the healthcare crisis, and we become stronger human beings. And I believe this company has that, because we have an economic model that gives 50% back to every country we're in, and we're getting ready to be in 80 countries.
And
we're
to
going
people.
into
Don't forget
the
the
largest country, which is India. So we're giving that back to the people in those countries. And then we have a healthcare wellness model where we're helping people basically biohack or become the best version. And I say this like, I wish we didn't have to be caterpillars to become butterflies. But we teach our kids to read about the caterpillar becoming the butterfly, yet we're scared to do it. We're like, wait a minute, it's a dark world. Yeah, it is dark when you're a caterpillar in that cocoon and you're scared to death. But we can arise and become a butterfly. And I feel like this company, with the Root Brands and DRC Ventures companies, that we're doing that. And I say we, it's not us. It's the network of people that are working together instead of giving up. That's what they're doing. And then I want to say this too. I know Clayton wants to talk, but I really want to say this other part. We have the patents to make energy go to clean energy oil, gas, electricity, nuclear energy, that we can clean it and go 30% more through the patents that have been written that I wrote years ago. We have environmental remediation of the land, air, and water, because when a nuclear bomb goes off or there's pollution or there's manufacturing and innovation, those toxins go all the way up to the stratosphere and they don't leave. We're impacted by each other. So think about this. If we're impacted by each other or by everything that's going around negatively, then why aren't we ascending and impacting everything positively? And that's what I feel like we have the opportunity to do right now.
Hold on. So you just said patents. You said we. Let's touch on this a little bit, because I think there is a conversation about intellectual property and business development and investments. Your first patent was on the reversal of aging.
Of the land, air, and water and people. Yeah.
Okay, so
and energy.
Kind of important.
Yeah.
But also the stabilization of hydrogen fuel.
Yeah, I did that.
Are we there yet? No,
I mean,
but you already hold a patent on it because you understand the mechanisms of action and how to do it.
I do.
Were you labeled as an idiot, savant, and social when you're an adjunct professor in Johns Hopkins?
Yeah, but this isn't about me.
No, but there's an important part of understanding. This is where I get to brag about my better half. You have an innate ability to understand things and do things that have not been done. You just got a patent approved last month for an improved metabolism of alcohol in the liver.
And in the human body. Yeah.
Explain that a little bit, because that's kind of a big deal.
So first of all, I do want to say this, and I appreciate both of you guys are we're business partners, and we all have a strong relationship, so everyone compliments me. But I will say this: we're each as important as each other. I don't care if you're in marketing or if you're in PR. I don't care if you are a teacher or you're serving coffee. We each impact each other in a unique way that can change this world, which is why that network is so important. And my piece, because I really believe we each have this mission and we have to fulfill the mission. And I think what we're missing, and I do think we can ascend to accept this, what we're missing is how important we each are, not how important one person is. Like you look at a scientist that wins a Nobel Peace Prize, and I have done a lot of work, but you look at that and you think that person's like contributing to the world. But each person, Clay, is contributing equally to the world. And so, yes, I did write the patents, but the patents were written for humanity. So, for example, one of the patents is for the circadian rhythm, sleep deprivation, jet lag, and we haven't completely fulfilled that, but the patents were accepted. The skin coating was accepted. Well, it's almost accepted. We're fighting that one. Then the alcohol metabolism was one that was really important to me because I really wanted to work with addiction and rehabilitation, because there's this weird fact in life. We feel guilt and shame if we're overweight, if we have addiction, if we have mental health problems, and we shouldn't feel that way. The truth is there are so many heavy metals in the world, our body is bogged down, and so it doesn't handle food the same way. Then we've got GMOs, we've got pollution. Another problem is our bodies don't function like they used to, like our liver and kidneys used to be able, and our bladder and pancreas to filter out all of that. But because we've been exposed to so much innovation and pollution, it's not as easy anymore. So we need help. So I wrote patents that would help.
So we are ascending.
We are ascending.
We are ascending.
We're, and I want people not to feel shame that have addiction. I used to work at a methadone clinic. I mean, it's a crisis that's occurred because of the negativity. I want every person to become the person they were meant to be. So this patent was important to me. It doesn't actually just apply to alcohol. It applies to other drug substances that you need to get out of your body, or if people are choosing that as a format to help them relax or to help them deal with the stress that's going on, it helps metabolize it better out of the body so that they're healthier. And that's important to me because I feel like we live in a world right now where it's either left or right. We're living in shame, we're living in guilt, and I'm just tired of it. So that patent was important to me on many levels.
You hit on an important aspect, and this is where our entire business.
Plus, I don't want to forget this. I didn't want to gain weight when I drank. When I had something to drink, small thing. I didn't want to gain weight. I wanted to block sugar and carbs so that if I did choose to drink, or people chose to drink, it didn't harm their body and didn't as much and didn't cause them to gain weight. So
that's a mic drop moment right there. So you hit on the importance of community, and our entire business philosophy, which we'll dive into a little bit, is all built around the power of community. But in your first book, In Cure the Causes, which everyone should get because it's outstanding, you talk about the importance of understanding that we are each an imperfect piece to a perfect puzzle.
Yeah.
And touch on this a little bit, because it's been one of the greatest things I love to expand upon, because you wrote it and it's my favorite subject. I have a PhD in ramanetics. But talk about this a little bit, because we talk about community, and you talk about the importance of every individual understanding that they are of great value, and that each one of us, regardless of our audience, is of influence. Right. So expand upon that a little bit, and then we'll tie that together to our philosophical base.
Yeah, I feel like, this world is beautiful chaos. Getting ready to go into India, I always say I love India, but it's a lot of people, a lot of energy, negative and positive. And we all have that. We all have different characteristics. None of us are perfect. And each of those pieces that we have can contribute to the world if we use it the right way. Even the things we see as negative. And I mean that. Like when people have diabetes, or people are overweight, or they have an addiction, they look at it, like I said, as shame. And the thing is, that piece that's imperfect in that person can actually be used to transform and make the world a better place if you recognize that it's a weakness that you can turn into a strength. And that impact is so important. So as a scientist that did, graduate work at Harvard, I understand that our cells talk. So like I'm sitting here, our cells are talking across the room, even when you're on a Zoom or you're on social media, energetically, and this is a fact, your cells talk. Just like in the body, cancer cells try to make the rest of the cells be cancerous, right? Because they talk, they have pathways. We understand now as scientists and doctors that this same thing applies. And so we used to think, like the CIA, the FBI used to think people had ESP, or they would hire psychics, right, that would help them. They still do, by the way, guide them. In fact, you know this. They've said, gosh, Christina, you could walk in a room and you know everything that's going on. I'm like, that's not what I do for a living. I'm a scientist. Ted knows that's my world is science. I don't want to go into another world. That's what I do. But I am able to understand what's going on in a room, even if someone doesn't like me right away, or what's going on between people, if they're hurt or angry. And I think that's because I've spent a lot of time meditating, praying, and really tapping into the AI of my body. And I want to say that again. You have this intelligence inside your body you're not tapping into. And if people make you feel like you're crazy because you're not, well, they're wrong, because scientifically we know for a fact there are these individuals in life that have ascended and they're able to tap into this. We also know that everyone can do this if they focus on this, but they've got to spend the time doing it. So for me, this connectivity, this energy, you need to try to spend around as many positive people as you can that are working toward an ascension and not working toward a death of a society. Because if we spend our time around people that are always talking about the negative, that are always talking about it's the end of the world and we're not going to be able to do anything, then that's who we become. And then we focus on that, and then we start believing it. And I really do love like sustainable living, innovation, remediation, and all of those things. I'm not trying to get rid of that. I think we all move towards that as a society. But I also think we have to remember this is not the end of our world. Like I worked on a project where we were working on going to the Mars. And I remember saying, I don't want to work on this project. I want to work on how we're going to live here on this earth. Because the truth is, when they go to Mars, they're only taking about 100 to 150 people, mostly O negative and O positive blood types, which I'm O negative, so I'm not. Maybe
you get to go. You get to go.
No, but I don't care about that. Like I'm not going there. Like, and that will happen probably within our lifetime. But I'm going to tell you, we need to focus on this world and not just our generation, but future generations, and how we do ascend and evolve. We do have the capability now as scientists to put a device in the ear and know what everyone's thinking in this rom.
Hold on, not in your brain, just in your ear.
You put it in your ear. Well, you could in the brain. You could bioprint the brain, but that's another topic. You can bioprint or clone almost anything, and that's a fact too, but it's not happening rapidly everywhere because it's so expensive, and it's not something that's easily done, and there's an ethical debate on that, right, and a moral debate. But the truth is we have that capability, and a lot of us don't want to hear about it. We don't want to deal with it. We don't understand. Now, if you were in a PhD postdoc class or graduate class in some of these universities, you would be able to talk to other people that work on these projects, or if you were involved in the projects.
Someone like you.
Are those projects ever spoken about publicly? Do people ever?
Probably not a lot. Yeah. But I mean, you could look it up. I mean, I'm sure you can go under a machine. Like there's machines now that are available that you can tell what happened to someone consciously and subconsciously when they were 2 years old. If they had a cat, you will know the color of the cat. You can see it, like they remember it in their subconscious, and you can tap into that. You'll even know what the name of the cat was and if they loved the cat, which is so interesting. I remember the first time I was exposed to that, I was like, wow, that is so interesting. But the ability for, I would say, the mass population to accept and understand that is a hard conversation. So I think our solution, which was developing the Root brands and DRC Ventures and going throughout the world and step by step doing the process to make us evolve into these butterflies, because you have to detox the system, you have to clean the system and become stronger. I think that's our approach that people can accept. And in my 20s and 30s, I was a little, what should I say, ignorant, because I thought I could just go out and talk about things and people would accept it. And now I understand strategically there's an approach that humanity and mankind can understand. And I think that's the approach we're taking so that we can evolve into better human beings across the world.
How important do you think timing is to everything that's happened in the last 4 years with Root, DRC Ventures? Because there had to be some... I do think that timing has something to do with everyone's success or everyone's failure in some respect. So, how important was it for timing, Clay, when you started the company, how the company started, where she was, everything she had done, including offers to go work on things in other countries? How important was timing for you? Because this ascension that we've now kind of started talking about, this ascension that we're going through, there's a timing aspect to it, which is really interesting.
There is, and we don't dictate it. I think that's the fun part in understanding this, is there's a divine timing to everything, and the interesting aspects of nature, that the United States is the only country in the world that has a primary focus on pharmacology and in the pharmaceutical industry. And we call what we would deem to be indigenous plant use as alternative medicine, when I'm pretty sure since the beginning of time that we didn't use synthetics. It's always been, okay, these herbs, these plants, these things, but God has created this environment, and it is divine, that where there's a problem, there's a solution. And this has happened from the creation of this entire environment, which is really the foundation of what we work with. That when this planet was terraformed, because it's 70% water, 17% silica, and then a mixture of other components, and what's interesting is the human body consists of 70% water, 17% silica, and a mixture of a few other things. But when volcanoes
I think you should say that again so people understand. It's the same. Our bodies are the same as the environment.
We are a product of our environment, a literal product of our environment. And what you talk about is the genetics of the leaves on that tree are really close to our genetics.
Well, we share the same DNA.
So that means what they showed in Avatar, that if you look at the perspective and you can see everything, that we truly are connected to everything, and we come from it. But the volcanic eruptions that terraform this planet, volcanoes are the largest natural emitter of not carbon dioxide, because carbon dioxide is kind of important, but the release of heavy metals like mercury and other metals. That eruption actually created the land for everything to be done, but the emission of all of those toxic gases and toxic metals, if they weren't remediated, would have left this environment inhospitable. So at the same time that those eruptions were forming that, they also created different deposits of different crystals and clays. I love clay, by the way.
Self-promotion is great.
It's true.
No problem with
If you don't love yourself, you have a problem. That is the most important investment you can make. But this class of minerals and crystals and clays are actually what God created, what nature created to remediate the environment. And it was done simultaneously. And you can see this because the beautiful part, we see this in movies all the time, and you see this especially in areas that have a more spiritual context, like here in Austin or in Nashville. And if people understand crystals and how important crystals are now, and they love quartz. And quartz is so special because it's beautiful and it's this amazing crystal and it holds energy and does all this stuff. And it's in the same class. But the one that's the most powerful is what they use for kitty litter. That's the hint. So this amazing little crystal that you figured out how to unlock, that's something that the biotech industry has been using for decades, that the Department of Energy has been using for environmental cleanup of the worst environmental issues, has been using for decades, is what nature put here to clean up the environment. And now we're at a point in human history where we're so polluted, we're in the midst of an extinction event at the same time we're in the midst of an ascension event. And then comes along a bioscience engineer that has a very interesting name if we break it down, that has figured out how to take what nature created to clean up the environment and figured out a mechanism to process that, to make it bioavailable, that it can clean up our environment better than ever before. So being able to very passively, systemically, very slowly clean up the operating system, to remove the trash, to allow the body to become more conducive at doing what it's made to do. And here's the secret to bioscience engineering for everyone to understand, because all of the tools are given to you. Everything has been shown to you. We just have to figure out how to understand it. We're a biological computer. You would agree?
I agree.
So we're a biological computer. So let's look at computers as a way to understand what we are. There's a place in the United States that has really expensive real estate and has been really good at development of a specific industry. And we'll call it the computer industry, and the software industry, and the tech industry. And they call it Silicon Valley. You know, what's really interesting is why they called it Silicon Valley. So going back to what we talked about, we're 70% water, we're 17% silica. The planet is 17% silica. The most important thing in a computer happens to be microchips that are derived from silica. So this little crystal that is so effective at cleaning up the environment is a sodium aluminosilicate that just so happens to be nature's most bioavailable source of bioavailable silica. So if a computer doesn't have upgraded microchips and more advanced microchips, and as they were talking about before with, you know, investments, NVIDIA has been going nuts because they created new microchips that are able to run faster than Intel chips that help support AI, but even NVIDIA chips are designed for video. The new chips, as we met from Donaker when we were in that place in Switzerland that people don't like to talk about, but we were there, that he's created a chip that actually is designed for AI and runs even faster than NVIDIA chips. So if you want an investment for later this year, it's not even close to IPOing yet. But it comes down to silica. We don't get enough of this. You figured out how to take what nature created to clean up the environment, that just so happens to be the source for the bioavailable silica as well, that to create a mechanism that removes the toxins and at the same time is delivering the key trace minerals and the silica, because it's the silica in the human body that allows the rest of these pathways to actually start working. Because you can do all of these other good things and add all these good things, but if you don't have the precursor, the primary mechanism that allows all of those to work, you're not going to get the outcomes. You can't do it.
So what did you do with the silica? What? Tell the people a little bit about the silica and why the silica is so
What is
important.
this?
So I want to go back to your question, was how important the timing was. Because you asked the question and then
and he goes around it.
on his thing.
No,
So-
it's all timing. It's important.
I think the timing was important, and I think there was also a. And by the way, time travel is real. People can. It's hard to go back. You can go frontward, and that's been proven. String theory is too. The black hole theory is as well. It's no longer a theory. You can look it up. But when we went to school, I'm so old that like they told us it wasn't right. It was a theory, but I studied it, and I had a 5-year-old Kreider at the time that believed it. Went to school, and his teachers told him it wasn't true. In Germany, they were able to take an orange and an apple and go 80 miles in a split second, right? This happened years ago. It happened in the 80s. So you guys can look that up. And we've advanced even further since then. Silica is one of the major things that helps with things like that. When you look at the black hole and string theory and everything that is in quantum physics, it involves a lot of things that have to do with silica. So I've worked in different formats on different projects, delivery mechanisms with human monoclonal antibodies, have a formation of that as well. So to be really honest, you know this, Clay, you came to me with the project and I was like, that's going to be kind of boring. I'm not sure I want to do it. And he was like, I really need you to do it. And I was the CEO of a healthcare company across the United States at the time. And I went back in the lab and I worked on it and read everything I could get my hands on. I had a long history of working in this industry where I was taught by some of the top people throughout the world. Because when you travel to that many countries, you're exposed to your most brilliant minds, right? When you work with the top governments, the top corporations, you're exposed to everything. I was told for 20 years what happened in the last 4 years was going to happen. So I was prepared for the fact that our environment's toxic, things are going to happen. It's a matter of time, and we will go through, whether it's engineered by human scientists or by the environment and it occurring through mutations, these things are going to happen, right? Where you had this basically breakdown in healthcare, and the timing was perfect. So I believe timing is extremely important. I also believe, and this is what I think is important for people to understand, even though I feel like I have really good discernment and I can connect really easily, I listen to everyone around me. I feel what they're feeling. I don't disregard what anyone says. I don't care if it's a mother or someone that works in music. I listen because I feel like there's messages all around us. So you really believed and convinced me that I needed to work on this project. So I threw myself into it. But taking silica and making it bioavailable and efficacious and safe to the body is a hard thing to do. I'm just going to say that. So you've got a lot of companies that I think tried to do it. I think you have pharmaceuticals that will come out later. I know I have patents on that as well. But naturally doing it where it would safely take care of the body to help with aging, to help with longevity, to help with mental health, to help with autoimmune, epigenetics, and I can't claim to cure anything. I'm not allowed to. I just have patents that back some of the stuff I say, and then I worked on it. But that was a hard project. It was a lot of work. It took a lot of energy, and it took, I'm fortunate because I'm able to piece different things together from my education and my career traveling and learning from other people. So it was something that I feel like, and I know, and this is not arrogantly at all, because I don't think I'm any more important than anyone else, but I feel like I was positioned at a perfect time to be able to do a project the world needed.
Which goes back to the comment of timing, which is why I asked
Yeah.
it. But in addition to the timing, one thing that I'll say that I've picked up in spending time with you is that a lot of people look at your educational background. There was a poster up recently, and a guy walked up to it and said, "Did she go to actually all those schools?" Because it was like somebody just took a thing of mud and threw it at and there was just schools all over it.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. And then she worked at those companies, and then she's doing this. And so,
and then he asked, is she 100?
Yeah. One of the things that's interesting about all of this is it's not only the timing. It took a lot of time for you to learn and sit back and listen for years and years and years and years in order for you to do something that hasn't been done. And a lot of the ways that I often describe it is you took water and made it ice.
Yeah, it's true. And I have to say, your most brilliant minds in this world do not have an extensive education. So when you look at Jobs and Gates and Elon and all the top scientists, which for some reason are men, mostly. But if you look at it, a lot of them don't have an advanced education. So in a lot of ways, and I say this tons of times, Clayton's one of the smartest scientists I know, but he didn't have that formal education. I will say the education I had both in a classroom and out, because I attended classes and schools overseas and not just in the United States. And at one point in my career, for like a year, I was criticized for that. I had to deal legally with it. And the truth is, I didn't have to have all of that, but that all led me up to being able to work on this project and fitting the different pieces together. And I feel like each piece is so important. It's like every area of your life or Clay's. And I'm very lucky that I have the kind of memory I have, which is eidetic. I'm very fortunate that I speed read and that I have that. But again, if I had those gifts and I didn't do anything positive for humanity, they mean nothing.
Isn't though the fact that you studied so many different ways of science? Like you said, I believe that being overseas, what you just said, is actually a huge benefit, even though it's not necessarily looked upon the same way in the United States. Yeah. Having those experiences, I mean, just talk for a second about the ability to be taught in other countries around the world and what you learn there, and then being able to piece it together so you weren't always just, are we killing a cat? Is there a cat that, did a cat die? Oh.
He's trying to call you out. It's okay.
Like
I'll take up for you.
I'm sorry. I just was like, what is that cat? We keep kicking the cat.
The cat was in the fan belt. That's what that was.
But there is something to say about the manner of the diversity of the education that you've had, and where people want to like look down upon that in some way. I think that's one of the most underlying factors to your success.
Yeah. I do think like my graduate certification in the medical program at Harvard was important. I'm being honest. That taught me a lot of things. Cornell did as well. So those are schools that it's hard to debate.
Harvard, Cornell, those are good schools.
Those are good schools. But I went to South Alabama. I went to Murray State. I mean, I went to a lot of different schools. And if you ask me how important that education was, there's different things I took from each of the parts of the education, but I would say my biggest things were learned internationally. I helped develop medical schools in South Africa and Africa, so they awarded a medical degree, but I don't talk about it because it would be criticized, I feel. Like I went and studied strategic science. I also studied a lot of epidemiology and really how to help with toxicology and the environment. And I do have honorary degrees, but the ones that Clayton is stating are not honorary. I learned. But again, all those pieces led me up to this one time. You ask about timing. It led me up to this. And if you ask if it made me a better person or if I'm special because of that, not at all. It was easy to take tests. It was easy to learn. And so I look at this. We talk about networking. We talk about connecting. And I feel like we have to connect in our bodies as well. We have to accept who we are and what we're meant to do. We shouldn't be jealous of anyone. We need to be empowered by others. And I think in our evolution, then all the sick people, right? All the people that are jealous and envious and have anger.
It's like Mean Girls.
It's like Mean Girls.
I was going to use one of my favorite quotes of all time, that the sick cells hate us because they ain't us. They despise us because they are not us.
Okay, that came from the movie, Franco movie.
We're in the middle of an interview. I mean,
okay,
so you
that was a joke in that.
You gotta drop it when you can.
You know where that comes from. Okay. So I have to say, I love that he makes us laugh. But no, it's so true. And that's why every time I hear this negativity or it's the end of the world, I keep coming back to that's our choice, right? That's our choice. And I just won't live that way. And I also won't let others. I reached a point as a female, and I want to say this to anyone who has a daughter or a sister or a mother. I want to give a shout out to men who support women, and that men that understand that it's okay to do multiple things as a female or a man. And I also want to give a shout out to other women that are not jealous of someone that's been able to do something they haven't yet. Because the truth is, it's easy for all of us to energetically feel like we're uncomfortable because someone's done something we haven't. And I always apply it back again to the inside of your body, because the inside of your body is a whole community. It's a whole city. It's talking, it's living, it's breathing. And in order for your inside to be healthy, on the outside, you've got to get rid of the jealousy and the anger and the fear and the guilt and everything that's really holding us back as humanity.
So I know in my broadcasting classes, because I have a degree in humanities with a focus in business communications and kinesiology. I have a Bachelor of Arts. I'm educated. And we would call this a segue, because what I wanted to bring up, you've done all this scientifically, you're a savant, you've got these patents, you've done all this research, you've created solutions that reverse aging, that do all these things that everybody needs, everybody can use, from babies to...
his interview.
I'm doing my part. My part's just a rant. Let's talk business. So you're a scientist, you do all these things. You started 300 companies. I haven't started that many. That's pretty good, right? So together, we decided to do something. Now, he'd spend $100 billion to buy a new liver. Yeah. Because he sacrificed his health to build this empire and then never got to see what the fruition of that was. So these two things are linear. But what I saw in business is that most businesses have created a vacuum, right? A financial vacuum, that they're selling services, they're selling products, but they're not doing the one thing that's most important, is to invest in those that create your value, which is your customer base. You know, so if you're able to provide solutions in a world where we're all connected, right? That we're already all connected. Socially, we're networked. We're already all connected. We are 6 degrees from no longer Kevin Bacon. We are 6 degrees from 6.5 billion people. That if that's the premise, then as a company, you can take your products, your services, and shift your spend, your advertising, your marketing spend, and put it into the people that create the value, because people will create customers for you if you take care of them. It's our nature, right? I watched Amazon grow from its inception, growing up in Southwest Washington when it was selling used books. I see the AWS shirts. I love that. And we watched my mom and my grandmother become some of the first customers of Amazon, and they created an account. They started buying books, and they loved it, and they told their friends, and their friends told their friends, and they told their friends, and they told their friends. For about 15 years, I didn't do any advertising, because the consumer base created the consumer base. And they provided a great service, and were able to build an infrastructure around providing a better service, which has actually created an infrastructure for other companies to provide better services to people. You know, so now that if you have the ability to have access to infrastructure, which we've learned because we launched this concept in February of 2020, and then had to jump from the United States to 27 countries in 30 days because of this concept of taking the investment and putting it in. You've actually taken a retail brand and created a white space and done some crazy stuff.
Yeah, but this is about.
I know, but
why don't you go ahead? I
want insight from both on a business standpoint, because you're not just a scientist, you're a businesswoman, and this is the one concept that often is missed, right? Of women in business, and you've taught me this, from female CEOs will usually step down in the first 2 years because of getting attacked. But female CEOs, statistically, almost every time outperform their male counterparts because of how their mind works and how they function. But they get sued, and they don't like being sued, and they don't like being attacked. So that causes chaos. So in a concept of investing in people, how have you taken the business mind to adapt into taking creations to help people, and then also taking this mechanism to help people financially and creating value? And I say it because I help do it with you, but touch on this.
So I want to say, first of all, the 300 companies, if I would have been successful and made to $1 billion in any one of those companies, I wouldn't be where I am today. So the timing, and they weren't all successful. So it sounds like I did a lot more than I did. I just didn't quit, right? That's my key to everything. And I honestly believe that, like, to be subservient, to serve, but then to also lead, thank goodness. And
Isn't that the best quality of a great leader, though?
Yeah, I hope so.
To be a servant.
Yeah. Well, I think it is. And I think that all three of us, you know, when we talk about going from one country to 27 countries in 2 years, then to 67, then to 70, and then to 80 countries, it took men and women working together that supported each other. And we use the net. I don't care if it's in Japan. I mean, we're helping people all over the world because we want to evolve and ascend as a group. And that means we have to give back. And this positivity did not just come from me. It came from the men that I work with. And that's why we have a fintech system that, from an AI perspective, what we're doing and where we'll be going this year is one of the top companies, in my opinions, in the world. The economic, the revenue, the P&L, everything that we've grown together has been phenomenal. But again, it's not just a leadership team. It's people listening, caring, and then working with the rest of the world. And that's where I think the three of us have been successful in doing that, because we're giving back, but paying attention to the surroundings. Like when Ted started this and said, are we stopping as a culture and we're going to die? Are we going to be extinct? Are we going to evolve? Of course we're going to evolve. Right, but that doesn't mean it's going to be fun while we're doing it, but we have to dig in and do it anyway. And I don't know if I answered your question. I kind of went around it, but I really think it's important for the world to understand when there's a crisis, that's the time that you make yourself better. That's when you can make a change in the world. That's where you can make better health decisions. You can make more financially. And I don't know if people know that. And that's not just right now. That's throughout history. So it's the people that stayed home and that didn't leave their home and got scared and refused to realize the world was going to go on that have suffered the most, unfortunately. But I'm hoping this year's a wake-up call to everyone. So because your economy's down, your gas and oil, it's a crisis, right? Your political debates, your healthcare issues that people are scared of. Now's the time to go out and really change the world. It really is. Now's the time to be the change maker and the artificial intelligence and the group that does it. And so when I hear people talk about AI and to really help grow this and run this, but it was literally getting a financial system in place through AI and different types of technology that would take in, accept money, exchange money in all those countries, going and shipping, regulatory sourcing. That was a lot of work, right? It took us making sure that we used all the latest technology. We embraced everything, whether it was science or governments or the network that we had. And that was a lot, right? It took a lot of work. But again, I think we ascended as a company because we simply didn't quit. It's that easy. You just don't quit. And I think that people like Jobs and some of the people, unfortunately, that sacrificed their health, what they should have done, and you're right, is make sure they looked out for their health and wealth at the same time, because each of us are president or king of our bodies, right? Inside of this beautiful world that we can control to a certain extent. And I think that we limit ourselves by not understanding that we can control a lot that goes on. And I can see and I hear people that are pessimistic saying that's not true, but it is true. We have control of a lot more than we think we have control of.
And a healthy body doesn't have health problems, but if you're high functioning, if you're an entrepreneur, the most valuable asset is your health and ability to function and process at a level that's beyond other people. Because if you can't, and you can't keep up with what you need to do, you're going to fall apart anyway.
Well, it's like the product we have, Zero In, and it's an adaptogenic nootropic. And it's funny, we were at the Oscars and we met the guy that was with Bradley Cooper, that was the main guy that sold the product.
Limitless.
And he came up and he said, I love Zero In. I got it. Can I have more? And I gave him a huge packet. He goes, no, I need more. And I said, well, I don't know if we can give more because we had given him so much. He goes, listen, I was the main person in Limitless.
He's like, they made the movie with me in it, right?
They made the movie over me. You should take it. And he said, what did you do to make this product help with focus, help with performance, help with sexual health? And I said, it was originally made for sexual performance for women. And then when we tested it, it was able to make men and women perform both.
That's a whole nother talk, though.
No, I know, but not just sexually.
We got
not
that to
just
the end?
sexually.
We only have 2 minutes left. We can't go into sex now.
Not just sexually.
Started with sex.
But from a cognitive performance perspective, because we need to perform. Right. Thank you. So we did that together as a group. And if you said to me, well, Christina, you did the patents, you did the formulas, here's what I'm going to say. I would have accomplished nothing Nothing with those formulas. Nothing without the network of people that we have, including the people up here on this stage.
She needed the blue glasses. So hold on. So we're supposed to. We only have 2 minutes left.
2 minutes.
So I want to wrap this up in a little bit about, because it's become about ascension.
Yeah.
So I want to know, for people that don't talk to you on a regular basis and don't know all of you, with the Louis shoes and the and the bracelets and the
Bad and
hair and
bougie.
the glasses. I want to know, where are you ascending to, not only personally but professionally, in 2000? What's the next 5 years of ascension look for you?
My goal is really simple. It's just TGD. It's total global domination. Right. And if we fail, fuck it. That's pretty good. But the goal of taking what she's created to the masses and be able to put, like, we did $61 million in revenue last year. We'll do over $100 million this year. And last year we put over $27 million into the hands of our consumers. Right. I haven't seen anybody else in business go, you know what, we did $60 million in revenue, but I put $20 million back into the people that created it for us. You know, my goal, if we can do $1 billion in revenue and I get to put $450 to $500 million into people's pockets that created that value, that pleases me greatly. So if it's $1 billion, if it's $5 billion, if it's $10 billion, you go, oh, what's your profitability? Well, we make a little bit, but we give a lot, right? Because that's the goal.
Not always great for your VC friends, but amazing.
But we don't have
for the
VC
people.
friends because we did it on our own.
That's the key. That's the key.
Sorry, VC people. I'm not your friend. But call me.
All right, so then to wrap this up, because now we're going to go over, where are we ascending to, Dr. Ram, and what should we be most focused on in that ascension in 30 seconds or less, so they don't yell at me?
So I have great business partners, so I don't have to worry as much about the business, although I'm right there with you guys strategically.
You're involved.
I'm involved. Well, I work, but my goal is to make people understand who they are and how we can ascend and how we are able to communicate through cellular health. Like, we can talk, even though you're over there and I've never met you. That's why when you meet someone and you feel this connection, it's actually real. Don't ignore it. You've got to pay attention, and that's what I've spent my life doing. My goal is to teach that, to help heal and to love throughout the world. And people think that's me being a martyr, but it's not. I've experienced a lot. I feel like I've lived 100 lives. I have 4 children, and that's the rest of my life. It's going to be spent on really helping people be leaders and be servants. And I do have a goal in 4 years to be $1 billion company.
So there you have it. Oh, I was trying to go on your. I'm a minute over
Okay, let's
already.
play Radio Shack.
Here we go.
You got questions, we got
Anybody have
answers.
a question?
And we can't talk about sex because that's going to take too long. We'll do that later. Yeah, it's like, okay, fine.
I have a question. I was just watching Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Zuckerberg. They made so many people actually be millionaires working for Facebook. So where did you get this idea from, turning the people that help you into successful people? Like, where did that like
I got 20 years of watching society. You know, they say every business that's an overnight success is decades in the making. It was a matter of looking at what Amazon had done. It was a matter of watching what social media had done. And it was a matter of growing up in a veterinary practice, of watching what my parents had done, because having the conversation with my dad, you know, towards the end of their career, I was like, what's the thing that makes you happiest with what you did? He's like, well, we had 20 employees that their livelihood was based on what we did, and a matter of taking care of your clients. And so when I looked at that, I was like, well, what if we can take it from 20 to 20,000 or 200,000 or 20 million? You know, because who needs to be worth $100 billion, right? Everybody's got a number, and it's not even close to that to be comfortable, to be able to take care of your family indefinitely, you know, your kids, your grandkids. And at that point, what are you going to do with it? And we've got friends who own yachts. Never met someone that owns a yacht that goes on it alone, you know, right? So if you're able to take your friends, your family, those that you love, those that you enjoy, spending time with you on the road trip, you're going to do it. You know, so if you know that you're not going to do this alone, because it is a team, and it's not just a team up here, but it's a team of consumers, it's a network, it's a community, that's where you put your investment in. And I just wanted to do something different because my psychologist, who's amazing, and I happen to marry her, diagnosed me a while ago as being oppositionally defiant, which was the greatest diagnosis that I've ever been given. So I'm like, look, if I'm oppositionally defiant, I'm going to do what others haven't done because I want to do it different than what others have done. So I was like, screw it, we're just going to put money in people.
So it's so hard to compliment Clay because he's normally talking. So you can't compliment him if he's talking.
That's true.
That's true. He verified it.
But
let's rewind the tape. I made sure she laid it down on tape.
One of the few people that you'll meet that gets more joy out of giving than out of receiving. And I think the whole premise behind his business model, and I said it to him the first day I met him, I said, the only person that can fuck this up is you.
That's true.
I said,
and if this works, I'm like, that's not a question. It works.
So it's a matter of also being true to who you are, and then along the way, not forgetting all of those people that went and he's created a system that like methodically rewards people for their own actions, and I think that's kind of the key. There's genius in this package that is unannounced, and later in life, in 10 years, what I said to him is like, in 10 years, everyone is going to be doing this because this is the most altruistic way to actually do business. And if everyone lived in this premise, there would be much fewer 100 billionaires and many more 100 millionaires. And we should all be in that place together as one. So
because if you create value, you're creating value, and you should be rewarded as such, right? And that's where you can look at it from a stock option standpoint if you're working your ass off in a corporation. But because if you find things that you like and you share with your friends, you're creating values. You should be rewarded for it. But the key is that you're connected to other people who are connected to other people and connected to other people. And if you create that cascade, you should be rewarded for that as well. And that's really the goal. Right?
See how I couldn't even finish complimenting him?
Yeah. But if you want to know that there's complexity under this hard candy shell, how is a guy like me going to get a woman like that? That's right.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. What's your name and where are you from?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Emily. We haven't even talked about the products. So my patents got approved for reversal of aging. I think I said that in the beginning. Skin, hair, and nails, and cellularly in the body, and regeneration of the human body, and the land, air, and water. Because as Clayton shared, we actually have the same composition as our world, and we do share our DNA even with a leaf on a tree. We're all connected. So he's right. Avatar is a great example of showing how we're all connected. So the first 3 products were called the Trinity, and it was Clean Slate, which cleans the inside of your body and helps. You can't anti-age or help your immune system or help your health unless you clean it out. Like we brush our teeth, we take baths, but I wanted something bioavailable for the body that would do that gradually and safely, and that's Clean Slate. And people start with 1 drop in the morning, not dropper. I always say that 1 drop at night, and they go up to 10 in the morning, 10 at night. We've been able to help people all over the world. I started work on that product because I wanted to help with aging, but I also had traveled. I've traveled to 89 countries. I've had more vaccinations than anyone I know, and I worked on those at the pharmaceutical company, and I needed stuff out of my body because I understand that there's a tipping point. Like people talk about autism and all these diseases, and the truth is it's our environment environment. But when you have too many heavy metals or toxins in your body, then you get an epigenetic that gets a disease. And so I really wanted to work at cleaning out people's bodies so they could live to be 130. That was my goal. The second thing was called Restore, and we named it that. I think I came up with that because I wanted to restore the cells to be healthy. So when you clean your body out with anti-aging, you have to restore the cells to natural things. So I've actually studied every religion, and I've traveled throughout the world, and turmeric, curcumin, black cumin seed, aloe vera, resveratrol are all in historically our different religions, and they've been able to help, just like silica was used to line the Aztec and Incas and to clean their water and their air. So I took stuff from history and from science and made Restore and Clean Slate. And then Zero In was the one that I worked on for sexual health. But my target was overall performance of the human body, because as you age, you lose your sexual desire, you lose your desire to achieve, you become stagnant. And I wanted to give people back their youth, basically. And so that's how that was started. And then we have a long, now, like we just launched a product called Sculpt. There were so many people using Ozempic, and I'm not against pharmaceutical and biotech, but I wanted something naturally that would help people lose weight and gain muscle. So we launched Sculpt. We sold out in 3 hours.
What kind of side effects does that have?
No side effects.
It creates greatness.
So we sold out in 3 hours. We launched. The three of us were in Germany on stage. We were out in 3 hours. So then we quadrupled the amount we ordered and sold out in 3 days. So now we are buying manufacturing, building manufacturing, because our biggest obstacle is we have such phenomenal products, and we have 13, I think, now that we've launched. We have such great products like the Clean Spirits line that detoxes alcohol, so you don't have to worry as much about weight gain, and you don't have to worry about your organs as much. You know, that was a major product for us as well. We just keep selling out. So now we're throwing our lives into manufacturing and sourcing. We source from all over the world. Some of our ingredients, like our skincare line, is only from one place in the world outside of Korea. And 2 of our products are only found in 2 countries in the world. So it's really hard to obtain what we have. And I credit that to being very fortunate to work in 89 countries. Do you know what I mean? So we have a long line, and these 2 may want to answer more of those, but I think there's another question.
We
too.
have, are we good?
2 more.
Well, yeah, he's been waiting. Sorry, you got to ask a question earlier. So, yes, sir. Salt and pepper.
A lot.
Wow. Yeah.
A lot. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have women that have been infertile that actually have healthy babies now?
So one of the biggest ways we've grown, and you heard our growth rate. I mean, we had like 100 customers, and now we have like 250,000 customers a month, sometimes more. I mean, it's just because of the weight loss product. But we're not allowed to claim because we're a nutraceutical, and I was in the pharmaceutical industry where we could do that. We can't here, but I will tell you this. We have case studies all over the world. We have doctors that discuss it all over the world because we've been able to help women with the Trinity, the first 3 products I discussed, along with another product called Immune Defense Shield, which has NAD and quercetin to help with the telomeres and mitochondria. We've been able to help women all over the world that have miscarried repetitively or never been able to carry a pregnancy, and they have gotten pregnant on our products. And if you ask me why, I say, there's only one healer, and I believe that. It's something much higher than us, someone much higher than us. And but giving your body, detoxing the body and cleaning it out, your heavy metals in the body and the toxins are one of the main reasons you don't get pregnant. So to be able to clean that out of the body, restore the body with the nutrients it needs and the vitamins, minerals, and everything it needs, the body just starts functioning. So we have lots of people with endometriosis, lots of people where the men were the reason they couldn't get pregnant, and after the husband and wife were on our products, they've been able to successfully have children, and this has happened all over the world. So it's one of our main reasons we've grown all over the world.
So thank you so much to Lively and Grit Daily, and thank you guys for being a part of this. Dr. Christina Rahm and the Clayton Thomas.
Ted Baker. The 3 of us worked together, but he just played the moderator.
Oh, we're good to go? All right. Okay, welcome to our next panel. Oh my gosh, hold on. Creating empathetic brand experiences in health and wellness. So I want you folks to introduce yourselves. I met you guys last year. I met you just like 4 hours ago, which feels like 2 years ago. But you're brand new in my brain.
New to
But
you.
why don't you go down this way?
This way?
Yeah.
Sure. Hello, my name is Shay. I am the founder of Advanced eClinical, a healthcare education company, as well as Externy, which is a clinical placement software. Happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Shab, also founder of ACT and Externy. Thanks for having us.
Hi everyone, I'm Jess Markwood. I'm the COO of The Fifth, so we're a social creative agency and we work with a variety of different health and wellness brands.
Hi everybody, I'm Jade Kearney-Dubé. I'm the CEO and co-founder of She Matters. We're a digital platform designed to support Black women during their postpartum period.
So Jade, I think your idea was particularly interesting. I learned all about it today. But I think it's almost a definition of being empathetic in terms of how the company runs. Why don't we go down the line and discuss what that means to be an empathetic brand, and why the rest of the industry isn't empathetic, right?
I think to be an empathetic brand, you have to have some relationship to your company, to what you're doing, and to the impact that you're creating. Without that, I don't think you can empathize with the consumer, with your customer. It's extremely, extremely difficult. You also have to be genuine, right? You have to be genuine in everything that you do, from the impact you're creating to the products that you're delivering to what comes out of your mouth. And I think with social impact ventures, that's different than others. Like, we have to be genuine because people can see through the fakeness. You're literally speaking to a person's pain, a person's suffering, a person's joy, and that's different than other things. We aren't selling calculators, you know?
And when does it not work? What did you guys do specifically to avoid that lack of empathy?
I believe we keep our team reflective of our customer base. We created a team that believes in what we're doing. So people are here at She Matters to see change. They're here with us to be involved in what we're doing and to create impact. And I think that makes a difference.
Same question to me. So specifically, I can talk to one of our clients, Curaleaf. They're a medical cannabis brand, and literally just a couple of days ago during IWD, we launched a campaign with them around addressing the gender pain gap. I think it's probably similar along kind of similar lines to lots of the things that you're speaking about. The issue that women experience with experiencing pain, and how it's often misdiagnosed, mistreated, it's not taken seriously, which leads to women not being able to speak up for themselves, not feeling empowered, and not necessarily being, thank you, not necessarily being treated fairly at work and things like that. So it affects us as women in every capacity of our lives. And it was something that we recognized as strategists working with the medical cannabis company. We needed to address the fact that chronic pain was an issue. It's certainly an issue for women. And so we launched a whole campaign around it. It's literally just gone live. We worked with a bunch of creators, interviewing people on the street. And it's amazing the reaction that women have had, literally just going up to them and asking them, you know, like, what's your personal experience with pain? And have you ever considered, talking about it, addressing it at work? And the stories that people were willing to share and reveal, if you give them that empathy and you give them that space and that freedom to be able to speak, it's quite powerful. But often it's forgotten and we feel that we suppress it.
That's wonderful. Thank you. So for us at ACT, we really make a concerted effort to resonate and understand the emotions, needs, and challenges of our students and industry partners. So how we do that is we really put ourselves in their shoes to really get a deeper understanding of their pain points. And then we're able to really curate and develop solutions that really combat those challenges.
And I believe that this approach is really critical, not only for building lasting relationships, but really driving innovation and improvement within our outcomes. So I really think that empathizing with the people that we serve and really understanding their challenges is so critical to building empathetic brands.
I feel like test. Yeah, I feel like there might be some best practices here that are applicable to everybody in terms of building a startup or a business that's specifically empathetic, not just in medicine. What are some of the, I guess, tricks that you guys learned? We talked earlier about you focusing on just people who were sitting behind the computer all during COVID and talking to them, right?
Absolutely. I think, and like I said this earlier, is know your customer. Like, you have to know the people that you serve. You have to know what they want. You have to know what they need, because what you're selling might not be what they need. So again, like I said before, you have to fall in love with solving the problem and not your way of solving it, right? I think that's extremely important. I just want to note something. Empathetic brands, and we're all women. There are no men empathetic in branding. I just wanted to point that out.
Sorry,
no, go ahead.
So true. I think you have to have empathy, right, with understanding a customer and an audience. It's a huge part of how we approach things at the Fifth. We think about community first. And I recognize the fact that we run an agency. There's like 50 of us in total across 2 offices. We can't speak and represent every single community out there. So we recognize that. So we take on people, we invite creators in to act as consultants when we're working on specific campaigns to get their point of view. We see them as like super consumers, shall I say, in the sense that they represent a whole wealth of people behind them. That's their audience. And they can talk to that audience and talk about what their community experiences personally. And we use those guys as our consultants, if you like, to help really learn and empathize with what their issues are or what their challenges are and how to solve them.
Amazing. I think in our space, we're not only empathizing with our students and with our clients, but our mission is to create empathetic future healthcare providers. So how we're doing that through our clinic simulations, also bringing in subject matter experts, really embedding cultural competency, diversity, and inclusion and within our curriculum. We believe that is super important as not only developing empathetic leaders, but definitely helping with patient outcomes and direct patient care.
What is an example of a situation where being specifically empathetic with maybe a customer or somebody you talk to helped you learn something important for the business? I guess we can go that way.
Sure. That's a great question. I think one example is really I like to use is active listening. So I actively listen to my clients and industry partners. So our students are really lacking that accessible factor within their training. And we understood that, and we really went on full force, and we built out programs that foster accessibility, that allow for training on demand, accelerated, with a wonderful feedback loop. So we really took the time to actively listen, and I believe that is equivalent to empathy. Empathy is all about listening and understanding and educating yourself. What does your market, what do they truly need? And if you really, really understand that and listen to their pain points, you're going to build an empathetic brand that not only fosters your clientele, but also humanizes your organization.
Can you think of a specific person that you spoke to, like somebody who did just change the way you thought about how you were doing things?
Yeah, definitely. So recently, a student of ours came to me and said, "Listen, I went to community college. I couldn't fit this into my schedule. But you guys are really, you're catering to me and all my busy schedule. So I'm a mom. I want to become a doctor, but it's nearly impossible. But your training has helped me get my foot in the door. Your simulations are so helpful, and I've learned so much. And that truly is because we listened. We understood the problem." Go ahead, Shep. Yeah, and I also want to add that the accessibility factor allows us to reach communities, underserved communities, marginalized communities, and that is a testament to, like Shay mentioned, the accessibility or simulation-based products. We believe that that is our goal. We want to bring our products and services to the forefront, our immersive learning experiences, because we believe that everyone should have access to high quality education, and everyone should be able to, get their foot in the door regardless of where you live or your financial capabilities.
I'll share a slightly different example because obviously I'm coming from an agency background, so it's slightly different. And so we don't have one specific customer that we're looking after. Our clients are the brands that we work with. And I'll talk about our TikTok channel. So it's very important to us to speak to a younger audience. We want to attract great young people into our business. We're a social agency. It's very important to connect with young people because they are, reality is they are the ones creating the content and they understand how that all works. The best way that we've found of approaching them is through just creating relatable content on our TikTok channel. And it's we've got one of our youngest members of the team creating content. I've given her total free reign. I've said to her, just go for it. You create whatever you like. She came to me the other day with this sad hamster meme thing. And she was like, I'm going to post this on our TikTok. Am I cool to do that? And I was like, I mean, it's utterly ridiculous, but brilliant. Like, go for it. Fine. I laughed. And it's gone viral and everything else, and that's all great. Every single time our TikTok channel goes viral, we get a huge spike in careers inquiries into our inbox. And that, to me, we're doing our job in that respect. We really value young people. We give them apprenticeships, we give them lots of work experience, paid internships. It's an essential part of how we build the agency. And even down to, we've had people come in for work experience who've said to us, oh my God, it's like meeting celebrities, like you guys, I watch your TikTok channels, which is ludicrous because we don't have a huge following, but we just seem to have kind of tapped into that audience. And though it's those kids who are transforming our business and changing our brand, so.
We're a bit different than everyone because we do culturally competent certification for healthcare providers, and we've made that we've created that through an LMS system, so we can really have large impact in a short amount of time with physicians. One thing in particular, one person comes to mind. We had a doctor at one of our hospitals who was from India and had no idea about the black maternal epidemic in the United States. And it was like black women are 4 times more likely to die than anyone else during birth and postpartum. And here's a doctor who said, I had no idea. And why do you think this is happening? And I was like, how much time do you have? But in that, I realized we have to really target medical schools and residents because they're coming. We have a hard time here in the United States identifying with systemic racism in healthcare, but doctors coming from other countries actually don't have a foundation in the understanding of it. So I feel like that helped us find a new customer being residents and medical schools.
Yeah, I'd love to add to that. So for us, we also find cultural competency, diversity, and inclusion is very important to embed within our curriculum. Just because as future healthcare providers, we believe it's so important to have empathy towards all of your patients. So we actually bring subject matter experts to host webinars on these very important topics. And Shay, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, definitely. I think education is so critical, just as you mentioned. So educating and providing valuable resources and making it on demand and readily available, it's so critical for the betterment of the people that you serve and the industry experts that work with you. So I love that you all are doing that because you're promoting education, you're providing resources that are so critical, and we do
do the same thing, and that's really at the forefront of how we operate our business. We want to educate and really enhance the quality of our education.
Okay, we got about 5 minutes. Briefly, what can a jerk male CEO do to turn the company more empathetic? What's the first step?
So we don't think that men are jerks. There are counterparts. So men, we work with so many male individuals, and we're powerhouses. We're female entrepreneurs, but we love men, and we work right alongside them, and we see that together we're better. And I've seen that they uplift us, and we uplift them. So men are not jerks. We need men.
I have a bit of a...
Just as much as we need women. Yeah, just as much as they need us.
I have a bit of a different perspective. I feel like men have to advocate for equality, for cultural competency, for gender equality, for all of it, especially white males. Sorry, you guys. But you're in the positions and a lot of times to move the needle forward, and you don't. So it's super important to look at your staff, those who work for you, those who work next to you, those who work under you, and make sure that while they're improving the outcomes of your business, you're some way or somehow improving their lives. You can't start with your consumer if you don't treat your employees well, if you don't have empathy for your employees. And I think it starts with the home team, right? And it goes from the head down. And once the CEO sets that standard, everyone else will in your company.
I read a really interesting stat literally just this morning about there's a boardroom, let's say, and there's 15% of the people in the boardroom are female, and the man's perspective on that typically, I can't remember what the study was, so I'll look it up and share it at some point. The psychology of that in that moment of the men in that room is that is adequate. Like that is the equivalent, because women aren't used to and recognized for sort of speaking up. So if we are speaking up and we do have a loud voice, then it is often sort of recognized that we're almost overbearing in that respect. At 33%, it's like the psychology is that they don't see it that way. They think that it's equal. It's like 50% of women in the room. You can literally, I need to find the stats and share them with you because I'm not doing a very good job of articulating them. But yeah, it's an interesting psychology of how just women aren't used to speaking up and using our voices in that way. So as much as I agree, it's important for men to give us the space to be able to do that. But I also think we as women have and it's really important to us to empower ourselves and feel that we have the right to be in that room and to speak up.
So at ACT, we actually have a predominantly women-run company, and it's amazing. We're all powerhouses. We all uplift each other, but we are actually bringing on a lot of males, and I've learned so much from them. They've taken so amazing direction from us, and I just think that like I said, we can definitely learn from men. I think femininity is very powerful, especially as two CEOs, and I believe in equality. I think we can all learn and grow with each other. I agree.
I think we're good here. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
I just have to say this. It's very, very, very beautiful to hear from two beautiful girls like you guys, like giving male empowerment. I feel like every person that you talk to nowadays are like, oh, men's are this, men's are that. But how would that make a better world? How would devaluing men's would make a better world? It's like we need each other.
Yeah. I think, yeah. I think that you definitely need men and women. We need to work together. We need to uplift each other. And when you have that direction, I think the world is a better place. And there's no power struggle. When you really come out and teach, so we educate each other, we learn, you got to listen. And there's jerks on
both sides, honestly. So I can't say that one is better than the other. We're both amazing, and you can't have men without women, and you can't have women without men. So we need to uplift each other and love thy neighbor.
Oh my God, if it was that simple. If it was just that simple.
It is that simple for me.
I think that black women make 30, I don't want to say the stat, Marge, maybe 60% to every white man's dollar. Latinas make something like 40 something percent to every white man's dollar. It doesn't have to do with personalities. Equality is not around personalities. Empathy is not around personalities. It's around outcomes and impact. So, yeah, maybe you're a great person. Maybe you're a great person. Maybe you're a jerk. That has nothing to do with the impact that's created when women are given equal rights. So we can sit here and talk about beauty being a standard to improve something, or we can talk about women's lives actually improving through equality. So.
All right, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys want to get your photo? And then next up.
Hi, welcome back to our programming here at the Lively Grit Daily House. My name is Tina Mulqueen, and I'm here today to talk about one of my favorite subjects, which is building brands that actually have value. And we talk so much in marketing communities about corporate social responsibility, but often it's as an added layer on top of whatever our business interests are. So the panel today is going to dig into how to actually embed that corporate social responsibility and that value into our infrastructures and business. And I'm joined with an incredible lineup of panelists, including a special guest. And so I'm going to just let you all introduce yourself for a moment, say what you do, and then maybe something that you've been really thinking about in terms of how businesses can show up better. And I'll start with you, Dan.
Thank you. I'm Dan Stengler. I'm the CEO of Brew Doctor Kombucha. We are the only national kombucha brand that is a certified B Corp. And the thing that I think a lot about is how we can use technology to connect with people and tell the story better about all of the things that we're doing with a lot of intention to be a better company every day in the way that we think about the decisions that we make that affect all of the people whose lives that we touch, from employees to our fans, our end consumers.
Charles Afegwu. I am the managing director of a social, creative, and creator agency located in Los Angeles and London called The Fifth. And what we specialize in doing is helping brands specialize, elevate, and master how they show up on social in all of its manifestations. So whether that's creator marketing, whether that's content, and for us, it's doing purposeful work and trying to angle towards what best practice marketing is in 2024, which we feel like is centralized on social. So we're just a dope, kick-ass social, creative, and creator agency. Yeah.
Carla.
Hi, I'm Carla Malin. I'm the VP of Global Brand Marketing at Beyond Meat. In terms of how I think we can, show up better for consumers, what really interests me is how we can become more inclusive in how we talk about the purpose of the brand. Because of course, at its core, Beyond Meat is driven by changing the protein that's at the center of people's plate. And we do that for the sake of human health, for the sake of the environment, and of course, for the sake of animals' well-being. But not any one of those angles is necessarily the way to bring people into the conversation. And so we actually have to find a way to not lean so much on our core corporate social responsibility and really more focus on taste and inclusivity and getting over that initial barrier of trial, which is people being like, I don't know how it's going to taste. So that's how I think about it.
Uma?
I'm Uma Iyer. I'm the Chief External Affairs Officer at the National Women's Law Center. We use law, policy, and culture change to fight for justice for her, which we believe drives justice for all. And part of that, if I couldn't tell you what I actually did on a daily basis because it changes. There's a lot of different things. But core to what I'm trying to drive at the Law Center is using culture and working with culture creators to think differently about how justice, equality, and equity shows up in people's lives. Just as brands are lived and purpose is lived, so are justice and equity and equality. And so how do we connect the dots to make sort of to make champions of justice, not just the ones who are screaming the loudest from the rooftops, but the ones who are putting product into your homes and who are influencing your day-to-day.
And all of you already talked about culture and conversation, but before I get there, and I will get there, I want to talk about infrastructure and how, when you're thinking about structuring your companies, do you think about the impact that you hope to have, and how do you bake that into your processes internally, looking at the inside of your company as a marketing opportunity as much as the outside of the company and how that is externalized? And I'd love to start with you, Dan.
Well, thanks, Tina. It's a great question. I'll just give two examples. I think, first of all, the pandemic provided the opportunity for our Oregon-based kombucha company to pull from a broader team because we still have a flexible work environment, or we're remote for the team members that don't actually have to be at, we call it a brewery because it's a fermented beverage, but don't actually have to be right in the Portland area brewing the kombucha. And that's led to greater diversity on the team. And in fact, on the senior leadership team that really drives the vision and the overall strategy and execution for the company, 2/3 of the leaders are women, which is new for Brew Doctor post-pandemic. The other thing that we try and do, to your question, to make just our own people advocates and fans of the place that they work and the kombucha that we make, is we overinvest in our people, and I mean that in a really positive way. So the minimum wage in Oregon is just over $15 an hour. The starting wage at Brew Doctor will be $22.84 this year. So we're continually challenging ourselves to provide a starting wage that is truly a living wage, along with benefits, 401k matching, things that people should be able to count on, but you can't take for granted. And I think the combination of a more diverse team, starting with the leaders, as well as putting investments from our growth directly into our people, is helping us create a place that not only are people proud to work at, but making our own people the greatest and first fans of the brand.
Charles, I'm reminded of when you and I have talked about how there is a lack of diversity in creative world, and there's so much demand for diversity in creative, and you at the Fifth are doing some really interesting things to try to focus around that structurally. So I'm curious if you want to say something about that, or if you had something else that you would like to touch on in terms of systems.
So I'll use what Dan said as a launch pad to my, particular part of this conversation, which is like you have to have purpose behind what you're doing, right? And for me, I say something pretty often as I'm doing things like this, which is what's good for business is good for the business, right? So I think having very diverse, inclusive, representative business structure in 2024 is also good for like the commercial side of the business, right? So for me, it's as we're challenged consistently with bringing diverse representative campaigns to very diverse representative audiences, it's like you can't do that without having familiarity in what you're talking about, right? Like I feel like in marketing there's been this overuse to a degree of the word authenticity, right? And to me it's like authenticity can't exist where familiarity doesn't also exist, right? So it makes a lot of sense to have the people and the familiarity in what you're talking about and a passion around what you're talking about as you try to bring in new audiences and ultimately build communities, right? Because I don't know that as we get into especially Gen Z and then Gen Alpha being core buying demo, like they sniff through bullshit very quickly, right? So it's not about building an audience anymore. It's about building a real community, and you can't build community unless there is an absolute certainty that what you're saying, what you're doing, what you're messaging around as a brand, you truly believe in that. So, it's what I tell every brand that we work with, and we do a lot of, again, going back to my initial point, dope shit, whether it be launching a show, launching a film, a consumer brand product, and it's just like it's harder to build the audience and build the community as you don't do marketing really well, which to me, and I think is proving itself out in the marketplace, is like speaking in a very real way to the people who actually eventually care about your product. So I think every brand should be thinking about that. And I'll pass to Carla because I think y'all do a great job at that. So
thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think at our core, the people who come to work for Beyond Meat are inherently passionate about the vision. There is no doubt that you choose to work there because you believe in the mission of the company. You're trying to disrupt the status quo. You're trying to change the way we feed ourselves, the way the food system works, and it's very much a story of David and Goliath. And so it's not an easy challenge. People don't come because they think it's going to be a cakewalk. It's not. We're up against some of the most powerful forces, in the industry, with a lot of power, a lot of money, etc. And so really people who naturally come to our brand are already passionate about the vision, and what I think really gets them out of bed in the morning is the idea that they're actually making a positive change in the world, and their day-to-day is driving towards something bigger than just themselves, which is a great thing when you've had a career in consumer packaged goods and you've worked on a host of brands. To really truly feel like this one is doing something different, I think is very motivating for people. The other thing that we do is really try to ensure that we are hiring young people who can speak to their consumer, our core consumer, in, I hate to say it, in an authentic way, but in a true way, in the sense that they just know what's going on social. And so better than I can, we hire a 23-year-old who knows all the trends, well before I know them, on TikTok and all the various channels that we're present in, and we really just let them do their thing, and they know the brand, they love the brand, we've given them like the kind of key guardrails, but we really let them run with it, and I think that's where you get better content from them, and the audience, our consumers, just respond so much more positively because it's legit at the end of the day, and that's what authenticity is for our brand.
Uma?
So I think I'll answer this in two ways. I mean, one, infrastructure for us. I mean, we're a nonprofit. We're a national nonprofit. We have 160, 170 employees, and so there's internal for us, but then also what we advocate for brands outside of our own institution. But we have to do that work, and we have to model that work. Right before the pandemic, our staff gave us notice with the intent to unionize, and it wasn't even a question that was going to be an issue. We voluntarily recognized them. They had their, I think it's called the sort of card ceremony virtually, because in the middle of all of that, we shut down. And it took a minute, but I'm proud to say that we signed our first collective bargaining agreement last year, and at the end of 2022. And so it's those types of things that we have to constantly look at and question and make sure we're modeling that for ourselves as an institution that is out in the world, telling other people to do the same. I think externally, I love that you talked about wages and doing that. We this came up a little bit on the last panel. I think, don't quote me on these exact numbers, but I think the Latino population right now has something like in excess of $3 trillion of buying power in this country, but I think we're creeping up on 4. Latino women, we just did this stat, it was just equal pay day, average women's equal pay day, not specific to race. Latino women will lose in excess of $1.2 million in wages over the course of their lifetime due to the wage gap.
Whoa. Your stat was so impactful.
I know.
It blew that speaker out. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody wanted to hear that, but I'll still say it. It's totally fine. So those are the types of things that, you have to tie, equal pay and closing the wage gap can sound like just aligning, quote unquote, aligning with your values or authenticity or, all of those throwaway words. But we're actually talking about contributing to the economy in this country and to the buying power of every single, certainly brands up here and every single brand in this country. That's important. And I think the other piece of it is there are lots of ways to go beyond that. We just sued, and we're winning, against a health insurance provider, who had discriminatory language hidden in their fine print about same-sex couples getting access to fertility treatments. And it was incredibly discriminatory. So that the reason that's relevant here is, as a company and as a brand, do you have that insurance provider? Are your LGBTQ employees not going to be able to have access to services because of that rider and that fine print that's in the language that you are putting forward for their benefits package? So it's those types of things that are, I think, across a spectrum of ways that companies can take a look at how they're looking inward and making sure that there's equality even in the fine print.
You touch on some really interesting things. I think when we talk about being value-driven companies and having brands that are anchored on organizational values and make decisions based on those values, it's also part of that extension is looking at our partners to understand what their values are. Something that all four of you touched on, which I'm glad that you did because I had a follow-up question about this, but it was just interesting that all of you touched on this, is when I asked about infrastructure, we're at South by Southwest, I expected some answers about like technology and how the capabilities inside of a company. Every one of you talked about your people. And I think as brands, we so underutilize our people as our biggest assets to go out and tell our brand stories and to market for us. And the four of you invest heavily in your people. And I'd love to talk about how you think about the people inside of your organization as an arm for your branding and your marketing. And Dan, I'll start with you.
I think we all get it, but our team, our people, they are the number one asset of the company. And I think the thing that has been really special about BrewDoctor is that our people have grown as the company's grown. So we were founded in 2008 by Matt Thomas. And uniquely, we're a kombucha company that was founded by a tea company. So Matt started tea houses in Oregon back in 2006, and the people that came into the tea houses wanted kombucha. So he just listened to them. So we've always been kind of people first and trying to be good listeners. And then with that, the goal is learning. And so I am really proud of the fact that our head of innovation was one of the very first employees, is still the head of innovation today. Our brewmaster was one of the very first employees, 15 years of experience in a company that's not even 16 years old, still the head of brewing today. And so I would just say people are number one, and it's been fun to see the original team grow and listen and learn and develop over in a number of cases, more than a decade with the company. And then, being one of the newer people, I've been there almost 3 years, but embracing new people. And as I mentioned before, diversity of thought, background, experiences, etc., just to continue to build a really special team.
Yes, I'm a big believer in every organization, and anything being built is nothing if not a sum of the collective addition of their parts, right? So for me, we're a social agency that does a lot of really great work, and I'd like to think the thing that draws people to doing work with us is that we can represent a lot of different conversations in a very unique but also authentic way, right? So I've tried to build an organization that represents being able to be participatory in a lot of really great conversations in a very authentic way. And I think that means having people that come from backgrounds that can actually speak to that, right? And for me, as a black man who has had to fight my way to where I am today, and now doing the thing that is in charge of a lot of other people and having to respond to a lot of times, hey, we want to speak to certain communities regardless of how niche they are. like for me, it's very important to make sure that we actually have the people who can do that, who have the lived experience, who can speak to that thing. And again, going back to the authenticity word, like you have to have the lived experience, right? Like without that familiarity, without being able to say, hey, I know this thing, I've lived this thing, I've seen this thing, it's very difficult to actually respond to that thing. And I think that speaks to diversity in all of its manifestations, right? Whether it's, hey, we're trying to like be hot on TikTok, right? Well, then you need some kids who know TikTok, right? Like they can respond to that. If it's I'm looking to speak to the Latin market, well, guess what? You need like some people who actually know and understand what that looks like, what that feels like, the texture of the conversation, right? So for me, like I love this conversation because like go get those people. And I think for brands, a lot of times marketers get in their own way, right? It's like, oh man, like we know so much, or we've done so that we have so much like experience. It's like, but in this thing, you might not, right? So sometimes just get out of the way and let the people who actually have familiarity with the thing you're trying to speak to the thing. And I think that's something we can all consistently learn as things progress, which, you know, introducing AI or as social progresses, like none of us are going to always be on the bleeding edge of where things are going. So sometimes we just got to sit back, listen, learn, and take our cues from people who absolutely live that thing, whatever that thing is, and, you know, be better marketers, be better brand folks as a result. So yeah, that's my perspective.
Carla?
Yeah, I think what's unique about Beyond Meat is that it's a founder-led business and brand, and the founder is still involved. He's the CEO. He still drives everything, and Ethan Brown brings so much passion and energy every single day to the office, and it is very inspiring for all the levels of the team around him because we all feed off that energy. And you know, naturally, as I was saying before, people who come to work for the brand are very passionate and have bought into the, you know, very much bought into the idea and the cause. But furthermore, I think as a brand, as a company culture, we invest a lot in our people. And even from things that might seem as small as having a panel we had last week for International Women's Day, where we had a whole bunch of senior leaders in the organization from our research and development team talk about women in STEM. And, you know, it was very well attended, and many women throughout the company came and listened to understand like how these women got their start in STEM and technology and sciences, and how they've grown and how they've been able to fulfill and progress their careers at Beyond. So that's just one small example, and we do a lot of that in terms of like employee engagement, and I think it helps drive a culture of inclusivity and a culture that really values learning and development in a very true way, as opposed to just in like a lip service way, or here are some courses that you can take on LinkedIn, you know, but it's really felt and lived in the culture on a daily basis.
Uma?
I think it's sort of a few ways for us. One is I believe in, well, one, I would start with the NWLC, the Law Center, has been around for more than half a century. And we got here and we have the value and the recognition and the credibility we have because of our people. We put forward policy solutions, we put forward thought leadership, we're pushing the forces that be, if you will, to shift power and redistribute power in this country. And the people who are doing that are people. So it is people, for us, create our and fuel our IP. Technology is incredibly important, and it improves our efficiencies and helps build infrastructure and all the things. But our people are our power, and our people are the ones who help push that redistribution of power where it needs to go in this country. So we literally could not do what we do without our people. So it's very top of mind for us. We also, the Law Center is one of the few national gender justice organizations that actually works on a number of different issues. So if you think about a lot of gender or movement organizations, they're very issue siloed. You might think about reproductive rights, or you might think about ending sexual harassment and violence. We work on all of it. And we like to paraphrase Audre Lorde, because we believe that women and girls don't live single issue lives. And we believe that translating that into our employees and our staff as well. So, you know, if you're sick, if you can't show up, if you need professional development, those are all reasonable things. In fact, I don't want to be around you if you're sick. Like, please stay home. Actually, you're giving me a gift. I already have really germy children in my home that I'm around a lot of their nasty shit. Sorry, I'm allowed to say that on this. So I don't need that in the office environment either. But it's not a big deal. It is life, and we make sure that we operate in that way, that we are treating our staff that we're, I don't even want to say our staff, we are in relationship with other people in the institution. So
can I say something really quickly? Like, I think the delineation between like social responsibility, what's good to do, is often put in a silo that's separated from what's good for the business. But like where I sit, and I think as you start talking about Gen Z and then eventually Gen Alpha being core buying demo, like what is good for business, which is like, okay, we need to focus on like doing good, and social responsibility is ultimately like good for the business. Like, it's good for the bottom line. That this new generation is so bought into social responsibility being like the thing. Like, if as a brand, as a marketer, as a whatever you are, if you're not actually having real conversations and actually trying to impact like the greater good, like they're not messing with you. Like they're not going to want to transact with you. So if there is a commerce back end, like there's just not going to be much going on there unless you have something that you stand for as a brand. And I think every brand, every marketer, every person who puts out content, like that's something you need to be focused on. Like, they care about that. And if you don't care about that, you probably aren't speaking the same language, and therefore there's not going to be a conversation. So therefore there's not going to be a community that's built, and therefore there probably will be no commerce that's happening from there. So I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say like that matters, right? Yeah. So invest in that. If you are doing something, invest in that, and it'll pay dividends in the long term.
Yeah, I think we're running out of time, and I would love to hear so much more from all four of you. But just the thought to close on is setting up the structures inside of a company before we externally message any of our advocacy is where I see so many brands making mistakes. And I also just want to leave everyone with how they can follow you and maybe what to look forward to. I know, Dan, we didn't get to talk about Sip Joy, which you just launched. So everybody should go grab a Sip Joy on your way out. But
delicious.
Really good.
Where can people follow you or get more information about what you're doing?
Yeah, all the social media channels. So appreciate it. Ultimately what we're trying to do, and the first thing we got to do is make people happy, make delicious beverages that people enjoy. And then, the additional opportunity is just, Charles, to your point, to share all of the things that we're doing with intention, to make progress, to be a better company. And I think that's probably the biggest challenge that we see as a beverage company, as a CPG consumer products company, is how to do the number one thing well, which is make a great product, but find a way to empathetically introduce more of what our business is all about to people in a compelling and concise way.
I'm gonna be inside, so come see me inside if y'all want to figure out how to connect with me. But genuinely honored to, like, all of y'all's companies have really great purpose and missions, and I think that matters. So for me, I just want to take the time to say I'm really glad to have joined y'all today, and I'll be inside. So come find me inside. Yeah.
Carla. Thank you. Me too. And thanks, Charles, for the last minute invite. So I just sort of stormed the stage. Yeah, you can follow Beyond Meat on all our social channels. In terms of what we have going on right now, we actually just relaunched the core of our brand. So our core beef, burger, and sausage. And we're super excited about it because we removed all the seed oils, replaced it with 100% avocado oil, 70% less saturated fat than animal meat, less sodium than previously. It's unbelievable. We're getting very, very close to being indistinguishable from meat. So give it a shot if you haven't. And maybe you'll feel better about the choices you're making for the planet, for animals, for your own well-being. I think, the future is coming in that direction, and we're just really excited to bring people in to the movement. So that's my story.
Uma?
We are also in all the places, including TikTok, which I'm really proud of because not a lot of nonprofits do that. We've got a great, it's fire, as the kids say. But we believe in meeting people where they are in order to move progress and change. And so, yeah, you can meet me wherever I am, certainly, similar to Charles, but we are also on all the...
Meet me inside.
What was the... Anyway. I was recalling the Catch Me Outside. Anybody remember that moment? Yeah, Catch Me Inside. We're not working a lot. I don't know if you heard, but women are fine. They're doing fine in this country, especially women of color. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're paid equally. There's no reproductive rights issues. Everything's fine. Totally fine. But in 2024 is certainly it's going to be a big year for a number of reasons. There's a lot of stuff happening at the state level that we're focused on. That will both forward and delay progress. So we're working on a lot of different things, and I think in the C3 capacity, that's about all I can say. But we need, there are a lot of important Supreme Court cases actually coming up in June. Decision time is in June, so I encourage everyone. Supreme Court is not like the sexiest thing to talk about, but it is possibly one of the most impactful things on everybody's lives. Everyone who's watching this, everyone who's in this room, whether whatever gender you are. So I encourage folks to pay attention and follow the Law Center and join us wherever you can.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon on this lovely spring-like day in Austin, Texas. We're here to discuss a topic that's a little less sunny, cybersecurity, which it's funny when you look at how companies that are not actually in information security present themselves in that area, they kind of don't. They seem to assume that we'll assume that they'll take good care of our data, and we've all learned that, spoiler alert, they won't. And that's kind of weird, so we're going to unpack that. My name is Rob Peguerero. I'm a freelance technology journalist based just outside of Washington, D.C. We've got a talented, experienced crew of panelists here. Why don't you introduce yourselves and explain the perspective you bring to this area?
Oh, you want me to go? Okay. Hi.
You're up next.
It's on. Hi, I'm Dr. Jess Garza. My experience that I bring, I've worked with DoD and Special Forces for the last 15 plus years. I also own my own company, Texas Performance Psychology, working with tactical athletes, senior executives, Fortune 500 companies, looking at manipulation techniques, vulnerabilities and risks, and how to optimize performance.
Andy, you're up next.
Hi, Andy Bennett. I've been in technology since 1996, and I usually like to joke that because I'm in security, I'm actually only 27. That's what where the gray hair came from. I've had a number of really cool jobs. Currently, I'm the CTO and CISO of Apollo Information Systems. Before that, I was the deputy CISO for the state of Texas and all that implies. And then I also got the privilege of being a director of research at a university for digital forensics and cybersecurity for a long time. So I've gotten to play in a lot of different domains, and I'm excited about this topic.
And I'm Zach Eikenberry, CEO of Hook Security. I actually come at this entire space with a liberal arts background. Before Hook Security, which specializes in training non-technical people to recognize online threats, I started 2 high schools and a middle school for entrepreneurs. So my background is in pedagogies and how people learn and the psychology that surrounds that.
I have a history degree.
Mine is international relations, so I have no academic credentials for my work whatsoever.
I love it.
I have several. I have like 4 different degrees, PhD, 2 masters, all the things. So
I'd be the least credentialed person on this stage, actually.
The joke my team made when we were reaching out to Dr. Garza was her name is shorter than the number of alphabet letters after her on LinkedIn. Look it up. Call my bluff.
So I wanted to start by talking about like how consumers, if they're trying to decide who's less likely to breach their data, how do they go about it? Like I find myself grasping for signals like, what kind of 2-step verification do you offer? Do they offer like passkeys, or like we got to talk about Venmo still only doing text message 2FA? That seems not good. So what are the signals you all look for when you have a choice of companies providing a service? How do you decide which choice you will regret the least 3 years from now?
So I think
on security grounds, not otherwise.
Well, okay. That could have gone a lot more funny than it's going to now. So I think that it's difficult to make those decisions right up front, which is part of the problem. We lack the ability and the tools. It's not part of the disclosures. A credit card tells you what the interest rate is, but it doesn't tell you what the data protections are. A bank account says what the fees are if you overdraft, but not whether or not you will still be charged those fees if a threat actor overdrafts you. We don't get that information up front because it's not part of what we've been trained to provide. And there's also this other, or trained to expect, there's this other aspect, which is consumer protection is so pervasive in the United States. People take it for granted that if I sell you a product, it's probably safe. But it's safe from physical harm. It's safe from, it's not going to poison you. It's not going to electrocute you unless it's a toaster and you drop it in the bathtub, right? But they have a warning label, right? It comes with warning labels, which is why I brought that up. It has a warning label, and that's how you get labels, is somebody dropped it in a bathtub and bad things happen. But we still don't have cybersecurity warning labels, right? We don't have the same expectations in that space because the average person is more concerned with the interest rate than their safety because it hasn't been personalized enough. And so I think consumer safety is a wonderful thing, but it's non-existent in cybersecurity, and so it's very difficult to make those decisions, even for a well-informed person.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, well, what do you also think about the variability between that with companies as well? Because the regulations from state to local to federal, and the variability in that is extensive as well. So when we're talking about consumer knowledge, it's hard to even know, well, what does my state regulate? Because there is no warning label for the end user, the everyday customer.
You want to jump in because I will talk. So that's another one of the issues, right? So privacy and cybersecurity to the average person ends up being the same thing because you use the cybersecurity to ensure the privacy or provide the assurance that somebody actually cares about your privacy from a consumer perspective, right? So California has their privacy law. Texas has our variety of a privacy law, and so many other states have passed them, but there is no unified framework. So what you end up with is this patchwork of maybe responsibilities, but not actual responsibilities. And their hearts are in the right place because they try to do something with what they can, but I don't, just like true consumer protection, ubiquity for electrical faults. I don't think we're going to see what we need until the federal government, and I'm a Texan, I'm not a big fan of let's make new laws. Right. Let's be real, okay? The boots, I have them on, they're right here, they're real. But until we get to a place where we can develop and agree to a unified framework for these things, the problems will persist. So I think I answered your question.
You did.
As the token Washingtonian here, I apologize for the continued inaction of the United States Congress.
As you should.
I've been telling them to do this. They're
Get
just not reading my
together.
stuff.
I think that's a feature, not a bug.
So we are in a sort of self-help regime, especially in those areas outside of finance, where at least the laws put the onus on the company. If somebody gets into your account and takes your money, the bank has to make you whole, which is nice. It's not the case in a lot of other fields. So can we think of companies that are actually good, that market to consumers, not the companies that show up at like Black Hat or DEF CON, that have found some way, without getting into the weeds or making promises that the lawyers will scowl at later on, that say, we get this, we take this seriously, and we'll probably not breach your data. If we do, we'll feel bad.
Well, I actually don't think that's common at all, as it were, and I think that's you're asking for the exception, and I'll talk about the rule. And the rule around disclosures right now might actually just break down in the ability for the audience or the consumer to understand what is being told to them, right? So we might have the disclosures and the mattress tags and the other warning labels right now, but we might not process those directly until we have enough anecdote. And so I think for most consumers, it's still a black box. Like, they don't know what their information is being told to them or not. There's also an issue where nudges and notifications become noise. Mm-hmm. So every website you get on, they ask you if you want a cookie, and you just say yes. You don't know what the cookie is. You don't know what you're asking. You don't know what data is being released, because it's just noise to you. It's staying between you and the thing that you're trying to accomplish. And so when companies sit here, there might be a number of good-natured companies out there, and I'd like to think we're one. We still struggle with finding ways to help that consumer understand what's happening to their data or not in a way they can digest.
There's also an apathy that has developed, just like you just say yes to the cookies, right? That apathy is born of you have no power to do anything about it, right? So how many of you in the audience here have had your identity or credit card information stolen? Everybody's hand goes up. If you have a credit card, it has been stolen. If you've had it for more than 3 years, at some point your information has been stolen. If you didn't know that, I'm so sorry. But it has. You feel like there's nothing you can do, and in a lot of cases there isn't, except be vigilant, but you don't know what to look for. So that's another thing, and that your company might be able to help with that as a public advocacy campaign, perhaps. But
on a personal example, my father was one that had identity theft, and we didn't know until we were getting onto a military installation for a graduation for a family member. And all of a sudden we see 6 MPs rushing to the front, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? My dad has a traumatic brain injury, so he also can't verbally, cognitively comprehend what's going on at the same time too. A gentleman had arrest in 4 different states, but had we not gone to have his federal background checked, like on post, we would not have known that his identity was taken, because he had never committed a crime that we knew of. Obviously he didn't, but some other gentleman took the Social Security and his, date of birth and did a world number. But till this day, we're still having to make sure that we have those documents on hand in case that gentleman well, not gentleman, in case that man ever
You were
did
gonna
something
say
again.
asshole, right?
I was about to. I was trying to.
I like to call
You know
them
what?
bad
Right,
guys.
the bad guy does anything again, because no matter what, we're constantly having to play catch up for what he's doing. Like my parents got denied loans to do houses and cars because of the impact, but you just don't know like how often you're supposed to screen on a federal background check, or you do the credit card background checks, but that doesn't look at criminal activity.
I love surveys. In the audience, how many of you know how to run a federal background check on yourself? I rest my case.
There's no hands were
Apply
raised.
for global entry? Does that work?
Apply for global entry does help. It is a start, right? But again, the average person whose information is being transacted by criminal enterprises has no idea how to do these things. But you can freeze your credit. You can go through your credit cards and get access through whatever credit watch service, because they all offer it now. And by the way, so here's one of those trust things, right? Apple is like, oh, we are focused on privacy, but they're not very good at telling you when they screw up.
No.
Just for the record. The credit cards, and Bank of America in specific. So you talked about how banks have to cover your losses if it was due to crime. They're like, oh, by the way, if you use our card and our accounts, you'll get all your money back if there's a criminal use of your account.
Right.
You were only liable for $50 to start with, just so you know.
Yeah.
But they've taken it and they've spun it to make sure that they can, since it's already a cost to them, that they can maximize some benefit. Mm-hmm. The credit card companies, they all have a credit monitoring service. If you just go and click it, it'll turn it right on. They also use that to get around their, I have to provide you credit monitoring because your information was breached, right? So now it's a feature, not a flaw.
Exactly. So we talked about labels earlier. There is a proposal now moving forward through the Biden administration to have a voluntary security labeling program for, I don't want to call them smart home gadgets, connected home gadgets. Let's not give them too much credit. The cyber trust mark is what it's called. So the biggest questions I have about this are, number one, who's going to participate? Number two, how long will it take, like a Best Buy or an Amazon, to actually put this in the store display so people will know to look for it?
And how long will it stay valid after it's applied? Because that's
Excellent question.
That's the real issue with cybersecurity, right? Every single system that rolled off the line was secure the day it rolled off the line, the very, very first time. Every time you have a new API that hits the street, it's secure until it's not, right? Because we've been building these things for function, not security, and that started all the way back in the mainframe era, right? We weren't building them because we wanted to make sure that nobody ever attacked them. We were building them so that we could do calculations, so that we can see pretty pictures and pictures of cats online. That's why we built them, right? And until somebody goes through the trouble of doing the research and finding a flaw that nobody was looking for when it was built, it's still secure, and that's the problem, because technically it's insecure already. We just don't know where.
And then hoping that those same people aren't using that data to then sell to the bad guys, to then, because there's a lot of duality that happens too.
Yeah, absolutely.
One other question then. So one thing I've seen a little bit of progress, tiny, is when there's a new, connected home gadget, maybe they will tell you how long they'll ship updates for it. Because I know when Samsung first introduced a connected fridge at CES, you'd ask questions about how long will this get patches, and it's either word salad or awkward silence.
Or what's a patch?
That's not a good answer either.
Not a good answer.
Yeah, I was just commenting earlier. I'm a techno-optimist, right? I do believe that embedded inside the problem of privacy and security is the answer to the problems we see. That the answer is going to be a better and smarter use of our technologies and allowing the maturation of our general population to catch up with that. Like I don't think the answer is to stop. I think the answer is more and better, and that does start at the consumer level, right? So the consumer goods are going to be the ones that help the businesses get to a point that they need to mature. So until you demand better protections, until you start doing business with an organization that has a trust mark and not with the one that does not, at scale, I don't think we're actually going to break through and start getting the right investments to better technologies. But I think it is possible, and I am somebody who believes in that future.
For anybody that's watching and is with one of these companies, I've got a recommendation. Just flip one thing in your model for delivery and you can raise your hand and say, we start with security, and that is ship your home router, ship your software, ship whatever it is you sell that is connected or supposedly smart with all the features turned off, and make your consumer turn them on one by one, knowing what they turned on.
Yes.
Ship it unconfigured or configured to off instead of on, so that people know what they turned on instead of just plugging in and saying, cool, the one thing I bought it for works.
I'm just going to add to that. Then that also, all the organizations that are being trained from top down, like your mid-level, lower-level employees, they don't understand truly what that opt-in feature is. Even if you're going out shopping, your emails that's getting pushed in, pushed out, whatever. I just had an experience too where some lady's like, oh, she's opt out, but opt her back in. I'm like, what? You didn't even ask first. I'm opt out for a reason. But then I waited until she was done. I said, well, what did you opt me in for? And then she was like, oh, it's just your email for the receipt. I'm like, no. But I'm trained to know, but the everyday user, you're giving out your phone number to put in for rewards because you think you're getting rewards, but there's so much that goes behind there. And so for the everyday consumer, I'd say, you're getting your privacy rights and the terms and agreements, read it from bottom up. There's so much information on the bottom of those term agreements. So when you get them, bottom up is the way to go because you really get the fine details on it.
In security, we have a saying, if it's free, you're the product.
Yes.
Let's take some questions from the audience. One question? Okay, you better make it a good one. There you go.
So you were talking about everyday people learning about cybersecurity. Whose responsibility is it to teach them? The cyber companies, the people who are buying the products aren't going to probably teach them because they don't necessarily want you to know. They probably want to keep it undercover. So whose responsibility would you say it is to teach the everyday person?
And as the journalist here, I have to say, me. I'm working on it. At some point, I'll figure it out. Give me enough practice. I'm getting a little bit better at it every year.
Also, organizations like the National Cybersecurity Alliance, which is a taxpayer-funded organization with grants through the Department of Homeland Security and CISA. CISA is the cybersecurity agency for the country, but those types of organizations are also part of their entire mandate is to be part of that solution. And so when you see a poster for National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which is October, pay attention and point your friends to it. Say, hey, this is one of the months that actually matters. This isn't spaghetti month.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for showing up.
So excited to be with you all today, coming from Austin, Texas, South by Southwest, joined by three of my favorite media people.
Wow. I'm Emily Reynolds-Berg. I'm the founder of Our Public Relations, and I also write for Forbes and Entrepreneur, so kind of see both sides of the media lens.
My name is Wesley Faulkner. I have 25 years in tech experience, with the last 15 being in community management. I'm a senior community manager for AWS, focusing on the North American division, so United States and Canada mostly. But I've done everything from hardware to software and everything in between.
Glad to be here with you guys. I'm Patricia Barden. I've had over 15 years experience in a breadth of industries for full funnel marketing roles and digital marketing, primarily focused lately in PR as well. So we're gonna have a good conversation.
Yeah.
So today we're talking about making brands stand out amongst the media noise. So Patricia, I'd like you to speak to that. Tell us a little bit about how you make brands stand out.
Well, there is a lot of media noise, and especially now there's less and less journalists to help cut through it for you and get you the mentions that you want. So a key strategy for sure is to make sure that what you pitch is seemingly less like paid media, for example. A lot of times journalists see what you're doing. If it's too obvious that it's for the brand, they'll send you to the paid department right away. So I just wanted to get straight to that it's a key tip to figure out what you wouldn't put in an ad is much more likely to get media mention, for sure.
Wesley, can you speak to how your podcast relates?
I think a brand stands out on a podcast when you understand the halo effect. There are people in podcasts where it doesn't matter what the brand of the podcast is under, if it's Crooked Media, or if it's ABC, if it's CNN, or whatever. The person and the personality is the thing that people tune into because that's who they relate to. And those people really stand for health, fitness, news, or great storytelling. And when you understand the core of the audience that these people bring in, then you kind of understand the halo effect that you're trying to inherit, because it is a tacit validation that you belong in that space. So if you really understand who is the audience you're targeting and who they choose to surround themselves with, once you understand that, then you can understand how do you ingratiate yourself with those people, so that then you can be one of them. And if you see them as part of their brand, part of their ethos of how you should live your life, then you're on the right track, and that's helped with that halo effect with your brand as well.
Emily, can you tell us a little bit about how your brand stands out as far as earned media goes?
Yeah. So speaking with what these guys have been saying, earned media, unlike paid opportunities, is really earning your story being told by someone else. So just like an organic friendship or any sort of relationship that we have, like when somebody wants to get to know you more, they want to get to know you more because you have something interesting that you're saying and you're offering. And so we try to do that with all of our clients, like really help them get to know what's going to have legs to their story, and then share that with someone else that is going to be interested in that. So not necessarily just a media contact, but we work with community partners. We work with people that just have another story that's similar. So just like creating an organic relationship. And earned media, I think, is under that umbrella, but technically it's more of the getting a journalist to get excited about that story. So then you don't have to, what Patricia was saying is like, you don't have to worry about the like paid endorsement for your client. You can be like, oh my gosh, they're really excited to write about you and hear more about you, or
I think
be on your podcast.
A key takeaway, if I was watching this and not on the panel, and I wasn't in the roles I've been in, is that, for example, most recently I just finished about 2 years with Lexmark, which is a printer company. And I always said, wow, printers are not sexy and no one wants to write about it. So let's just be honest. So you have to go indirectly, they call it tangential. And you have to think about, and a lot of business owners don't realize this as well, or people in roles like ours, they're always talking about their printers, for example. And when you get that good coverage, it's not about the printer. You can be a printer company, for example, and go out and create your own research study about nothing to do with printers and find a way to tie it in about something maybe people might print at some point, or but a stat that you focused on, and then that gets you that link that you want and make it relevant. And it goes much deeper, but high level, it's really to get the coverage and to cut through the clutter. It's not thinking about yourself, and that goes for life too. Often, if we wanted to give some life advice,
100% correct. Because you don't sell the hammer, you sell the building, right? It's an enablement to the thing that people can vision and have more tangible. Because when you have a printer, you have a printer. It looks like a box on a shelf like everyone else. But when you see the art you can create, you see if you see art installations where people use intricate designs in order to get those, and they use a special cutting mechanism or certain vibrancy for a certain ink and stuff like that, that's the thing that you sell.
What
right?
it enables you to do, or thinking like that and having meetings, right, brainstorming sessions like that is the way that I think you really get to a point where it's something that someone wants to cover. Otherwise, again, straight to the paid department.
Exactly.
I do want to open up this question to anybody on the panel. Marketing and PR is not a one-size-fits-all. And so how do you differentiate if you have different brands? If you have a clothing company, a fashion line versus a nonprofit, how do you differentiate, or how do you know how to effectively serve those clients?
I could take it. I do have a strong background in fashion retail and omni-channel retail, and some of those brands had different products versus services, let's say, but it really comes down to the reverse engineering. Where do you want to land in terms of coverage, which is probably what you're about to say, like let's say it's a podcast, and thinking who's listening to that and what do they want to know about, or who's reading a certain piece, or I just saw I think it's Cartier has a paid print ad, for example, on the back of Harvard Business Review, but then they could end up featured in a piece inside of unpaid for earned media. You see where I'm going with this? Not that they paid for that, but they're an advertiser in a completely unexpected spot, but they bought the back cover, and then they could end up featured inside with a quote for their CMO or something like that. You see how it all comes together that way? And that's where knowing the industry and industries helps you to become a true marketing professional, just because of having the key takeaways from a lot of life experiences. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that's a really good point when you're doing the differentiation, but sometimes I'm just going to take it a slightly different about internal differentiation, because there's a lot of brands that have you have a premium, you have a mid-tier, and you have like a budget brand, and you don't. And they say you don't build it up, meaning like you don't figure out what you're adding to get to the top, but you figure out what compromises that people have to make to go down. And so as long as you understand the trade-offs between the tiers, then you can really understand how are you differentiating not only from within your own brand, but also the competitors are in the space. And so it's really important to have that solidified. This is my core product, and this is my core theme throughout my brand, or whatever is your differentiator. And so no matter what, because if you're always chasing competition, you're always going to be changing, and you don't know which compromises you are in turn making in order to do that. But you should always be clear about your internal compromises.
I have I love what you both said. My take is I grew up, my first job was in a restaurant. I was a dishwasher, and then moved up the ladder to a hostess, and and just kept going. And so when I started doing journalism and writing, I started writing for a food. I started as a food writer because I knew that industry really well, and I loved that industry. I still do. And so I feel like in order to navigate various industries, it really helps to have experience in one that you're really passionate about and you're connected to, and you can kind of talk the talk.
Absolutely.
And then you can see those similarities in other industries. And secondarily, just knowing your clients, if you're working with clients, their goals. So like everybody's going to have a different goal. And if you can kind of map that out for them. And I think, Patricia, you spoke to that. It's like mapping it out and like really being able to see that most of us have really similar goals. Like we want people to know about what we're doing. Yeah.
Print it out.
Yeah,
Print it out.
absolutely. You know, I print everything, and not because I worked at a printer company. That happened long ago. But you know, I mean, yeah, I could digress on that. That was a good one. That was a good one.
I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Yes, you in the front.
What are your, or how would your individual strengths and superpowers help you be successful in what you do?
What kind of strengths? Can you speak
I
to?
love people. Like I took my kids to Disney World, and I was so excited because there was like a lot of people, and it was just like a place to get to know everybody that you could, like in line or whatever. And my husband's like, I can't believe you're like really enjoying all of this. Like I feel like I want to just like cringe and go hide after like an hour here. And I think that superpower is like being intuitive. So like getting to know the layers of people is, I would say, my superpower, which makes me successful in public relations and journalism when I'm wearing that hat.
Absolutely.
Wesley, you've had years of success. Tell us a little bit about your superpower.
It's gonna community and people. I mean, it's gonna sound the same, but I'll go one level deeper. There's a famous quote attributed to Henry Ford saying, "If I asked people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse instead of a car." Mm-hmm. And the relationship allows people to have that kind of connection, so that you can not just hear what they're saying, but understand the feeling behind it. And my superpower is that I like to learn a lot about, or a little bit about a lot of different things. So I have a lot of knowledge about how the world works and how it functions as a system. And so when I'm able to listen to what people want, I can actually hear what they need, because they may not be able to articulate it because they're dealing with the information in their head. And I like to scaffold that onto the knowledge I have and be able to expand it and just say, let's think about this area, because I think this checks the boxes that you need. And so that's where I think I thrive.
Patricia, what's made you so successful?
That's a good quote. What has made me so successful? Well, I tell you,
Your superpower.
No, I mean, I do love people too. That was nice too. I don't want to steal it.
I don't think we would do this if we didn't love people.
All three
No,
of us,
absolutely.
we were like connecting before this. that we
Absolutely,
love
and coincidentally,
the same things.
this is my first time at South by, and I keep saying, "Wow, this is like before you go to Disney World, you have to plan all of your
Get your express pass.
Yes, and then maybe pay a
Genie
little
Plus.
more. Yeah, pay a little more for that. But like, you want to go to that park, but that park's down the road, and like it's so. But then you meet people in between, and someone said, "Yeah, so either way, whatever happens, it's still good." And I was like, "This is Disney, but for tech people." But anyway, and that plays into what I was going to say is I see things differently than most people. And, you know, I used to think I might be strange or something for that. But in tech, you can leverage that in creative. So, I just tend to look at things differently than the most. And probably, you know, here I seem to fit in a bit more. So that's always nice. But I think in PR and marketing in general, you have to sometimes come at it from high level or get in the weeds. And, you know, a lot of times that is why I print things. I print websites all the time for clients or different companies I've worked within, different pages, and the key findings from that and source code just from looking at it on paper is always the best. So that is, I'd say it's a key to my success, which can be subjective, but we're all hard on ourselves, I'm sure. So.
Yeah. Are there any other questions from the audience?
Yes.
So if you're in tech these days, AI is a story everyone's
AI.
talking about, right? But it's super oversaturated. So do you have any like creative processes or sort of tools that you use to help you figure out how to break through oversaturated topics?
I do. So I think if you were to ask the same question to everybody in this room, we'd all have a different answer. And so having a way to, like, even if the topic is oversaturated, to authentically answer a question that's really coming from you, from your heart, your soul, your experiences, it's going to be way different. And I think, like, a lot of times when people think something's oversaturated, they tend not to want to put their voice in because they're like, oh, you already know this. Or like even the topic of PR or connecting, we were like, oh, maybe you already know this. It's like, no, we don't already know this. Like we're all bringing different things, even though the topic is different. And so I think you'd be really surprised if you connect with somebody that, if you're looking to get media exposure, the best form I feel is to like read a lot of outlets that you're interested in and then learn specifically what that journalist might like. One of my favorite journalists is back there that we've worked with for a long time.
Shout out.
And I'm constantly bugging him still after all these years, and know what, like, you know, changing jobs and what they're doing, and like, and not like, oh, I want to get something from you, but like, I want to talk to you about a shared topic in a world that, you know, we're all talking about a lot of AI or whatever it is. And that person is probably going to want to talk to you about it too. And then you guys can come up with some way to create that relationship and ideally a storyline for your business or for yourself. So yeah.
I think too, tactically, to literally use AI like ChatGPT though, to find out what isn't being mentioned yet, is to ask for, I think, you got to study prompts. That's what I've been trying to do, to use it as more like a teammate, so to speak. But to say, you know, here's 6 publications. What have they published the most in the last month? And then go deeper into that. And I'm finding that's the way that I'm not so agitated with AI, and I kind of like it. So
for me, I would say that you know, for media, there's this if it bleeds, it leads theme.
Ooh.
And so you hear a lot of doomers with AI. It's going to take all of our jobs, or it's going to kill us. But which is...
Excuse me, I haven't read that
we've
article.
seen Terminator. I mean, it's out there. And the other part is the actual practical, what does this mean for me today? How will this change my life today? And if anyone here is on Facebook, LinkedIn, you've seen those AI-generated profile pictures. And that is someone who are saying, oh, that looks cool. Click, I'll do that. And then another article would be like, this is why you're seeing all these AI-generated pictures. And then that gets you an in to like, this is a practical thing that people could use and they can see some tangible benefits to their lives. And
then pitch upon that.
Yeah.
That's what you're kind of saying.
And it's just like, people, you can talk about the doom thing, or you can talk about, hey, this is make me have cat ears on Instagram. I don't know. So find the thing that helps people make sense of the world and actually helps them on their day-to-day. That's your angle. Because does this matter to me, or should I be scared? That's, people will forget about that, saying, I'm just not going to listen to it. It doesn't make sense. But make it practical, make it relatable, and make it accessible. And then that's the formula to kind of make it like tangible and worth someone to write about.
So my last question is, do you believe that there is no such thing as bad PR?
My 13-year-old daughter, is this working? I think. Okay. She hates, I say all the time, I say, well, they made you look, or you're talking about it. And she goes, ugh, because I do it a lot. But the point is, in reference to specific to PR, I am a big fan of you. You don't do the no comment. Like, you always get involved in the right way. And so there is bad PR, but that's what crisis PR is for. And then we're masters of spin. And so I'll admit it. So you can even make spin into a positive if you wanted us to. No.
I was going to say, where's Devin? Didn't he speak about that? Devin was talking about his reputation management firm.
I missed that, yeah. So, I mean, bad is subjective, or what do we say? Alternative facts, alternative word of bad. I'm kidding a little bit, but yes.
Can I hop in there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I would say it depends on brand durability, right? That's why I like community space. If someone's saying you suck and then someone else is saying no, they don't, and they'll have that fight on your behalf, that's great. If you're a brand new startup and then you hear that there's a huge security breach and you're like, oops, I'm sorry, and there's no one else to defend you and no one's bought in, you're dead. So it depends 100% on if you've been there long enough to build this reputation, build this network, have this community around you, that where people have faith that you'll try to do the right thing, and then you surprise them by doing an even better thing, then actually, yes, that press, even if it starts off bad, can turn into something wonderful. But if you have a reputation for screwing people over, and then your response is, we screw people over, then you have your brand durability.
no comment.
That's your brand durability, right?
Yeah.
People are like, you're the low cost
It
leader, and
lasts
that's
a
the
lot
only
longer
reason
than
why people
people
choose it.
realize.
Yeah.
Sure.
And if you try to expand outside of that, if you're like, hey, now we own an airline, our doors stay mostly on when we fly, then no, it's not going to work.
What do you do with a PR nightmare? Or what somebody might perceive as a PR nightmare?
I try to find the good in them and what they're doing, and if there isn't, then I don't work with them, is my short answer. But yeah, because I think what we all do in this space is, sharing what, we're passionate about and what, and then rippling that into other spaces. Like there's a responsibility in making sure that, if to your point, if there really is like a stopping point and they're not doing something that's beneficial to the whole, then I truly do believe that there is such a thing as bad PR, and it should be like we should all be aware of it and make our own informed decisions as a consumer or as some sort of partner. And from what we do, we do crisis work at RPR, but it's only like my rule of thumb is like, if I find out you're lying, like there's no money back. Yeah. And we're like, we're not going to continue the conversation to help you cover something up that is not authentic. And I so far have not met anybody like, once I say that, then it either like they don't call back or like we have a really successful relationship. And I loved what Devin, I don't know who heard it earlier, but like the art of reputation management, I think helps when there is a bad PR situation that needs to be rectified, whatever that is, or and then we've now have cancel culture, which helps cancel things out, or at least people become aware of things that aren't beneficial.
No, that's what I was going to say. We can't forget to mention, especially here at South by, that the digital reputation and long-lasting effects of bad PR is something to think about. So, and there's strategies for that as well. But you don't necessarily want to always cover it. You can. I don't want to say play off of it, but or use the word spin. I don't know what word I want to use right now, but. You have to remember that could stay, from an industry I was just in, some negative PR stays for, 15 years even.
Tide Pods?
I cannot comment who the client was. You're so funny. I love it. But it's very, very important to remember that, and then make sure that when someone searches something, what's coming up for that bad PR, you have strategically worked in something, whether it's owned or earned media or something, and shared that would come up at least like threefold above that is important. I love to make sure that someone gets key takeaways from all the stuff I'm saying when I'm talking. So never forget that.
Special thanks to all of our guests on the panel today, and thank you for sharing your expertise.
Absolutely. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.